third-generation nitrous Camaro. He had posted a photo on social media about an hour and a half ago of the car being at the first checkpoint we visited yesterday. So he has a ride ahead of him, a couple hundred miles left for him to go, as it seems, in that car. Not sure what befell him. We saw Jeff Lutz on the side of the road coming in here. I don't know exactly what was going on. I got a photo from Eric Rude that looked like they were doing something in the valve train on the cylinder head on the passenger side of the car.
I got the specs from Tanya, who we very much appreciate. She just kills herself every single night going through all of the data from all of the time slips from these 330 plus cars, 37 vehicles out. Tanya, is that still correct? 37?
Yes.
Yes.
38. We had one call in.
Oh, another one called in. We have 38 vehicles out. We started with 355, and there are 38 competitors who have dropped out. Now, normally, we see that kind of attrition on day one. So another reason for not seeing all the carnage on the side of the road is people have figured out how to survive.
Well, there's that, and the amazing fact here is we still have, I believe, more cars on the road right now than we started the event with like 320 a couple years ago in Tulsa, but that was on before day one. And then we lost so many when we left Tulsa. I think we were in the high 290s. So we have more cars still alive right now than I think we've ever had actually leave a facility on the first day.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, we had 326 last year, correct?
Yes.
And obviously 326 didn't leave the facility. We probably had 300 out the door because, again, we've just seen more cars fall apart in prior drag weeks.
Those of you that have been following along all week know that the first day in Columbus was a typical first day in drag week. We had some craziness there. Dave Schroeder obviously had his incident, got into the wall. He's fine, but the car is hurt. We had some oil down, some stuff blowing up, some guys having issues, which is typical. It's a little bit more extravagant when we had so many cars, but it was a pretty typical first day. It was also a pretty typical second day when we got to Norwalk, because by then people fall into the routine and we're shoving cars down the racetrack as quick as they'll go. One thing that was very impressive yesterday, Brian Goldstone. Let's talk about Brian for a second. Obviously, Jeff Lutz made a great run, came out, made his single hit down in the 16s at over 240 miles an hour, packed up and left. Goldstone stuck it out. He made a bunch of runs before he got one he wanted to keep.
Yeah, he had to chisel away at it a little bit, but he now has 6-second times at both tracks, obviously looking for that all 6-second average. But what we're really hoping to see today is if Lutzy Baby's going to pull the 5 out of his pocket. That's what he's been hunting for. He's got that Mad Max 69 Camaro Pro Mod car. 540, huge twin turbo deal. It could happen here. The weather's got it. The track has got it.
And he's done it here.
And he's
been in the 5s at this track.
At an NMCA event with that vehicle.
98 up here just recently. So.
And what is the NMCA Pro Mod legal weight?
I don't know. It was not an NMCA. It might have been the PDRA race or something.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure where. Actually, no, it's an 8th mile event. But he said he was here recently and had been making some hits and was successful up here.
My weight question points to the fact that here he's not operating under any rules.
Sure.
That thing could be lighter than it is at any kind of other race. He could be pulling, I mean, who knows? He probably has hydrazine in the thing, don't care. But the 5, that'll be a big thing if we can see that happen here today.
Absolutely, and the traction compound being laid down. We talk about this track opened in 1962. It is again, every track we're visiting this week has been open for more than 50 years. You may look at the place and go, man, it looks pretty good for a place that opened in 52. Well, about 15 years ago, they went through a complete, like $14 or $15 million revamp of this place from top to bottom, redid the entire place, and they've done a very nice job maintaining it. They maintain the surface at a high level. We got here this morning, the rotator tractor is out there working, and anytime you hear that rotator tractor, it sounds like nails on a chalkboard, but it's the most beautiful sound in the world because you know there's going to be plenty of bite on the racetrack.
Now that we've been here live for a little while, I think we've gathered some audience. I would like to give some context to the people at home about what Hot Rod Drag Week is all about. What we're doing here is an endurance test. I admit that I ripped this off from the One Lap of America thing when we first developed this. Yes, thank you very much. It was like, hey, that's a good idea. Let me just go ahead and take that for myself. What we do is 4 drag strips in 5 days, 5 events, and we make the cars drive from track to track. Nobody is trailering these things, and that's the key to the event. There isn't anywhere else where you can see cars like this in this volume that are this fast driving 1,000 miles in 5 days. Now what we do is we take the elapsed time from each car from each day. The racer's obligation is to hand in the time slip, which is his quickest, and we get their average throughout the week, and that's how we decide the winners in one of many classes. There's of course an overall winner. Gear Vendors honors the top 3 quickest cars regardless of class and gives away those Gear Vendors guitars for those, sort of become a signature of the event. The overall winner gets a Gear Vendors trophy, but then there are also How many classes are there at this point? 13?
Either a dozen or 13.
Yeah, that's about right. And so we have top 3 winners in every single class. So really, there's a place here for cars of any description. You can run in what we call the Street Machine Eliminator category, where there are no vehicle-driven rules aside from NHRA safety tech, and everybody's running on a 10.0 minimum or maximum ET, depending on how you look at it. That's the floor. You can't run quicker than 10.0. And the reason for that is if your car is quicker than that, we'd really like to see you competing in one of the other classes, which we call the class cars. No one here is running heads up, but in the classes, they are running against other cars that have similar construction. They have similar displacement. They're power adder or naturally aspirated are in 2 separate classes. And then it's also broken down by the level of suspension modification. Unlimited being just that. They can do anything that they want to the vehicle. In fact, they can run nitromethane if they want to. Anything can be done to the vehicle. We step down to the classes that are full tube chassis cars that have a steel production body on them. Then we get into the production cars that have modified suspension. The modified class can have like a ladder bar, a 4-link, that type of thing, on a small tire. So it's essentially Pro Street small tire. Pro Street is a ladder bar car, big tire. Then you've got modified, which would be on a small tire. And you'll see that a lot where there's a parity between big and small tire. Then we get into the bolt-on suspension classes, which would be Super Street. Super Street is the really fast bolt-on suspension cars. These are ones with a funny car cage. They mean business. These guys are running in the bottom 8s and up to mid-7s, 750s. And then the street race category is the most limited class in the whole operation. These things are basically bolt-on muscle cars, and they cannot run quicker than 850, which was a hard decision.
Right.
But we made the thought, we don't want funny car cages in those cars.
Sure.
We don't want intercoolers in the back seat. We don't want tin floors and things like that. And so those guys in street race are as limited as what you'll see at Hot Rod Drag Week.
So, you know, what David just described is basically, if you've ever seen the movie Good Will Hunting and he stands at the chalkboard and there's all the writing and the equations, that's kind of what just happened.
Sorry about that.
A lot of information, but that is really a walkthrough of all the categories. And one of the things, kind of on a basic level this year that we're seeing that maybe more so than any other year at Drag Week is the rise of the drag radial small tire car into potentially a top 3 finish. It could be I don't know if you've ever had a small tire car, I don't want to say make an honest top 3 finish. There have been guys that have been close or have been via attrition get there, but we have some small tire guys that are punching their way to a top 3.
You know who did it? The Pinto.
That's right, too.
Tim.
No, I was going to say Lewis, but it's not.
No, it's not. Boy, that's weird. I know that guy. Just can't come up with it right now. I'm looking through the list to see who we've got in the number 3 spot right now. I believe it is still Prospero.
No, I thought it was Glenn Hunter.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Glenn Hunter is now.
Yeah.
So small tire cars are out of the top 3 at this point. Top 3 quickest cars of the show are going to be Jeff Lutz, followed by Goldstone, followed by Glenn Hunter. He's got that red and white 56 Chevy. Was a blower car running on E85 years ago. He decided to take the plunge and go twin turbo, and now he is back and laying down the numbers. His quickest passes ever, which you see a lot at Drag Week. People doing their quickest pass ever.
Glenn had like the largest Whipple you could buy. It was like for some sort of industrial application that he had on top of that big block. But the twin turbos on the car working really well. He does race the thing frequently. I happened to see him a couple of months ago down at Maple Grove, Pennsylvania, running True Street at a Chevy event down there, and he's got the thing tuned up. Great to see him running hard. His pal Frank Romano's having a good week for himself as well in his own 55 Chevrolet.
He is. Now let's look at that disparity of cars and classes and yet how close they can be. So Glenn's average for the week right now is a 7.609. But then when you do scan down and find Prospero, he's got a 7.648. So a 6.0 to a 6.4 in completely different classes. One car, a Mazda RX-7 in Prospero's car, twin turbo big block Chevy, which is really your option here at Drag Week. Right. You either run a twin turbo big block Chevy or a turbo LS. Unfortunately, it's come down to that, whether you've got a Fox body Mustang or not.
Right, yeah, it doesn't matter what the body style is. Although we have seen Mustangs. Remember the Mustang with with the Buick V6 in it?
I remember the Mustang with the small block Mopar in it.
That is right, too. I forgot about that one, yeah.
It is the running joke that what you really don't want to do here is show up with a Fox body Mustang with a Ford motor in it, unless you're Jeff Sias, who is back here. I believe he's also leading his class naturally aspirated. We need to have a look at how those numbers have stacked up, because the class leaders will change, not only leaving the drag strip with the average numbers that have been handed in, but with the attrition.
Yeah.
Sabanaro falls out. He had just led his class, and then he's gone. It's that high and low and high and low. The thing we like about Drag Week is it isn't over till it's over. You got to run to the end.
Yeah, no, we've seen it more than once. A guy that's just hero level, blazing through the week, and then all of a sudden, the ship runs into the proverbial iceberg on Thursday, and he's unable to finish the event, or he has to take a 20-second elapsed time, which is, again, we saw that happen once yesterday too. It is better for you to take the tree, limp your car to the starting line, and don't actually complete a run, because then we default you to a 20-second elapsed time, than it is to take no run. If you make no run, it means you're out of the event. We talk about the class leaders, we talk about the guys that are running fast. The vast majority of the 300-plus cars still left in competition have one goal, and that is simply to be running at the end of the week. This is, in my opinion anyway, the deep end of the hot rodding pool. This is a very, very intense event, and it doesn't matter if you're running a 12-second car or a 6-second car. Everybody out here at some point goes on to their full-on, radar ear level mode and go, "What, did you hear that noise? What was that squeak? What was that?" Because every mile down the road is another mile closer to home technically, but it's another mile where anything can fail, and it often does.
A lot of people watching the live feed at home are people who end up here as competitors in following years, and a little bit of advice we'll give you is don't worry about how fast your car, worry about your survivability.
Yes.
There's so many cars here where people have thrown them together to try and dominate their class. They've never driven it on the street. They show up here, they don't make it out the front gate. This is a survival game. Now, you talked a moment ago about being far from home. Let's go into the situation with a bunch of international cars that have showed up at Drag Week.
Yeah, if you're just catching up with us here today at Drag Week, if you're just watching the Gear Vendors live feed right now, this is the largest field of international cars we've ever had, and we're talking our pals and palettes from Canada, we're talking cars from Australia, we're talking Denmark, Sweden, what am I missing? Denmark, Sweden. We have people here from what, Slovakia or Ukraine?
Oh, Estonia.
Estonia.
Yep, I met some Germans as spectators. There's some English guys here who have flown from around the world just to be here, which is cool on a spectator side, but when you think of the dedication to ship a car over, and a specific story I picked up yesterday, there's a 66 Bel Air running here. It's a post car, it's a sedan. It's a pretty cool car. They have a turbo in the trunk. It's very much a sleeper. It's neat. But they ship their car from Sweden. It gets here, they're testing, tuning, fooling around with it. They break a rear end. So they handle the rear end in it. They break a transmission. And then they put a new transmission in it, and they're like, where's the trans brake wire? There's no trans brake in this transmission. So they're running with no trans brake. They can't build boost off the line.
Okay.
Right, so he's foot braking the thing, and so it's a 9-second car that's running in the 11s. The guy's just beating his head against the ground with a hammer. So their solution was not swap the transmission again. I think they made the right choice. They went and got a 75 shot for the thing so that they can build boost off the line. Yeah, that's what you do.
Well, we were joking too in the way we were driving actually behind that very car yesterday, and I think I brought the point up. I said, of all the cars that have come from Europe or in Australia, several of them were built here, driven here for years, shipped over there, and then they've been shipped back for a short time to only go back home. But it's dedication for everybody, whether you live in Ohio and showed up the first day in Columbus, or whether you worked to ship your car across the ocean. We appreciate the fact that they're here, but man, the European guys, we hope you're having a great time. We hope you're enjoying it. The Swedes are here in that little crazy Opel Ascona, or Ascona, I'm not sure the correct pronunciation.
Anaconda.
Not an Anaconda or an Anaconda, as I called it yesterday, but very small car, very big engine with multiple kits on it, and those guys are intense as well. It's a testament to the event, really. I mean, it's the biggest compliment this event can get when people come from literally across the world to even just spectate. The guys that have the motorhome, we pulled up yesterday at one of the checkpoints, and there's just a bunch of dudes that are traveling the circuit with a motorhome, and they had set up lawn chairs just to watch everybody come in and out of the checkpoint.
I appreciate the number of competitors who have figured out that they need to have lawn chairs with them, because when you're stuck at the side of the road and your car's not getting fixed, you might as well hang out and watch some other hot rods drive by.
Speaking of that, we will be publishing the route each day on hotrod.com, as we have done. Also, take advantage of that. It'll be on hotrod.com. It'll likely be posted on the social media pages as well. But we saw more people on yesterday's route than we've seen in a while every town we went through, every corner we went around, we saw people sitting on tailgates of trucks lining the city streets or the streets in town. To me, that's the neatest thing, because this really is a unique experience. And obviously the event, the event was profiled on the news last night. I flipped on the news in the hotel room last night, and the local news channel saying, hey, US 131, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week's coming out there, yada, yada, yada. And unfortunately, it's raining on our racetrack right now, which is
I kind of witnessed that, but
but yeah, no, it's, the thing's got enough steam and enough momentum behind it that it really is a draw, not only at the racetrack, but also the small towns we drive through.
I think this year we have sort of a tight circle of tracks, more so than we have in the past, which is why in the drives we have to sort of send you out into the country and bring you back so that we can get the miles, because we never want to have fewer than 1,000 miles at Drag Week. But because the tracks are sort of, reachable in driving distance for the average guy, we've got people who are watching the gear vendors live feed at home who are like, man, I got to do this. They're realizing that they have to quit their job and show up the next day. And as a matter of fact, I would encourage everybody to do that. We're at Indy tomorrow,
yes,
which is a big deal.
Huge deal.
And then after that, back to National Trail, and that's really where you want to show up. We need to look at what the hours of National Trail racing are. I think they might be different than what we do every other day. I think it's afternoon.
Yeah, typically on Friday we pick it up in the afternoon and run into the evening.
Right. We'll go ahead and be able to announce that later on once we educate ourselves. But you want to show up back at National Trail because that's where winners are going to be decided, because, again, you really can't know who is winning a class until that car that's in the lead makes a pass and gets down the track on the last day. This thing goes literally until you are in the beams, because everything can go wrong at that moment and you can lose a class win.
Well, 100%, and from now to that point, who knows who's going to drop out, who knows who's going to be eliminated, and that's when you can get that shift, or you can get a guy that goes, man, if I could get another 200s out of this thing, I can jump into a class lead. So it does come down to the wire. National Trail will be the place to be, but today the place to be is US 131 Dragway here in Martin, Michigan, and unfortunately our drag strip is a little bit more moist than we would like right now, and hopefully whatever this is gets out of here in a hurry. We can get to drying this thing off and get competition started this morning.
A definite flashback to 2005, isn't it?
100% flashback to 2005 is exactly the way that went down. And you told the story yesterday, but the idea, because we had 41, or at that point we had 36 competitors here the last day of that first event, you brought it to a vote. Do we want to stick around and wait it out, try to drive the track, or just call it off now? And it was a unanimous, we're going to stick it out, we want to run the last day, and it was a great way to finish things off.
I can't imagine trying to pull that off now. Gathering all the racers in one place and having a vote, that doesn't happen anymore.
No, you'd be hit by flying beer bottles or...
Go ahead and tell the story of Tulsa where we were trying to decide if we were going to call the event or not.
Oh, this is spectacular. This is the story of two people being separated by a common language. So there was a decision made trying to be a decision made in Tulsa a couple years ago about on Friday whether the event was going to be completed on Saturday or whether we were just going to call it at that point. So you had made the decision, related it to me. I completely misunderstood your words, and I said,
I used the words like make the call or something like that, which technically is like, pull the plug. When you go, all right, make the call, that means we're pulling the plug. I said something like that. It was clear to me that I was saying, let's announce what I just decided, which was that we're going to race. Brian understood it as we're pulling the plug, we're not going to run again tomorrow.
Yeah, so I delivered that information with ferocity, and everyone's like, oh, and you're like, no, that's wrong.
I'm standing right next to him, and literally, I hear what he says, and like a chill comes in. I'm like, what? Probably the first time in my life I ever actually just took the microphone from him.
You went straight Dan Rather.
I know, and I should have probably just let it go and called it a day. Washed my hands and walked away, because that made some decisions. I think Mike Roy was the big one, where if we had called it that day, he would have won, and he was broken. But since we were racing the next day, it took him down. I was unpopular at that moment, and there was a couple of other guys had the same deal.
Yeah, if there was a secluded spot at Tulsa Raceway Park, that you would have been found dead in it.
I know, it's true.
There was a couple guys that wanted your hide, but I think at the end of the day, the event really finished awesomely on that Saturday. We had a great time, and you always want to go out, at least in my opinion, at this race, you want to go out racing, unless it's completely impossible. You want to see this thing finished in the way it should be finished.
There's so many stories at Drag Week that are sort of like that aren't even mechanically related. I think let's go ahead and talk about 2005 here at US 131. It's our very first Drag Week. We had to deal with the consequences of the rules that we have about not being able to put your car on a trailer in the event. Now, I'm not going to name any names in this story, story because I have no reason to drag anybody through the mud. That is such ancient history. Don't really care, but the circumstance is pretty funny.
Circumstance is pretty funny. So Kyle, one name we can name is Kyle from 1320 Video, who's here this week shooting video and covering the event as well. He got a hot tip or something, ended up behind a shopping center somewhere on the route between wherever we were coming from and here. Was it Columbus? Or was it? Might have been Columbus to here.
Don't recall.
I think whatever it was.
That's what I have you for, is the brain.
I believe we were driving from Columbus here. But anyway, Kyle ends up behind a shopping center, like hiding behind the bushes or wearing one of those sniper ghillie suit things or something. And he manages to see a truck and trailer pull behind the shopping center. And lo and behold, one of the competitors drives his car into the trailer. Now, it had been raining that night, and everyone had been driving through the rain and this and that. It was a really nice car. So he drives the thing into the trailer. And then all of a sudden, the communication starts where, hey, there may be video of somebody cheating. Some malfeasance may be afoot.
In that room right there.
Yeah, the room directly next to the announcing deck. So now we get here the next morning, and all of a sudden, it's kind of the buzz amongst the people that are inside the event of what's going on. And holy cow, this may be a thing. We may actually have to throw somebody out of this deal. And so there was like this big decision being made. Now, someone came up and posted the protest. Someone came up, there was a $100 protest fee. Someone came up and put the $100 down and said, we have video evidence that, they made it official. We have video evidence that somebody's cheating. Okay, so that we review the video. And
Well, but the immediate question was, this isn't cheating if he doesn't show up today.
Right. So then it was like, is the guy going to come up here and race, or what's the deal? Well, lo and behold, what drives into the racetrack?
Well, you're skipping one critical step, which was the night before, everybody had the buzz going about the video before the protest. And it was raining still when we arrived at the hotel. And this particular car came driving into the hotel parking lot in the rain. And so
That's right, too.
So everybody was like, wait a minute. So it was in the trailer earlier today, and now it's driving into the parking lot. And the tension was, will he actually show up at the drag strip the next day? And he did.
Yes, he did. Now, at that point, somebody ran up and tipped the guy off that he may be in hot water. So what he basically did was he came up and forfeited himself out. If you're looking back at all the stuff, he he gave up. He said, I'm out. But if somebody hadn't tipped him off, the big question is, would he have done that preemptively, or would he have been eliminated from the event or disqualified, so to speak? But that was like the big controversy. I don't know where the $100 bill ended up. I know all of us signed it.
Oh, yeah, that's right, we did.
What
What happens, and you know what, I think that's the only official protest we've ever had at Drag Week. We've had whining, but we haven't had an actual money on the table protest.
Has risen to Vienna Boys Choir levels. but the only actual protest we've had is that one, yeah.
But what happens if you do protest and you are correct in your protest? You get your money back.
Yes.
If you are wrong, you donate that money to the guy you protested. So that's kind of fun. But fortunately, we haven't had to deal with that ever again.
No, and hopefully we never do. I mean, I think one of the cool things is the competitors at this event there are two things that are always impressed me about this event. Two, the competitors kind of want to protect the sanctity of the thing, and they are their own kind of police force, I think, as far as legitimacy and everything else on the road. And the second thing is, everywhere we drive in this race, we're going through these small towns and all this stuff, there's always police out. And they're not out pulling people over, harassing anybody. They're there watching the show. And it's a testament to the guys and girls that are out here that drive in this event that, knock on wood, we don't have anybody out there doing anything really overtly dumb on the highways and byways.
Except for, driving a 4,000 horsepower Pro Mod down the road.
Right. Well,
that's not overt.
That is unstated. But no one's, because of the event, you want to finish, you want to do everything else, it really would be the wrong thing to do to go out there and blow your car up trying to be an idiot.
Burnouts, donuts, and such. Yeah. It is incredible we haven't had a massive incident with equipment violations.
Yeah.
It really is. I shouldn't talk about that till the last day. Yeah. Because that's going to happen now.
Other thrashes we heard about yesterday, the Aussie guys in the Chevelle that ran in the 8s yesterday, defying logic, physics, and the laws of nature. He went into the 8s. They had a ring and pinion issue last night. I believe they got that fixed. So I've not looked out and seen those guys yet, but we're thinking they're going to be here at some point. And we hope they're going to be here at some point. Love to see that thing finished a week.
Maybe we can get Alana to come up here in the tower and tell that story, because she was riding with this car all day. Or all day yesterday. If you're watching at home, I know you know the car we're talking about. It is an orange 69 Chevelle SS396. These guys dragged it out of a field last year, or they came from Australia, dragged it out of a field, ran the thing. It was like a 14-second car or something. They broke the 4-speed, had a riot. They come back this year, and all the junk is hanging out of the hood. He's got 2 turbos that you cannot see around. Dude's doing like the Ace Ventura out the side of the window to be able to see. And Alana from roadkill.com was riding with them all day yesterday and reported on some breakage that we saw last night. So did you get a hold of her?
No, I was trying to see. She was in the room next to us a minute ago.
Okay.
During the inside.
She's out doing work.
She's out working.
Yeah, hustling. As a matter of fact, let's talk about that. If you want to see more coverage of this event outside of, our gorgeous presence right here, what you want to do is hotrod.com. That is where the pulse of Drag Week is. You want to go there and look at all the coverage and all the videos that they've got. Also look at Hot Rod Mag on Facebook, Hot Rod Magazine on Instagram. And as we mentioned, Alana, she's here with roadkill.com. Roadkill, of course, being the show that I do on YouTube, but it's not just a show anymore. It's so much more. It slices, it dices. It has events, it has a magazine, it has a website, and we're bringing you coverage of things that are outside just glorifying ourselves. We're doing coverage of 24 Hours of Lemons. We got a lot of stuff there. Sure. We've got news on roadkill-y kind of stuff, and of course, Drag Week is that. So Alana is here making roadkill.com happen this week. Also, Roadkill on Facebook, Roadkill on Instagram. Here she is. I'm going to hand her the mic, and Brian, you can get the story.
All right, Alana, share, ladies and gentlemen. She steps up here into the, now we're going to have you hold the newspaper up to do a proof of life thing, every hostage video. No, my question, how are the Aussie guys doing? Did they get the ring and pinion fixed, or what was the
Well, I was just going to go search them out because they actually kicked me out of the car.
Oh, really?
No, not really.
Oh, it would have been cooler if they did.
Well, they kind of did.
Okay.
They blamed me for the breakage. So far, I'm 0 for 2, so I don't know if I'm going to get any rides today.
So really, who were you with the other day?
Well, so I was with the Toyota Land Cruiser.
Okay.
And they had an absolutely heroic fix.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys talked about that.
This is cool. They have a small block Mopar in the FJ40 style Land Cruiser. It's like a aluminum body tube chassis. How did they fix their pushrod problem?
Well, okay, so the small block pushrod is sort of a cup and ball, and the cup broke on one of the pushrods. And so they're standing around, they're looking sad, and one of the guys goes, I think this socket's about the same size if we just sort of kind of drill it out a little, hog it out a little. And so this was Derek is the driver and Dylan was the passenger. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm a little bit sleepy. I stayed in a very stabby hotel last night.
I heard.
Yeah. But so anyway, so they sort of drill out this little socket and they cut off the broken end of the push rod and they're sort of measuring it out, and then with a hacksaw
Good.
on the back of a pickup truck bed that had pulled over, and then they used red high temp Loctite.
Oh, that's the stuff.
To connect them together, hammered it down, put it back in the car, and then made it because that happened maybe 30 miles into the drive the day before yesterday. So they made it whatever it was 200 miles.
Yeah, another 200 miles.
They get to the track. Then they take the push rods out, wire up the rocker arm, make the pass on 7 cylinders, and I think it was like a 12 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't totally horrendous.
And I asked him, I was like, you could just break the beams, take a 20, and, spend the rest of the day fixing the truck and move on. And he's like, well, that's not fast enough.
Nice.
We're still in it.
It's good spirit right there.
And, so I believe that they're still in it. They got it fixed after that. They found a shop. Guy made them a whole new set of the custom push rods, and
nice.
Expecting to see him here.
Regarding the Aussie guys yesterday, was the thing just started making real bad noise, or was it an immediate? What happened?
Well, first of all, it's hard to tell real bad noise because it's full of Australians.
There is that. The cacophony of weirdness, yes.
Yeah, we were cruising along, and it started, that sort of chattery, chewy, whiny sound that a gear.
That sounded like someone shaking a cereal box.
Well, it sort of sounds like a toddler having a tantrum while eating Cheerios.
Okay, I like that.
So it started making that noise, and so we pulled over after the checkpoint, and then dropped it out. They weren't real kind to it, taking it out, and we made a mess, and it was a mess inside as well. And then after all of that, they decided, well, let's just put it back together and try and make it, because we couldn't get a gear set right then, and it's kind of a big deal to set it up in a parking lot anyway. So one of the guys was like, if we had just kept going and not taken it apart, we'd be in the same boat, only about 3 hours ahead of where we are right now.
Yeah, we just cost ourselves multiple hours here.
So after they got it back together, they were like, well, you could still ride with us. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll get in
But
the
we
truck.
prefer you didn't. Yes.
Yeah, we want to make it there. So I don't know. This is something, Freiberger, I don't know what to say about this. When I used to ride with people on Hot Rod, they would win. Like Tom Bailey, I rode with him on he won the whole event. As the second I'm with Roadkill, I ride with people and they break.
Effectively, the worm is turned.
So I don't know.
It's the nature.
Roadkill, we make our own stories by breaking everybody.
It's the nature of it's the roadkill way. It really is the roadkill way. Talk to us where we can find more coverage of Drag Week and what you guys are concentrating on the roadkill side of things.
Well, on Roadkill, we are obviously concentrating on everything that we're breaking. So you can find that on the Roadkill Show Facebook page, Roadkill Show Instagram. And one of the things we're doing on Instagram, which has been really, really fun, is that all the racers are sending us photos and we're putting those up. So
Cool.
basically the racers themselves are running the Roadkill Instagram page.
Nice.
And it's been great. I mean, we've all kinds of good stories. I mean, there are people who've sent us stuff. The Omni guys sent us a picture last night. They made it here. I think they had a blown head gasket. And just a friend of a friend was like, oh, I've got a garage right next to the track. Why don't you
Nice.
just, and it was a nice garage, too.
So a good shop to work in and get the
Yeah,
repairs
so
made.
like stuff like that's been happening, so.
Okay, one last question. What is the worst thing you have eaten so far on the road in your travels? Or what has been your worst meal? Have you eaten a whole day of just gas station food?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I think that almost entirely that's what I've been eating, except for yesterday where we stopped at Jimmy G's Barbecue.
Oh, nice.
And it was fantastic, and he was awesome, and he was super into cars, and he invited his friends over to come look at the Chevelle.
Oh, cool.
And I recommend it. We had, that was a pretty good meal, which is good because I don't think I'm going to be eating any other
Yeah,
good
it's back
meals.
to beef jerky and gummy bears for you.
So much gummy candy.
So much.
I mean, when they cut me open, it's going to be bad.
Well, Alana, thank you very much. We'll let you go back to
Yeah, I got to go find the Chevelle.
cruising the pits. You're going to go find the Chevelle, and it's been awesome following along this week. And again, roadkill.com, the Roadkill Facebook page, Roadkill Instagram, and their Instagram is what, Roadkill Show, right?
Yeah, Roadkill Show for Instagram and Facebook and Twitter as well, I think. And then I was looking at Freiberger right then, but you
Yes.
guys can't see him. And then roadkill.com, because big galleries. I got Wes Allison helping me shoot, and Eric Rood is here today helping me shoot. And we have actual stories, so if you want more information about the stuff that we've been talking about, or the stuff that you've seen on the live videos, or the stuff that's on the Instagram page, you can find that on roadkill.com.
Awesome.
Going on with Lutz since you were there live.
Yeah, Jeff Lutz, we blew past Jeff Lutz on the side of the highway this morning, but you actually stopped and talked to him.
Yeah, I always stop. So I think they had maybe a wheel bearing failure. So front wheel locked up. They had a pretty long skid, which I imagine was pretty exciting. So they have a flat spotted front tire and broken suspension parts and completely cooked brakes. So
It's close to valve training.
Yeah, well, the photo I saw,
they did have the valve cover
Oh,
off.
look.
But
Thank you,
you know, I mean,
sir and
I feel like that car is basically like whenever they stop, they just pull the valve covers off to check things.
Just
so.
because.
Yeah, well, and it looks cool.
Well, the good news is we have equipment on the racetrack. It is drying the track right now. The puddles have stopped jumping, and the sky is lightening up. Actually, a little bit of blueness being able to see through the clouds there. I'm okay with you breaking competitors' cars. I'm not okay with you bringing rain to our event. So that you need to
That
stop
is not
doing.
my fault.
Well.
I wasn't even here when it was raining. In fact, I got here and it stopped raining. So,
Oh, is that how it works?
yeah.
Awesome.
All right, I'm going to give this back to Freiberger because I'm sick of me, so I assume you guys
Run
are.
for your life. Thank you, Alana. And
Thank
Steve,
you very much.
Set. Ready? There she goes. Look at that.
Ooh, like magic. Come back anytime. So yeah, I was looking a little bit at the video that she did on the Roadkill Facebook page about what
is going on with Lexi Baby. It's a little gruesome. He's got like
Yeah.
a whole front suspension apart on the side of the road. He is looking for a brake caliper
Wow.
and a wheel and tire. Because apparently they completely flat spotted a 25-inch wheel and tire.
that is dead. You're not picking me up? That was strange.
Yeah, that's
So what I was saying before my mic apparently failed was I was looking at the video of Lutz that Alana took at the side of the road, and he looks like he's in some trouble now. He's looking for a brake rotor, and he's looking for a 25-inch wheel and tire, or I assume he would accept just a tire if he can change the thing. But that thing is like a yard sale at the side of the road. They got stuff everywhere.
Yeah, that is rough stuff. The suspension part of that and the braking part of that is very concerning because this is a guy who's going to be hopefully going 240 or 50 miles an hour in that car, and it's got to be right. So.
Well, we have seen him pull the plug before over things like just being way too tired to even carry on. I think he realizes that he does not need to hurt himself over winning this thing. But on the other hand, if anybody can persevere through that, it's him. He's changed a crankshaft at the side of the road. So I'm not concerned.
You know, geography plays a role in guys getting their stuff fixed as well. Tomorrow, we're going to be literally 2.5 minutes from some of the biggest, most elaborate fab shops in the country with all the NHRA teams.
In Indy, of course.
In Indy. So if this happens down the road from the racetrack tomorrow, not that they're going to have someone on the shelf, but somebody knows somebody who knows somebody, and they could be there in 20 minutes to help them. Up here in Michigan, we don't have that same level of connection, so he's in a little bit more of a rough spot here than he would be otherwise.
We're getting hand signals from the booth next door. It's sometimes a little bit difficult to translate the hand signals that aren't actually in English.
Yes, those are Alan hand signals, so those are from Denmark. So Alan's going to come around the corner. Oh,
Holland, yes.
Holland.
Yep.
So Alan, step right up, Alan. We've got a bunch of guys here. So Alan is one of the guys who shipped his car over. You have been coming to the event for years, hanging out with the likes of John Farone and some of the other guys, but you finally took the plunge and shipped your own Camaro here. What was that process like?
Pretty long. The actual shipping was only about 6 weeks from Holland, but I started doing paperwork back in January, just getting all the temporary import arranged. So it's quite a lot of work and a lot of red tape, basically.
Worth it though, right?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun. I know, you're a gearhead, you get a bunch of stuff over there, and it's got to be a lot more fun being able to be in your own stuff rather than helping to help somebody else.
Yeah, exactly. It ended up being my Plan C car that I took over, so.
You got a twin turbo car over there, right?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. My Plan A car was actually a 67 Camaro with a twin turbo LS2, but you can only save up so much money in a certain time period, and then after a while I realised there was a gap between drag week and the money I could get together. So then someone said, I think it was actually John Farone, he said to me, he said, well, you've got a twin turbo Dart, why don't you just ship that one over, that one runs. I said, well, that's a good idea, I'll just take that one over. And back in November, I decided to pull the transmission because I was having some trouble with it, and I wanted to replace a converter anyway. Pulled it apart, and it was trash. Oh. So yeah, that was a problem right there, and I'm still having fueling issues. Not getting enough fuel to the car, and need a new pump, and so then I decided to pull the plug on that one. Because I do have a new transmission, but it was still waiting over here in the States. So I'm shipping that one back as well.
I mean, the Camaro's nice and clean, and it's cool to have you over here, man.
Yeah. The only problem is at the hotel parking lot this morning, the MSD6A Digital just shit itself.
Oh no! So you're looking for an MSD6A Digital.
So if anyone has one out there, I'm parked behind the tower and the yellow Camaro.
Or any kind of ignition box, I assume.
Yeah, well, preferably the 6A Digital because I can plug it right in. It's just one of the newer generation ones with the connector you can just plug in.
I think you can probably get that handled.
Yeah, I think there's got to be somebody out there. So again, Alan's looking for an MSD6A Digital or any ignition box you can rustle up that he'll make work.
Yeah, well, I drove it over on the points from the hotel over here, so I've still got points in the distributor. So.
Well, Jim Forbes can tune you up on the points. He'll tell you to throw the ignition box away.
Yeah, he has a dual point in that thing.
All right, so guys, Alan's looking for that.
Thank you.
Looking for the ignition box. Thanks for coming up, Alan. The racer from Holland, again, one of our European guys that shipped his stuff over. And so cool. Dedication to do that is amazing.
And he was wearing flying your colors.
I'll tell you what, that's why we had him on camera.
I thought so. Bankshift.com. Do you have drag week coverage going on?
We got some. Yeah, it's. I've been bouncing around trying to get some stuff up. Eric Rude did a really cool event layout for us with all the classes and everything. So we're chipping away at it, but you guys are killing it, so it's great.
Cool. We like to have coverage from other people. That's been sort of an on and off thing over the years, depending on who our upper management is on whether we should have outside coverage on these or not. And my vote has always been yes, because this is a great event and I want to spread the word and also help out all the people who have worked so hard and spent so much money to be here. And so on that note, we've got Street Machine Magazine out of Australia who's here, who is also running their own drag week kind of event down under. And we've also got 1320 Videos, so go check out their stuff on YouTube and also 1320video.com.
So the drying process continues. Again, I keep checking back. There's a little puddle at the end of the racetrack. I'm not seeing it jumping at all, so I'm assuming it has stopped precipitating out there. Mark Cicino, one of the first guys at the front of the lanes, actually has the car up on the jack stands right now, which I guess get a little extra time to do some maintenance.
Right there.
The thing to dry, yeah. You know what's funny? One of the great kind of conversations we had, not to go completely off topic, but talking about seeing his car on the jack stands down there was, you go to a drag race now outside of this event, because this event's different, but you go to a normal drag race, you see each class kind of qualify with their own class. Well, up until the early 80s, that's not the way it worked. Like when you went to the U.S. Nationals, you had a top fuel car, you just sat in the lanes next to stock eliminator guys or next to anybody, and they would pull out 6 pairs from these 2 lanes, 6 pairs from these 2 lanes, 6 pairs from these 2 lanes. There was no rhyme or reason up until 1984 about that.
84, really,
Yeah.
because I would have been going to OCIR in Pomona by 82, and I don't recall that.
There was no session qualifying with any train until the early 80s. And one of the things that's like a misnomer when people are looking at old photos, they go, look at all the people in the stands watching stock eliminator back in the day. This is what drag racing's dying. The reason they're sitting there is because in 10 minutes they could see 2 top fuelers running down the racetrack.
So you're going to bring that back?
I know, because I think it's a total calamity. And I was doubling back because talking to some of the racers, like when I was talking to some of the old timers that were there at Indy, were saying, what you would do is you would go down the racetrack and go immediately back to the lanes with all your tools and everything. You would service the car, cylinder heads
In lanes.
would work in the staging lane.
I have documentation on that. Yeah, I've seen that happen. Would they actually run a fuel car next to a
No.
stock? Yeah, they would wait till 2 fuel cars came up and sent them down next to each other. Okay, that makes sense. And that is one of the things you'll see here at Drag Week is a Pro Mod car in one lane and a guy's inline 6 Rambler in the other.
Old school in that respect.
And the good news about that is that the Pro Mod's going to be so far out in front that the Rambler's not going to have a problem. But sometimes you'll see a situation, and people are confused by it, either in the grandstands or watching at home, where one car will just sit and have, a 13-minute reaction time. Sometimes what they're doing is actually letting somebody else get out of the way because you don't want to be in a 6-second car, chasing down a 14-second car, and wad yourself up against him if he does something stupid or if you get squirrely.
100%. On that note, Tim McCamus is a great chassis builder, and likely many of you out there, if you're into the style of drag racing, have heard of Tim McCamus. And many of you out there might know that Tim McCamus has become famous over the last couple of years for making some of the most raw and honest internet videos you'll ever see. And he just put out a gem the other day, so not giving him a total plug, but if you go to the Tim McCamus Facebook page, you'll see Tim on point with a video about one of his customers who has a Pro Mod that has been crashed into twice so far this year by guys who surely shouldn't have been in the seat in the car next to him. And to say that he pulls no punches,
Nothing on the table?
it's like a knife fight.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really something to see. But anyway, the point David's making is very valid, and all the competitors out here have a lot of respect for each other, whether you're running the slowest car in Street Machine or you're running the quickest car in Unlimited. Everybody respects each other, and a lot of experienced racers that'll go, you know what? I'm in no hurry. Let this dude get down there, get out of my way, and then go tearing down the race.
And they're helping each other out there on the pits, too. So there's a lot of that where you'll see the top guns are out there welding on somebody else's car, or lending them a tire, anything like that. I'm going to mention for the people at home who are just tuning in, we are waiting for the track to actually get ready. We had some drizzle this morning. We do have cars packed in the lanes, and I hope we'll be going to action as soon as we can. When we do, you're going to want to spread the word about the Gear Vendors live feed. Tell everybody that we are hot once you see cars going down the track.
I think one of the runs of the week this week, at least for me anyway, was yesterday. Brian Goldstone's low 680 pass looked really good, and they were getting kind of more aggressive. And that last hit he made, the thing really turned. It was like you saw the slick was all wadded up, and it's like, oh man, hopefully this thing doesn't shake, and it didn't. And then when it went in, I think it was an 81 or something. It's a steel-bodied car, man. It is amazing stuff.
I think you were more excited the day before when he completely slalomed the thing down the track to that 696 or something like that.
More
It's close to
excited that
690.
he was still alive at the end of that.
Right, yes, he got the Gold Stones Award for that particular pass. And we're talking about the 6-second AMC Javelin. It's the red car with the graphics across the front. I feel often for the folks at home, we got to explain to them what cars we're talking about, because it's always easier to remember the car than the name. You see that in my career at a magazine all the time. Somebody will walk up, hey man, what's going on? Eyes glaze over. He's like, yeah, there's my Camaro. Oh, that guy. You always remember the car more than the face.
Lonnie's asking for racers to find a towel glaze. I don't know what just find a towel apparently. You dry your cars off.
I was gonna say, I suspect he's asking them to knock the water off the car so that they're not bringing the drizzle to the track, so they're not dropping stuff. If you got a towel, if you got a t-shirt, if you got a squeegee, please get the water off your car so we're not leaving it on the track.
So yeah, that's an important thing because even the moisture that's just kind of on the body, it's going to blow off, and we don't want to. Again, we didn't want to have this thing perfect. Once we're able to go down the racetrack, we want to hit the ground running and really start turning some laps through here. We want to make sure that you're able to get out at a decent hour and get to the next stop. I have a feeling, I've not seen the route yet. I have a feeling this may be our long leg.
I have no idea. It's interesting. I used to be the guy making all of that happen. It was me, Michelle Turson, and Jenny Smith running Drag Week. But now we have a crew of people who are handling that, and someone other than me did the routes. So I'm finding out about it when the racers are. You can go to hotrod.com every day and actually download the route directions. So for the people watching on the live feed, you can get out there and see these cars driving by, maybe in your town. So go to hotrod.com and get the list. Actually, you can come up here on the tower and grab one. What do you got, Brian?
I'm in a remote location on the other side of a window from David. I've grabbed directions. So a 240-mile-an-hour haul for us tonight. So that is going to be a good one.
So once again, you want to come out to your town and see these things drive through. It is pretty amazing to watch all of the cars come by. Everything from, like, I'm seeing a 12-second Caprice down here that is dressed up to look like your grandmother's car on its way to the bingo program at church. And then you've also, of course, got 6- and 7-second cars. What are you looking at, Brian?
I grabbed a direction sheet just so I can get a look at what we got in front of us this afternoon or tonight or tomorrow morning, whenever we get there. But another 240-mile drive, so been fairly consistent. I've been about mid-200-mile-an-hour pulls the last couple of days. And again, if you're sitting at home going, gee, that's not bad, you just do the thing. Most of that drive is done at about 40 miles an hour. So we spent very little time. I think yesterday was a grand total of about 3 miles on an actual highway yesterday. And then it was very cool, 2-lane roads. Thankfully, we got out at a decent hour yesterday, so the majority of our drive was made during daylight, which we couldn't say for the night before. And, personally, I think for me and maybe for many of our competitors, I love it, man. We saw some really great little towns yesterday. Went through that one town center around a traffic circle with a cool old theater. I mean, you see stuff that you're not going to see anywhere else.
Yeah, the edge is taken off that a little bit when you're sitting in your 7-second car overheating with a valve train clatter and a squeaky roller. But so those guys aren't having as much fun, but the slower cars definitely get a nice cruise. The reason we do that, though, is a couple of things. Some of the racers don't like hitting the highway. They've got a lot of gear in the car, or they just don't want to be cruising at 80 or 85, or they don't want to be sitting in traffic.
Right.
They'd rather be on the back roads, but the real reason that we do it is to actually put them through some paces, put them on some windy roads, and get some potholes in the program. Eddie Miller walks up to me yesterday, "What's this I hear about 5 miles of dirt road?" It's like, no, dude, it's not that extreme.
No, that was your last girlfriend. That's a totally different thing. Eddie, speaking of,
Eddie is my last girlfriend?
5 miles of bad road.
No.
Ever heard that expression? Okay, so, the longest pull we ever had, at least in my memory, was 420 miles. Remember that one? Going from Memphis all the way back to Tulsa?
Sometimes in that case, we do have to just hit the highway and motor. It can get pretty brutal.
Yeah. And that was, and again, we talk about not seeing people on the side of the road. There was a fair amount of carnage on that 400-mile drive on the highway because, of course, we rode through the biblical monsoon storms that sent a couple of competitors spinning. Thankfully, nobody too badly, but we mentioned before, the rain gets real creepy because a lot of guys driving on drag radials or even ET streets, and those are not an aqua tread, as we said the other day.
Which just draws attention again to the fact this race is not just on the track, it's out there on the roads. I wish we could live feed from the middle of nowhere. There's no cell reception in a lot of places.
No, they can't hear you scream in many of the places we drive through. So
it's like the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah. You have no one to rely on but your own self. So we're making headway out there in the racetrack. As I look down out of my window here in the timing tower, the thing is coming around pretty quick. So hopefully we'll get an update from track staff as to about a rough start time here. They still got some work to do, but the good news is this thing is drying itself off right quick. Great facility here, very well kept. The Peterson family running this baby and doing a nice job at it. Home of the IHRA World Finals this year. It came out, Jason Rupert. I don't know, do you know Jason Rupert at all?
No.
Nostalgia Funny Car guy, was a very successful alcohol funny car racer, has since become a Nostalgia Funny Car racer and has dominated the IHRA circuit on the Nostalgia Funny Car side. He's run the March Meet a bunch of times, but they locked up another championship up here, which was cool. Ricky Smith and Billy Glidden are up here, set a couple of IHRA ET and speed records. So there's plenty of racetrack out here, and it is a place that has proven itself time after time to be very, very fast under the right conditions. And as long as it's not raining, we got the right conditions today.
And speaking of some of the pro drag racers, we have Larry Dixon Jr. here with us this week, running his little street car, which is super cool. I think I see him right there drying the grill off on his Nova.
Yeah, there he is down there, almost into the tens. So close. He went 11.0 something yesterday, so today may be the day. You get that LT4 motor in the front of it, plenty of power, and they'll have plenty of traction, maybe a little bit more dense air, if not a little bit more moist air. But it'd be great to see that thing get into the tens. And, you know, Larry was in a thrash like everybody else was. That car has only been completed for a week or two before he came out here to do anything. And so he's got the full drag week experience right up to the sleepless nights trying to get the car done.
He has been threatening to do this for a long time, so I'm glad to see that he's actually made it out here, which is the story with a lot of people. They work for years to make this happen. Sometimes it comes down to the day before registration. There's a bunch of cars out here that weren't running a couple of weeks ago.
Well, the scope of the event reaches far beyond just the streetcar style community. As we've said 100 times, there are like every NHRA crew guy, lots of NASCAR crew guys, lots of crew chiefs. They're all very, very fond of this event because it appeals to the basic level hot rodder guy. And as much as people want to bag on pro level drag racing about not being about hot rodding anymore, I can promise you that every one of those guys that works on those cars or tunes those cars is a hardcore hot rodder, that most of them have stuff in their garage that they're either building or screwing around with. And they all love the idea of this for the same reason that you do. It's a great adventure. It's a cool trip. You get to come out here and see cool cars. And to me, that's kind of the greatest compliment of the whole thing, where it goes across all party lines, all boundary lines. You know, you get people out here from literally all walks of life, and everybody's chummy, having a good time.
And of course, the reason that Brian actually knows what's going on with those crew guys in NHRA is because you mingle, because he's actually the top end guy who announces at most of the NHRA national events, except what's going on this weekend.
I will not be in Charlotte because I am here.
You actually chose this over that.
I did. I don't know. I would never want to miss this. It just is too much fun, and we have a great time entertaining ourselves.
Yeah, mostly in the car on the way home.
But no, this is just such a unique experience that I'm always feel very privileged to be here to do this. So I would not miss it for the world.
I have only missed this once. I actually left the company for a year to go do that Car Junkie TV thing that completely went Hindenburg within a year. And fortunately, they invited me back, and so I have run 11 out of the 12 drag week events, and I hope I always can.
That's awesome.
Of course, we have the full Hot Rod staff here this week. Evan Perkins is the new editor-in-chief of Hot Rod, and he has with him Tom Taylor, Brandon Galogli, Philip Thomas. I guess Eric Rude is here now.
Yeah.
Of course, Alana's doing the thing for Roadkill.
There was a homeless guy with a laptop they scooped up last night, too.
Really?
He looked
They
promising.
just brought him in. Did he look like you?
Yes.
Yeah. My body double Brian Loans. That's the new joke of the week. It's like every morning it's the T-shirt roulette to see what you pull out of the bag. And we both won today. We are wearing the same
we went
shirt.
full deer hunter on this one, yeah.
Although I know yours says staff and mine doesn't. Is there something I need to know?
You've been demoted. I'm sorry, your last check is in the mail, yeah.
Brian and I actually got to know each other on the very first drag week, 2005. He was here reporting for Competition Plus, and I think that you had probably just chiseled your way into that by working for free or something like that.
No, that was my job at the time, and I had talked to Bobby Bennett, who's the editor of the thing. I said, man, this is crazy. It's super unique, and obviously, Bobby's site mostly spends his time on the traditional, large series drag racing stuff. And I said, I think this is a cool opportunity to do something that people are going to be talking about, and it's crazy. And yeah, he signed off on it. I was like, whoa, okay, cool, and off I went.
Well, your job was that and slinging manure.
No, at the time I wasn't. At the time I was doing that full time.
Really?
Yeah, at the time I left my job at the water company I was working at, and I got to work for him full time. And then I ended up going back to that company. Similar to your story of leaving Hot Rod and
coming back.
I kind of had the same scenario there, and then I ended up in the fertilizer business for a couple of years before completely removing any sort of productivity from society and just doing junk like this.
I specifically remember, which I know is a highlight, that would actually happen to me, sitting after the first drag week at a table in a hotel restaurant somewhere going, that was amazing. What can this actually become? People always ask, did you know at the beginning that it would become what it is now? I think we actually suspected that it was a hit. People dug it. There was no way to know that we were going to be turning down cars, bringing in people from Europe, seeing 6-second runs. The thing has exploded. People ask all the time, you invented this thing. I was like, no, I didn't. The participants invented this thing because without their spirit and their cars and honestly their cash and dedication, this thing would be nothing.
None of us could believe that on Friday at this place, Larry goes 838 and did it in the left lane of the racetrack, pulled a big wheel, standing there. I'll never forget, I was standing right at the bottom of the tower. And it was just like, no one could believe that this thing had driven that far and done it. Now, Larry didn't win the first week. That was Carl Scott that won. But he did make the quickest single run. And it was just that conversation at dinner. How fast is somebody ever going to go in this thing? And you're like, how much faster can they go than 838? Because legitimately at the time, you know, who's going to go faster than 830s in a street car? Like, how is this possibly going to escalate? And, of course, we all know how that's gone completely, you know, nuclear.
To bring that back a little bit, that's almost exactly what Max Carter ran at the first Hot Rod Fastest Street Car Shootout. But at the time, Max Carter's car, also a box Nova, like Larry Larson's at the time. It was a full tube chassis car. It had a, you know, Zeus on front end and everything. People are like, okay, Fastest Street Car Shootout, that's not a street car. I am so worn out on the what is a street car conversation because there's so many people who just want to, you know, chisel away at what it is or isn't in their minds. And so that's really why this was born, is to say, okay, let's take all that off the table and actually make them drive on the street to find out.
As much as the conversation makes you or me want to gargle bleach, the reality is it's a very important part of this event.
It is, because it's answering the question everybody is asking, and then giving them an opportunity to say, well, no, that's not the answer to the question everybody is asking. That isn't the fastest street car because I don't believe in carbon fiber cars, because whatever. And I'll take that as a moment to point out, people have always focused on Unlimited at this race. They've always looked at the top-end cars and criticized them because either they're a tube chassis or they've got a carbon fiber body or whatever. Well, guess what? There's another 12 classes full of actual automobiles in this program. And have a look at them, because we've got more 7-second cars on property than ever. 7s is the new 8s. 8s is the new 9s. I mean, it just gets faster and faster. I haven't counted up the number of 8-second cars, but
they're growing on trees.
It's ridiculous. Do you ever show up even at like an NMCA race and see, you know, 38-second cars?
By sheer volume, no. And one of the reasons is, you know, a lot of that style racing has gone to 8th mile. You know, when you look at a lot of that style, and it's for the same reasons as we're seeing out here, but a dedicated radial car now, no matter what the class is so fast. You know, and those guys are not trying to drive in the street legal, so they're obviously a lot lighter.
Yeah, it's a whole different world.
But, you know, you don't see as many 8-second quarter-mile cars because there isn't that much quarter-mile racing being done anymore. There are some classes, but the majority of stuff's going 8th mile. One of the things I wanted to bring up, too, you know, as many Monte Carlos as we have this year, the first year was obviously like Novaville, USA, because we had Carl, we had Larry, and, of course, Phil Cooper. Didn't Phil Cooper have two, right?
Well, one the first year, but, of course, then he had the second one.
Purple and Purple 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there was also another couple of, you know, of the slower style cars that were there. Steve Morris, the engine builder for Clark Rosenstengel's car, for Tom Bailey's car, showed up at the first drag week in his white Caprice station wagon. If you've never seen Steve's wagon, it's like a 96, the Orca Whale style Caprice, white with the wood grain down the sides. Well, he has a new skinny kit chassis under it, the same style of chassis that Tom Bailey has under his car. Of course, he's building the power plant. He wants to bring the car back. He did not make it past the first day at the first drag week. The thing blew up at Kansas City International Raceway. He then came back the last day and made he came back one of the days he showed up, might have been here or something. He showed up and we let him make, or you guys let him make some exhibition runs.
And we usually do that. If somebody falls out of competition, you know, we still want to put on a show. We want to give that competitor his money's worth. An example of a car that's in the middle of being fixed right now and working on coming back is Brian Coleman's 31 Chrysler Coupe. That car just came out of a complete rehash, longer wheelbase, more serious, blown early Hemi in the thing, trying to run nitromethane, which is sort of cracked. We haven't seen that yet, at least as far as we know. Right. But he sent me an email last night and said he broke a Bruno. And to me, that tells me he's got a Lenko in the car.
Yeah, I believe that. So there's a Bruno drive on the front of the Lenko, which is a torque converter style drive.
But he broke it, fixed it. He's planning on being in Indy tomorrow so that he can lay down a number. And then after we clean up that oil, we'll get back to racing. Brian totally missed that punch.
No, I totally got it. I totally heard that. Well,
you glazed over when someone distracted you with something else.
So amongst other things, during that first day in 2005, Justin Burcham was a guy who really made a name for himself. At the time, no one really knew who he was. He's made a name for himself in the modular motor Mustang era. JPC Performance is his shop out of Maryland. He showed up with, at the time, one of the new,
'05 Mustangs.
The new '05 Mustangs, and remember he'd come in the pits and wabba,
Wabba! That's Keith Turk called the guy Wabba.
Yeah.
That was his name.
Well, do you remember what he did? Like we had an oil down out there, and the KCIR crew, it was quaint, I guess is the way to put it. So we had oil down, and they kind of went out there with some pixie dust and drove over it a couple times and gave him the thumbs up. He went out, grabbed second gear, and the car spun a complete donut in the middle. Remember that? It spun a 100%,
I do.
360-degree donut in the center of the racetrack before you get to 330 feet. He comes to a stop, and everyone's like, he didn't hit anything, and then he just kicks it in low gear and drives it back up to the starting line. Like, what am I supposed to do now? This has never happened to me before.
Bunch of stories like that. Man, it brings back memories. I need you to actually feed the memories back into my brain so that I can recover them.
Rob,
behind you.
Hey, Larry Dixon, come on in, man. Step into this. Yeah, see, we conjured you up. We were chatting.
How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
So, hey, this is awesome. So, Larry Dixon, 3-time NHRA Top Fuel champion and official Drag Week competitor. How's things?
I'm surviving. Straight up.
We saw you the other night. A group of guys pulled over at the side of the road. You were hanging out with them. What was going on there?
Which time? We've had, not necessarily with my car, but like fuel pump issues, water pump issues, cooling issues, all different kinds of things. We've gotten help from different guys. We had one guy, honestly, we got pulled over because we had a water pump issue. Had a guy pull over just a plain Jane Suburban, and he says, hey, what's going on? I see all these cars, and I'm like, well, it's drag week, and everybody's running up. Oh, wow. And he says, okay, cool, bitchin'. And then I said, as he's getting back into a Suburban, I said, hey, you wouldn't happen to have an electric water pump for a big block Chevy in your Suburban? He goes, no, but I know someone who might.
No way.
He makes a phone call. Guy shows up, got 2 water pumps, and like, which one can you use?
No way.
Yeah, so I mean, turning it from a joke to like the guy actually helped us out. So it's and you hear stories like that from everybody during drag week.
So is it living up to your expectations so far?
Oh yeah, well it took me all of one day to figure out it's not about all the time you take at the track. Yeah. It's one and done, and get the heck out of here, because your drive from point A to point B might be anywhere from 6 to 12 to 14 hours, so, and sometimes longer.
Any of the NHRA buddies checking in on you, see how things are going?
I've been posting on Twitter and stuff and kind of giving updates, and yeah, I've been texting back and forth a little bit. So yeah, it's been fun.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Car's running good, man. 11-0 yesterday.
Yeah. I'm hoping. I saw the weather here. Wasn't expecting the rain, but saw it was going to be cooler. So really hoping to break into the 10s today.
Now, when did you finish that? Because I know you, like everybody else, were on a thrash. So how soon before the event started did you finish the car?
I got the car actually done like Friday night, but before tech, and I took it out on Crawfordsville Road by IRP, because that's where I'm working on it, and just kind of from a 30-mile-an-hour rolled on the throttle and broke the input shaft on the transmission.
Awesome.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm literally done, because it's I call the guys at GM, hey, broke the input shaft. He's like, well, sorry, I could probably help you Monday. And I'm like, dang, okay, I'm done. And my buddy's got a shop, and he says, no, you're not done. Calls his buddy that's got a tranny, shop, got the parts, got a stock converter, because it jacked the converter up. Stock converter, got a stock input shaft, put it all back together. I didn't put it back together. He called another phone a friend thing. Literally, the auto shop teacher from Ben Davis High School, which was the guy, and it's on Twitter, like the guy that was building it. He's the auto shop teacher from Ben Davis High. Stayed there. We worked till 1 o'clock in the morning Friday night to be able to get it done, and then we didn't do anything with the car on Saturday. Just tried to make it roadworthy. And then the first literal drive on it was from Indy to Columbus.
Holy cow!
Yeah, and 17 miles to the gallon on the way to Columbus.
So there you go. Yeah, it's practically a Prius compared to some of this stuff.
Yeah, the guys I'm running with are hoping for 8. So when we stop for gas, I get a soda and wash the windows, and they don't like it.
The guys you're cruising with, your friends from home, guys you met out here, or or a mix of both?
Yeah, well, one of the guys, his name's Walt Herr. He's got a shop in Brownsburg, Walt's Hot Rod Shop. actually, Leah Pritchett,
Yeah.
she drove his car, but he used to do the clutch on the Miller Lite car for about 10 years. So like I've known him,
Forever.
literally forever. So when the engine and all that stuff kind of showed up late, I was hoping it would show up in April, like so you could kind of do it in your garage and take your time. Well, it showed up July 22nd. So like it was, and they don't make an LT nothing fit a 66 Nova. So it was like make the mount. You see the oil pan. I mean, I got the stock front end on the car, so I literally had to blow a hole through the oil pan. Brand new LT4, everybody's like, "Oh," and I'm like, well, the engine that was in the car had a hole in the oil pan. Why not this one?
Yeah.
So it don't know. So modified the engine to fit the car. So I really try to keep everything with the car as stock as possible and just slide that drivetrain in.
And how long have you had that Nova?
1988.
1988.
Yeah, I bought the car, less motor and trans for $700. Put a motor and trans in it, ran around a little bit on the street, and then ended up hooking up later that year with Don Prudhomme. And I'm like, well, I'll work for him for a year or two, and then go back to my car. Well, I stayed at Prudhomme's, for 20 years. So, but I kept the car. I never did. I just drove it around
Yeah.
cruise nights and some of that stuff. Hadn't done a whole lot with it. Now this is the most serious I've been with it since '88.
Nah, man, it's great to have you out here, and it's glad to hear you having fun and
Oh,
getting the
gosh.
full experience like everybody else is.
Oh yeah. Next year I know I'm not going to worry so much about hotel rooms and stuff like that because it's just a place that you shower, change, and go to the next town. But man, what a blast! And just having such a massive group of car guys. The automotive sport is, it's shrinking. It seems like there's less and less of them. So to be able to get yourself around a whole bunch of them, it's cool. It's a convention on wheels. So it's badass. I'm really stoked to be here.
Good deal. Well, I think we're making good progress.
Tell us a story about your dad's 55.
Yes. Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard that off camera. Freiberger wants a story about Larry's dad's 55 Chevy.
Well, it goes back. He had a 55 Chevy, and he had a small block in it, and then he put two carburetors, and then he ended up putting, a big block in it, and then ended up putting a blower on it, and then ended up putting alcohol in it. And, years and years ago, I'm going to say back to the 80s, he was in Carcraft's Real Street Eliminator.
Wow.
Back in the day. Yeah, with this big, massive engine and then trying to do a slalom course with front runners and stuff. He'd nail them in the straightaways, though.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and then he ended up losing that. He broke a rod at Bakersfield and got coolant on the tires, and then took out every corner of the car, and so that he had to bury it.
Yeah.
And then he resurrected it with the 55. My first car was a 55 Chevy. He ended up, because I wasn't doing nothing with the Nova, let alone the 55. So he ended up with the 55, and then did that for a real long time, and had that, and then sold it. And he kept wanting to go. It's funny. He raced top. He went from a 55 Chevy and worked his way all the way up to Top Fuel. Got out of Top Fuel, then went back to a 55 Chevy, and then worked his way up. And then he's got a Roadster now that's got a blown injected on alcohol.
Yes, I've seen that
Yeah,
car. That thing's nasty.
And he runs at some of the Good Guy events and the hot rod reunions and such at Bowling Green. So he's a car guy. He should never have to retire.
No, the bloodline certainly held on there. Now, Freiberger's got a good picture. Show it to the camera.
I was wondering if you had ever seen the car before. But
I've seen that photo. Now that yes.
It was these guys before these guys.
A full frame with a cage, and that thing would just twist up. The doors wouldn't close. The car reminded, and this is dating myself, but one of the cool cars that I thought from a 55 era was Bob Bunker. He had the Folsom
Bunker's
Flash.
car, yes.
Yeah,
Bunker's car is iconic, man.
back from the Outlaw Pro Gas days,
Yeah.
a long time ago. And that car really reminded me of it because of the same green and everything. But man, it just it hauled the mail. Nothing like what the guys are doing now, but it's still
Bunker,
a cool car.
Dave Riolo,
Yeah.
Charles Carpenter. They say Charles Carpenter went out there. They have those epic match races out there. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I had all those magazines, and I'm reading, all about those cars out because, you're a kid.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to do.
The weird thing of the evolution of drag racing, when Pro Gas started, it was like the super exciting, fun class. Now Pro Gas eventually turns itself into Super Gas, which isn't exactly the most exciting thing to watch anymore. But back in the day, holy cow.
Well, yeah, because they were just kind of hopped up street cars. Guys were running them. Then you had Outlaw Pro Gas, and
Yeah.
then you ended up with Supercomp.
Yeah.
Because the cars were getting quicker. But but that's what guys do. Guys and girls for that matter.
Sure.
You just go out there and you hot rod your stuff up.
Yeah, we've seen more than a couple guys over the years start out with something in maybe the Street Machine Eliminator class that have ended up, with just wild stuff out here. So, man, we're glad to have you here. Thanks for coming up and helping us fill some time as we're drying the racetrack off. And
Yeah.
hope you have a success. I hope you see a 10-second ET on the board.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping so too. I'm thrilled because it's like once I left Norwalk, I said, from this trip on, I'm going to be closer to Indy. So if I break, I'm going to be closer. So like,
Good.
Yeah, but it's been a great trip, and I'm going to sleep in my own bed tonight. Hopefully, I
Cool.
get there, and then we'll finish up in Columbus.
And not to pry too deeply in anything, but there was obviously an announcement made a couple weeks ago. You purchased some assets to try to work on your own Top Fuel deal.
Yeah, just collecting equipment. You know, I trying to let companies know that this isn't just a pipe dream. If you throw me a big check, I'll just go out there and buy all the equipment and go race. It's like, no, I want to do this. So it's like we've got the equipment, you know, the haulers and the cars and, you know, all the blocks, heads, pistons, everything it takes to go racing. And clutch discs, those things are rare items.
Oh, did you get a whole room full of them? Or what?
I think you have to buy everything
Yeah.
else so you can get the used clutch disc, you know, because those things are like gold. But seriously, just, you know, to be operational. So if something came along, whether it's a 2-race, you know, 6-race deal or
turn
whatever
key
like
and
that.
go.
Yeah. And so, I mean, you got people kind of, you know, build it and they will come. So
Cool.
hopefully we can get some signage on the side of the car and go out there and play.
I tell you to put a roadkill sticker on it, but that usually doesn't end well. So
Yeah, I don't think he's going to cut me that check. He's a smart man. You're going to keep it.
the finish line explosion photos, 'cause that's really what happens with the roadkill stuff. You might get some extra press out of it.
Yeah.
That'd be the benefit.
Yeah, well, I definitely roadkilled enough stuff in my day, you know. Do you have to be on the ground to kill, like, roadkill, or can you be air killed?
Yeah,
too?
'cause he's air killed.
Guys, I've
Gainesville,
air
yeah.
killed before. So,
Well, thanks a lot, Larry.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we're going to be getting close to racing. They're spraying the racetrack, and I know you're close to the head of the staging lane, so go down there and go into your Zen mode, or whatever you Top Fuel guys do, and get ready to race the car.
thanks. Thank you for letting me be up here, and thanks for letting me hang out this week. It's been a blast so far.
Awesome.
So, yeah, thanks,
Good to
guys.
see you.
Yeah.
Larry Dixon, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Larry. Get
Thank
to skip
you.
Under the back of our elaborate studio here.
Yeah, it's very pro. Yeah, it's right on top of production.
So traction compound being applied, that means we are way close. Lonnie Grimm's down there staring at me like he says, look at your phone, you big idiot. I probably sent you some sort of a message, although I have not seen the message yet.
The world of texting has changed announcing for Brian Lowe.
Well, it's not in a bad way for this event, but normally I do not look at my phone when I'm doing this because I feel like it distracts me. But this I need to because this is how we keep in communication. So that's why I'm bad at it. Right now I do not have a message from Lonnie yet,
Let me check.
other than the telepathic one he's sending me going, you idiot, please look at your phone.
I'm glad I got him to tell the story about his dad's 55 because I remember this thing literally inspired by it in the early 80s. It was this green 55 Chevy just all hanging out. Let me interrupt for Brian's note.
This is a message from Keith Turk. Keith needs to see Brent Brownsberger, car number 322, just him, not the car. Keith is in the impound area. He needs to see Brent Brownsberger. You do not have to bring your car. You just got to bring yourself over there. Keith needs to see you.
So is this a car you had ever seen before, Larry Dixon Sr.'s 55 Chevy?
Yeah, once I saw that picture, I've actually seen that photo before, the 55 coming off with that kind of cool twist of the blown motor and the butterflies open, yes.
Yeah, this is looking like it's probably a Bakersfield, but this thing inspired me at an early age and made me get into the type of cars that we've got here at Drag Week. It was just such an awesome car to see that thing in a 55 Chevy taking it seriously. In the early 80s, I remember Gray Baskerville at Hot Rod really sparked this thing, looking at some of the cars. I'm trying to remember. I mean, there was Steve Castelli, who runs his Hot Rod Willys, but there was Cole Cutler with that 34 Ford that was really crazy with a sock motor in it. There was also Guy Rouchenet. And
slightly before then, there was that Gary Kolofsky 55 Chevrolet.
the Kolofsky car, for sure. We'll go even further back into the fast street
Fish.
cars. Yeah, and we get into Steve Fisk.
Fisk, okay.
Right,
yes.
with the 70 Challenger. And there was a Gap and Roush Pinto that made its way onto the street also.
That was the sudden death car.
Right. So we're talking 1979, 80, 81. That's really where the core of this started. Although I was talking to you the other day about how really the question about what is the fastest street car and the thing about rules creep goes all the way back to the origins of NHRA when they first had stock cars, then super stock, and gas was really there to be the most extreme of the street legal cars. The gassers initially carried license plates and lights before they gave up on that program, and really funny cars were the same thing. All of a sudden they started rules creep, and they started to alter the wheelbases, they started to get crazier, they started to make floppers, and it was gone.
My opinion, and this is my opinion only, if you want to look back at old drag racing photos and cool classes, look up street roadsters. Street roadsters through the 60s and kind of mostly into the 70s before the whole thing kind of changed. They were some of the neatest cars out there because, again, you're talking full fenders, you're talking lights, you had to have all the equipment. Now, by the time you got into the 70s, none of that stuff really had to work anymore, but it was still there. The guy named Hugh Tucker had a 31 Chevy Street Roadster, which I think is one of the coolest drag cars of all time. You look up that thing, you love it. It's got a blown Oldsmobile motor in it, sits up real high.
The B&M car,
Yeah.
silver one.
And there was actually a short period of time when the Gassers and Street Roadster guys would match race each other as kind of a small circuit before the Gassers really kind of started to dominate that.
I have to admit, I get a little snobby about this, where these days, any car that has a straight axle that's jacked up in the air, people just go, oh, it's a gasser. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
That could be a modified sports.
Yeah, your 68
You know-
Skylark was never actually a car that was raced in the gas classes.
Right, well, it could have ostensibly been, but just because the nose is high doesn't mean it's a gasser, especially if it's fenderless. Fenderless cars didn't run in gas, but that's another rant. What do we got here? We have a racer looking for some parts?
I think, Tanya Turk had the cue card over there, and she is, there she is, she's back. Scott Taylor, take your laptop to Alex Taylor's pits. She is at about 660 feet down the racetrack, of course, on the pit side. So Alex Taylor needs Scott Taylor. You got to take your laptop to Alex's car at 660 feet in the pits. They are flowing in here. We had a little bit of a friendly wager going on yesterday about whether the crowd here at US 131 would surpass the crowd we had in Norwalk, and I am on the side of the Michiganders saying that it will, and I am thinking my money is safe in my pocket right now because they are coming in here awesomely.
We are watching that muddy field fill up.
Yeah, baby.
Actually, I don't think it rained that bad, but yeah, they are definitely pouring in here to see the fastest legitimate street cars, proving it, driving 1,000 miles in a week.
So the track is sprayed, the track is dry, and I believe we're just waiting to get some folks in position here before we crank things up and get the program started for the day. Thanks for the hard work of the US 131 staff. Really not too far off the old schedule here. It's 9:15. We're hoping to get things going about 8 o'clock, of course, and awesome.
And if you're a racer in the pits, stay tuned to announcements for what we will do for adjustments on the schedule throughout the day. Lonnie will be giving us that information, and we might have some time adjustments. Also, I'd like to thank our sponsors. Gear Vendors is the title sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. They also made it possible for us to do this live feed, so we hugely thank Rick Johnson for that. Also, Rocket Brand Racing Fuels, which has been with us since day one in 2005 on Drag Week. Jack was probably right here at US 131 with us in 2005. And we've also got Monty Smith from NOS and Precision Turbo and Bear Brakes supporting Hot Rod Drag Week.
And again, the Bear Brakes guys giving away a SS4 brake kit. Go see either Mike Javanis or go see Bill Fowler in the pits. You sign up for the drawing. They give you a Bear Brake sticker. You run the logo. You sign up. You get a chance to win that brake kit. And hopefully Jeff Lutz is in the brake drawing because he's in need of some brake action right
Yes. One of the greatest photos I've seen from Drag Week I showed you last night. Guy stranded the side of the road.
Yeah.
That green Javelin has it. It was interesting. I cursed him. I road killed this guy because
Yeah.
I ran into him at a stop, and I'm like, how's it going? Everything is great. Like, apparently 20 miles later, the transmission falls out of his car. But this photo that was awesome was them working in the dark, and they'd taken glow sticks and written, "Help us," on the ground so that people would stop and actually help. And
Yeah.
that's kind of just the stuff that goes on here on the road at Drag Week.
Yeah, trying to think of some of the more epic roadside fixes. A guy named Jeff McConnell, who has won the naturally aspirated category at a Malibu, fixed a cylinder head with a beer can one time. He fixed they had a set of really kind of hogged out cylinder heads, and one of the, I believe it was a wall, the intake port broke out of it, right?
Yeah, it went through the push rod hole, which
Yeah.
is fairly common, but he went in literally with a beer can and epoxied it over the hole and kept on going.
There's that. I remember seeing guys just under easy. I mean, the ones that crack me up the most are when it's raining out and the guy has to set up an easy up in the breakdown lane of the highway to go replace a camshaft or something.
One of the best mechanical moments I've ever seen was very early in the Drag Week years. What are you looking at, Brian?
I'm looking at this literal crowd of people that are flowing in here.
It's
insane.
huge. So do you remember, Grand National guy, wants to stay in competition. His goal is to finish. He's got a Buick Grand National, and what happens is if your car is broken down or something and you want to stay in competition, we let you take the beam, and if you break the beam, you get a 20-second ET, and you're still in competition even though you're never winning.
Right.
So this guy's got to do that. He's got the cylinder heads off of his Grand National. Time is coming down. He's only got just a few minutes, so he slams one cylinder head on this thing. He duct tapes off the ports on half the intake manifold, bolts half the intake manifold to the one-cylinder head. I think he had a dead piston in another hole. He fires this thing up on 3 cylinders. It's chugging along enough to actually make it into the beams and break the beams. And it's just like the greatest victory ever for a guy who is never going to win anything. And that's what I love about the spirit of what happens at Drag Week.
I cannot remember the guy's last name. I believe his first name was Brent from the Topeka, Kansas area. Remember he ran the Buick with the one iron head, one aluminum head for a couple of years?
Buck McCoy.
Buck McCoy, that's what it is, yeah.
McCoy. He was actually here on day 1. I see him come
Oh, really?
hang out with his friends at Drag Week quite a bit, but he's brought some crazy cars. Yeah, he had a Buick Skylark that was complete sleeper, looked like trash, one iron cylinder head, one aluminum cylinder head.
Here we go. It is Tom Zengel and it is Mr. Ray Myers as we begin to kick things off here. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, day number 3 at US 131 Dragway here in Martin, Michigan. And Ray Myers, 2 out of 3 so far, is being the first guy down the racetrack.
Which was, of course, his goal last year. First guy down the track at every single track. You got to make your own victories.
Myers running in the Barracuda down there, and of course he is running in the Super Street small block naturally aspirated class. He goes through the 8th mile at 100. Well, he goes through the quarter mile, I should say, at 10:03.7 at 1:34.53. 10:03.7, 1:34.53. 12:76 for Tom in the hot rod. 106 miles an hour for Tom Zengel over there. We now have Neil Hedgepeth coming up in his Corvette, and Gary Weigert. Gary Weigert celebrating his birthday this week, and he is driving his 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Neil Hedgepeth in his 2007 Corvette Z06. Not that you're necessarily a Corvette guy, not that there's anything wrong with being a Corvette guy, but older Z06s are like the greatest bargain ever. If you ever see them you can find them on eBay for like crazy short money. LS7 motors can really take a pounding as well. As Neil Hedgepeth is now deep staged, Craig Weigert is fully staged in his Pontiac, and out they go. Neil going to sit there. That might be putting him back in again. Nope, we're not. Craig Weigert goes down the racetrack. Weigert, 10:53.4 with a speed of 128.1 miles per hour. And Neil Hedgepeth goes down 14:40 with a 0. Kind of a very odd lap there.
Unfortunately, his 5.77 second 60 foot's not going to help him out there.
It ain't going to cut the mustard. So we'll definitely be seeing Neil again. The way we're going to structure today is the same way we structured the other days around here at Drag Week. We run our class cars right now. You can, if you're running in a dedicated class, you go ahead and run during this early session. We then stop this session, run our Street Machine Eliminator cars, and then in the afternoon we have a wide open category for everybody to show up and run. Dave Stewart's truck is really nice, David. A 1949 Chevy 3100. Fairly mild small block in this truck, but just well done. Beautiful stance. I like the white wall tires on the front end of it. Of course, got those nice big rounded fenders on that late 40s Chevy truck. 15:32.3 with a speed of 86.91 miles per hour. Darren Pape and Dave McKenna coming up right now. Pape is in a very, very sanitary clean 1967 Nova, and David McKenna, the 1966 Plymouth, on the Napa No-House side of the drag strip.
The Plymouth is in street race, big block, naturally aspirated. He's been running 1160s. Let's see what he's got now.
Darren Pape shoves it through 11:09 with a speed of 128.72 miles an hour, with David McKenna going 11:63.9 at 114.97.
That Plymouth has run 1162, 1163, and 1164 in 3 days.
I'm going to guess that dude's likely a guy who took that car out of bracket racer mode, put it into street car mode, and he is out here having a blast this week. Well, Jason Doshier, this could be our first really quick run of the day, with Dean Kyle coming up in the 1957 Chevrolet. Doshier's car is an 8-second hitter. It is a 1983 Mercury Marquis station wagon. It still smells like your grandparents inside. It has the tan interior. It has likely been driven more times to church on Sunday than any other car here, or bake sales or whatever. Wow, look at him go! Man alive, a humongous and very, very hard landing for Jason Doshier out there. You want to talk traction? That thing was like in suspended animation, 4 feet in the air. goes 10.98.3 with a speed of 88 miles an hour. And David, he would like to use that 88 miles an hour to go back in time so we can put the oil pan back under the car. On the other side of the racetrack was Dean Kyle, and he goes down a 12.76 at 106. Wow.
On the live feed, we're going to work on getting an instant replay on that if possible.
So James Carger and Mark Manor coming up now. Manor is in the Chevelle, Carger in his Mustang. And again, Carger, a very quick car. He made a ton of runs yesterday at Norwalk. This was a guy who clearly has a plan of where he wants to end up each day, and he stuck around in Norwalk until he got there. I'm telling you what, just by the looks of the way these cars are leaving, this track has humongous teeth in it. 132 in the 8th mile. Carger goes 8.63 with a 2 and only 133 miles an hour. So either that thing got hurt or he's out of the throttle early. Mark Manor goes 12.06.9 at 112.81. Dave Barry and Corey Pant coming up. As you have depth, you've combed through the depths, David. What have you found?
Corey Pant is in Super Street small block, naturally aspirated. This should be a 1080s car, the green Plymouth in left-hand lane.
So the Plymouth got an inch in. Dave Barry. Barry running in the naturally aspirated Super Street small block category. So a little shoebox Chevy Nova going to line up next to the 340 powered Mopar, the Duster. Almost 108th mile for Corey Pant, and right through the stripe, he goes 10.86.6 at 123.52 with Dave Barry going 11.041 at 126. So here comes Curtis Johnson. Well, it should be Curtis Johnson, and he's going to do his burnout. His mom calls him Curtis. We call him Kurt. Just over 500 cubic inches of Chevrolet Rat motor, and they are shutting him off. Much in the same way his day began yesterday, Kurt Johnson came up and got shut off at Norwalk. Then he went 890s. Apparently a puddle of fuel underneath the car. Meanwhile, the great-looking hot rod that's been jammed but not fully painted yet gets down the top end, 12.401 with a speed of 113 miles per hour.
Now, Kurt Johnson getting pushed back right now has a big distinction here at Drag Week. He has won Class 5 times, tying with Larry Larson.
Bunch of fuel barfed out of that thing when he came out of the burnout, so they're going to go back and make sure that they get that squared away. That is a naturally aspirated big block Chevy, as we mentioned, and it is an 8-second car.
890s. And let me clarify, he's not won overall, but he's won Class 5 times. Brian does the math on all of this stuff, and there was another data point that you were telling me last night about what could potentially happen. I guess if he wins again, he's the only 6-time winner.
Right. If he wins again, he'd be the only 6-time winner in the history of the event. You get guys like Rick Prospero, who have won multiple times. Mike Roy, of course, has won 4 times. Jay Brown has won 1, 2, 3, 4 times as well. So the Caprice makes the burnout here. If you're looking at Jeremy Stelford's car going, why bother with this? Well, that's because it's got a 502 cubic inch big block Chevrolet in it. And those rear tires that look like they're little skinny white walls are actually a set of drag radials that he has had custom made with with a narrow white wall on it. Not going to pull a wheelie, but it is a cool car that it runs way harder than one would ever expect, including the I Heart Bingo license plate, or I Heart Bingo bumper sticker. And then there's Sean Powers over at his Fox Body Mustang. Powers 122 in the 8th mile, 9.07.6 for Powers at 152.80. And there goes Jeremy, 12.39 with a 2 at 108.15 on the VP Racing Fuel side of the drag strip.
Powers is on the top of the Super Street Big Block NA class right now.
Oh, man. He's on the top of something, a giant cloud of smoke up there at the top end. Don't know if he landed on the brakes late or what the deal was. Yeah, that smoke's trailing off the back of the car. I think we might have to go down there. Someone may go down and take a look-see or not down the shutdown, but they made the turn off fine. I think he might have just been late on the brakes. John Dodson and Christian Damgard coming up. Damgard, one of our European racers, has come all the way over and shipped this massive 71 Impala with him. John Dodson, the most lapped 8-second car this week goes 8:65 with an 8 at 155 miles an hour. Damgard and that monster 600 cubic inch powered 71 Impala goes 11:73.4 at 114.85. I guarantee we will see Dodson again as he went a 60 flat yesterday. The 65 now, a good opening hit for him, but he will come back and lace into it a little bit harder. And Damgard, again, he goes 11:73.4 at 114 miles an hour. So many big cars here this year as Paul Nichols and John Coleman come up.
Paul Nichols clearly having dragged that car out of a field, put a chassis under it, came to drag week. He camps in this vehicle. He's running in our gasser category, which is just for nostalgia-looking cars.
So Nichols was with the nose-high stance, just going to sneak across the finish line first, 12:64 with a speed of 104. John Coleman rattled the tires very hard off the starting line, still manages to fly down there, 10:08 at 157 miles an hour, the mile an hour indicating there's a lot more there, as you will see. Ralph Hogue coming up, the 1968 Nova. Watch Ralph Hogue's car about 150 feet out. It tried to go into a power wheelie yesterday. Today it just ripped the tire off. He'll be back again. Jason Rada driving down in the Monte Carlo. Rada sprung for the extra Lando roof option on that thing, big spender. 887.2 at 161 miles an hour for Hogue, as Rada goes 1068 at 126.
Kurt Johnson is back.
Right according to script. Same thing that happened to him yesterday.
Oh, and look at this unlimited street
Yes.
rod that's pulling up next to him.
I believe that Jan Kisling went in the 8s yesterday in this thing, if I'm not mistaken.
You would be correct. He
Yes.
ran 877 the first day. His two-day average, 893.
Yeah, the full fender 1934 Ford Coupe. And there goes Johnson on a big wheel stand. Kurt Johnson, Lee. We normally don't see that out of that car. Johnson hauling through. He's looking for an 8-second time slip. 8:91 with a 2.
That may be the quickest pass we've seen out of him at Drag Week. I don't know his number from yesterday, but 91 is low. He's usually in the 99, 98s.
And again, the speed, a naturally aspirated 500-inch big block engine going 152 through the lights is big-time stuff. There's Major League Snot. Speaking of Major League Snot, Sean Mote. Here he comes. It is the 1969 Cadillac Coupe de Ville that has a 500-inch Cadillac motor, has a single 100-millimeter turbo feeding it from the rear. It is mounted basically under the floorboard on the passenger side. It goes in the 10s. It has gone 208 miles an hour in the standing mile. This thing defies the laws of good sense and physics on a regular basis as Bobby Admire runs for his life and Sean Mote spools that turbo. The Ohio-based runner heading down the racetrack, and again, a set of raised port aluminum cylinder heads on this thing. Cadillac motor through and through. Wow, 10-14 with a 6. Holy smoke. Sean Mote at 134.81. Bob Admire goes down to 12.71 at 111, but that is the quickest run by Mote we have seen by a ton. Wow.
Backing up to that Kurt Johnson run, that 891 in the big block Mustang, what's interesting is he's in a battle with Jay Brown for big block naturally aspirated, which is easy for me to say. Jay Brown's got a Mustang with a camera motor in it. I'm getting news he lost 2 lifters, one on each cam, scuffing lobes. He's swapping the cams right now.
Wow, that's a thrash, and those are 2 very hardcore guys, 2 very dedicated drag week runners as Matt Moore and Tyler Sandell go down the racetrack. Tyler is driving the El Camino, and Matt Moore gets down first, 10.66 with a 2 at 130. The Elky goes 14.75 with a 0 at 95 miles an hour. If there is a slowest car award, which typically there isn't, we may want to lock Daniel Ashlock in for it right now. The slowest car on purpose, I guess we would say. This is the Rambler American over here, not a National Rambler, but a Rambler American that has the inline 6 engine. You can see that Ashlock is very concentrated. He doesn't even have one hand on the wheel. He is just coming slowly up the starting line. That is full throttle, ladies and gentlemen, as Glenn Bridger heads down on his Camaro.
Bridger's there in a Pro Street naturally aspirated class. He runs 10:45. What's interesting is I saw his car number was 6. That means that he was one of the guys who was drinking Red Bull all night, waiting for registration to go live. He was right there on the trigger finger.
Quick draw McGillicuddy on the mouse.
This event sold out 400 cars in 18 minutes. And obviously he got in early.
There goes Cole. I'm just announcing it in my water bottle. I was not talking to the microphone. I was just talking into my water. That is pro level. That is pro level stuff. Marty Kester goes down. 9:12.9 at 147 as Colt, whoa, oh, burnout, there's Honkin' Parts fall off. 10:67.8, 124 for Colton Graham. You pointed in such an excited manner, I thought that someone was, jumping the Grand Canyon down there.
Well, you were informing me earlier that we had not seen Honk if Parts fall off yesterday. Perhaps you were incorrect. I was also witnessing his somewhat crossed up burnout there and really enjoying that crew cab with a 414 cubic inch turbo small block Chevy, an actual classic small block Chevy and not an LS motor.
That is an 8-second car, and I'm an idiot because he did run yesterday, obviously. So that is Richard Stanky coming up, and he's driving this car. It is called Honk If Parts Fall Off for obvious reasons. It looks like the thing's about to fall to pieces, but it is done in such a great way. It is a very fast, very well-sorted race car, and he is next to Matt Boonell in the third-generation Camaro based out of New York.
Currently fourth in modified power adder.
Wheels up and then just dancing those front tires off the pavement. Richard Steinke, 129 in the 8th mile. 8:58 with a 4 for the four-door Chevelle with a speed of 160.03 and the high fives right along the wall in the starting line. That is awesome.
Right on pace with what he's been doing all week.
Jeff Sias coming up right now. You can see Jeff Sias and the guys all dressed in uniform as they are all dressed up as competitor Mark Cicino today. They are in full Mark Cicino garb, including the Steve Johnson Induction Solution shirts and the shades as well. Yeah, baby. Jeff Sias is on a great run. That's a stick car. He dead hooked the thing through the nose in the air. 8th mile speed of 110, and Jeff Sias goes 9:79 with a 3 at 136 miles per hour for the 427 Ford-powered Fox Body Mustang.
And a naturally aspirated car, a past winner in this class, which is Super Street Small Block NA. He is in a battle with Ray Myers in his 67 Barracuda. Listen how tight they are in a 2-day average with ET. Myers is right at a 991 with a 2. Sias has run 997 with a 6. So we've got hundredths separating these two cars after 2 days of drag racing. They're going to be fighting it out for the number 1 and number 2 positions in Small Block NA.
Kind of an interesting move. We had a competitor come in just in that 15 Camaro, just break the beam and back out. There is Terry Angel. So obviously maybe something to fix there, kind of an insurance move. Take the tree, get yourself locked in so you at least get the 22nd elapsed time. It is now Randy Chrisman coming up. Chrisman in the Le Mans and Nick Taylor coming up. Taylor driving the Malibu. Chute hanging off the back. Taylor's car runs well. Randy Chrisman, you got to love that kind of butternut yellow, whatever the color name of that would have been, but a really nice car, and there is a whole lot of sheet metal there surrounding Randy Chrisman.
Nick Taylor in Super Street Small Block Power.
Whoa, Taylor's on the bumper, and he pogo sticks it down. Chrisman has problems. Taylor stood the thing up on the back tires, and Taylor, like a boss, goes 909 with a 2 at 145.68.
And looking at the consistency of that car, even after that sky shot, he ran 909 with a 1 on the first day.
Just like he drew it up. Wow. Wow. You see Randy Chrisman under the hood of the Pontiac out there trying to get a look at stuff, seeing what happened to cause that thing to basically lose fire. Thankfully, for our cool roving cameraman in the starting line, we can see under the car on the live feed. There is nothing weeing out of it.
We're going to a replay on the live feed.
Oh, sweet. So on the live feed that you can't see, I'm going to announce this over the PA because that's how we roll. Left side of your screen, that is going to be Nick Taylor. Watch this thing simply dead hook and just start climbing the ring gear instantly when the tree comes down.
See Dom D'Amato there taking the ultimate photo of this car. We're going to have to see that later.
Yeah, Dom had the nice low shot there. Tree is green. And here just instantaneously, that thing leaps up in the air. Little sparkage as the cross member clearances. The second bounce was even cooler. It bounced another 4.5 in the air basically 3 times.
He went up 4 times.
Wow.
One of them was a paper slipper, but it was still air under the tire.
Adam Hodson going to be coming up next. Hodson, the 1973 Camaro, a frequent competitor at True Street events on the NMCA Tour. Runs this car a lot. He and the 260 boys, Team 260, are out here in force this weekend. A bunch of their Turbo LS-powered stuff. Hodson and these guys are among the, not saying this is a junkyard motor, but they are budget-minded, high-horsepower Turbo LS guys.
He is making his way through the for the street race small block power adder class, the largest class of heads-up cars, are not heads-up, but the ones that are not in the bracket race. Largest class, street race, small block, power adder, that car's good for 920s.
And the duality of Drag Week shows itself yet again. You have the fuel-injected, turbocharged LS motor in the front of Hodgson's car, lining up next to Tim Hall in a 1947 International KB1 truck with a good old-fashioned small block Chevrolet, a tunnel ram, and a couple of fuel mixers on top of it.
The stands are getting packed now, and we should explain to you that what these guys are doing is actual time trials, trying to get their quickest ET so they can run 5 days in a row, add up their AT, get their average. The quick guy wins. These are not heads-up races. Reaction time does not matter.
You are totally buying me beer tonight because we're blowing yesterday's number right out of the water. Wheels up, watch for Hall in the pickup truck, and there goes Hodgson with the front end up again. Hodgson sets it down, not quite to the level of drama that Nick Taylor experienced. And Tim Hall goes 986.2 for Hall. Hello, at 133 miles an hour. Adam Hodgson goes into the 9-second zone, goes 958.3, 143.45 in the Camaro. And again, the expectation that we had coming in here to US 131 was going to be a hard hook and track with good air to run in, and it is really making itself present right now. Speaking of True Street heroes, Mike Javanis coming up here in the Mustang. That's where Mike is most well known for. This is a Ford-powered Fox body Mustang. Trouble off the starting line for Javanis. He was on the phone last night with Haltech working on some boost control stuff, and apparently it may not be sorted out as Javanis makes his way down the drag strip, but certainly not with the level of alarm he wanted. 1180 with a 9 for Javanis at just 98 miles an hour, and John Baker goes down 1435.3 at 95. This is a little bit of a different program for Javanis now. They had always been a one-hit and run-out-the-door deal, but they are not going to be running out the door after that run. They're going to stick with it, and they will see Mike Javanis' car again as the staging lanes are packed to the gills. Scott Brown, the 1953 Chevrolet he calls Capone. Something you're going to hear us say repeatedly today. It is a turbocharged LS motor in this car. 5.3 liters displacement, and he's lined up next to Ross Dudley. Oh, man. The Capone mobile, I don't know if there's fuel coming out of it or what, but he came off the starting line leaving a trail of liquid for us. Top end goes 11.13.2 at only 131 miles an hour. That was a car we saw go into the 9s yesterday, so definitely not the beginning of that run he wanted. The 60-foot time, very lazy at 175. And Ross Dudley goes 11.94.5 at 111.72.
Left-hand lane, that Thunderbird is loaded up with a big block Ford. We always like to see actual Fords in Fords out here. Doesn't happen often when you're talking about the Fox platform cars.
So Beep Kitchen and Terry Kiefer. Kiefer in the 67 Barracuda comes off the starting line. Better reaction time went to Kiefer by a couple hundredths of a second. Pretty decent drag race, but ultimately it's got to be the big block Ford-powered T-Bird that goes 10.57.7 with a speed of 128.94. Kiefer 11.21.0 at 121.26. And a mean Michigander comes around the corner into the water box. That is Clark Rosenstengel. We'll talk about Clark when he gets up here, but first we have Todd Kleeman and George Browning. George Browning rolls up. The old Ford Coupe comes off the starting line. I believe that is a Ford-powered Ford Coupe as well, if I'm not mistaken, as Todd Kleeman leaves the starting line in his Malibu. Kleeman gets down through the 8th mile at 95.99 miles an hour, and Kleeman 11.22 with a 1 with a speed of 119 miles an hour. George Browning goes down 15.05 at 85. Clark Rosenstengel had problems last night. They ditched their trailer, apparently. They ditched the hood. The one benefit of ditching the hood is you get to look into some of the finest automotive jewelry that is here this weekend, or this week. A Steve Morris built twin turbocharged Chevrolet that makes ridiculous power. Clark Rosenstengel, a huge wheel stand. Oh man, he's got something coming up over the hood there. I don't know if that's fuel, oil, or what. He doesn't seem to care about it. 780 with a 3 for Clark. Whoa, baby. 170.07 miles an hour for Clark. That thing was smoking and leaking and puking, and he did not give any cares whatsoever. And 10.65.9 for the Camaro.
And still Clark's quickest run of the week by a hun. He is leading Super Street, small block power adder.
He gritted his teeth and just shoved his foot to the floor after what seemed like a prolonged terror yesterday of trying to get here. I think it was like, okay, You want to play this game, I'll play it until you decide to expire. Well, it didn't expire. It goes 780 with a 3 at 170 miles an hour, which I believe is the quick number of the day so far. Rich Guido and Mark Fisher coming down next after we get a quick check of the racetrack. Once again, thanks very much to the staff here at US 131 Dragway, a fantastic facility to come to, a fantastic facility to work with, and it is great to come into a place that's prepared and ready to go. Had a little bit of a water issue this morning, and nothing they could do about that. Once the rain stopped, they got this thing dry right quick, and then it has been on like Donkey Kong ever since. We're checking the Napa know-how lane. So it may have been a fuel issue there for Clark, as we're hearing from the top end. So the best news possible right there is there was nothing to clean up on the racetrack, and apparently was some fuel that was fogging itself over the windshield. And again, Clark did not care one bit about that. He kept his foot plugged into it, not be wet. Here comes Mark Fisher, the 1933 Ford pickup truck. You said this is a custom-built chassis, David, right?
Home-built.
Home-built chassis for Mark Fisher, and Rich Guido comes up. Guido, the 1965 Pontiac GTO, complete with the tiger tail hanging out of the truck. Both cars fully staged. Tree comes down. A reaction time advantage goes to the pickup truck, and Rich Guido has a problem. VP lane has been unkind to the Pontiac. Say that car surging its way down the racetrack, kind of accelerating then falling back. The Ford pickup goes 12.53 with an 8 with a speed of 104.24. Guido goes 14.51.2 at 93.87.
Randy Heitzelman here in the left-hand lane has run Drag Week many years, normally with an RB motor with a big block Chrysler. Now he's got an all-aluminum Indy Max block, 528 cubic inches of Hemi.
No inheritance for the children anymore. The inheritance has been spent. Elephant motor in the car, cool AAR CUDA paint scheme on it, neat piece.
Mike Cox in the right-hand lane in our gasser category. You might recognize him from having run a Henry J in past years. Heitzelman rolls through 986 and 1081 for Mike Cox.
So here comes that big old Ford Galaxy of Al Casita and Robert Williams. So Williams had a little bit of a issue yesterday. He cracked a wheel, causing a flat tire. Obviously, they got that situation repaired as Williams drives up in a car he calls the Pork Chop Express. It is a 1976 Camaro in flat black, as Casita is in the 1965 Galaxy 500. The Reverend Horton Heat would not approve of the Galaxy 500 being outrun by a Camaro. $9.99 with a 2 and $134.53 for Williams. $11.83 $112 for the Galaxy. I think it's the best way we see the Galaxy make two. $11.80, does that thing normally go that quick? Yeah, cool.
Brian, I'm getting word from the pits. Goldstone, our number 2 car in that red and black Javelin. This is ominous. He needs emery cloth to work on his crank.
No.
Yes,
No.
our number 2 car, our 6.85 second number 2 car. It's that red Javelin with the black nose. He needs some emery cloth.
And look at Dom Zavacek grabbing the shift handle, pulling gears. Meanwhile, Matt Grant's way out of the groove. He says, I don't care about that. Keeps his foot plugged into it. Zavacek goes 10.13.6 with a speed of 133.41, 8.45.9 at 162.75 for Grant, who was on an adventure for the front half of that run. The 1957 Chevrolet 3100 pickup truck, a Matt Davis rolls up VP side. And Walt Maslunas coming up. Walt is in his Camaro. He has come through the water box, and he's going to begin his burnout right now. One of the big strategic differences between some of the competitors, and typically it's the guys with the pickup trucks, will bring multiple sets of tires. They'll bring a full-on road set of tires and then slap a set of slicks or radials on it when they go out on the racetrack. Many of the other competitors that don't want to pull a trailer will just bolt one set of tires on and drive the whole week on them with varying levels of consequence. If we have no rain, that's a pretty good program. If we do, your speed can be reduced to as much as 5 on some of those tires. We have seen over the years guys creeping down the breakdown lane of the highway at 15 mile an hour trying to keep themselves together. And you can hear Walt Maslunas' car whistling its way off the starting line. If that truck had any paint on it, it'd be peeled off when Maslunas came by, going 862 with a 7 and 162.93. The pickup goes 11.79.1 and 111.50.
Speaking of tires, we do require every competitor to have a drag race type tire on the track. Brian's pointing out this Corvette license plate is 1,320 feet.
Very
That's
cool.
pretty good. Yeah, we no longer allow a regular radial street tire. Got to be a drag tire.
Travis Ray from Nantucket, Massachusetts, a guy who literally had to put his stuff on a ferry to get it here. Well, not quite the ferry from Europe, but you know what I mean. 929.5 at 148.03 for Travis Ray, one of the Chowderhead contingent from Massachusetts, and Mike and 40 goes through 1054.5 at 128.72 on the Napa know-how side. Mark Cicino going to be coming up next in his 9-second wheel standing Pontiac Grand Prix. Nitrous engine in this car. Mark gets out there, runs it, drives it around a bunch during the summertime. During the week, he's a guy that keeps those brown delivery trucks running, slinging wrenches. A nice car that Mark has had for a long time. Avery, his daughter, and Emily, his wife, at home watching the action unfolding here this week via the live stream. The sad irony there is they only get to see glimpses of their homebound hero, and they get to stuff her through the whole rest of the time with us.
This is quality entertainment, Brian. What's wrong with you?
So Cicino waiting for the all clear on the Napa know-how side of the drag strip. Derek Mueller is wanted to correct some information that his Rob Brennan is his ride-along trunk monkey, not Dylan Merkel. So we have cleared that up. So Rob Brennan, certainly not trying to detract from your effort this week, so we got that fixed. Now, the guys on the starting line wearing the Induction Solutions T-shirts, this is kind of a funny story. Mark is well known for his ability to wear basically one form of clothing, which is an Induction Solution T-shirt, his sunglasses, and a pair of camouflage shorts. So they have taken it upon themselves to effectively have a dress-up day as Mark Cicino. He's going to roll up in the New Jersey-based Grand Prix. Robert Seiler in the other lane, Seiler in a Pontiac as well. Seiler's car has full Pontiac power. It is a nice convertible. A car that he has upgraded with a roll bar and more horsepower. Let's see if Cicino leaves with the wheels up. Yes, indeedy. Another nice wheel stand for Cicino. 8th mile speed for Mark at 111.50, and Cicino cleanly through the traps, 969 with a 7 at 138.42 for Mark Cicino. Bob Seiler goes through 1396.8 at 98.79 on the VP Racing side of the drag strip. Well, we were talking to him just a little while ago. That is Larry Dixon, ladies and gentlemen, on the Napa know-how side of the drag strip. He is looking to get a 10-second time slip out of the Nova. He ran 11:04 yesterday, and he will be racing against Carol Barhorse. Carol is driving her 1974 Pontiac GTO, and Carol just strapped a hole shot on the 3-time Top Fuel champion. Larry Dixon's got the loud pedal down, but on a hole shot, Dixon, wow, look at that. 11:21.1 for Barhorse, 11:21.2 for Dixon. They're going to go back and maybe tune on a little bit, see if they can get it going a little bit quicker. Mile an hour is there for a 10-second pass, but the ET isn't. Pretty awesome to be able to say that you dropped the whole shot on Dixon, too. That's pretty cool. James Bronica coming up. Veronica going to be lined up next to the Ford Fairlane. Or the Fairmont, I should say, the blue Fairmont. Fairmont was poochy coming off the starting line. Then the thing woke right up before 330 feet. And despite the fact that it made like 3/4 of a run under power, it goes 9.305 with a speed of 159.52. Veronica goes down at 12.92.9, 110.81. And it is time for the CTSV station wagon known as Wagzilla. Jeremy Bonnet coming up here, a 1928 Pontiac.
Both of these cars are in the unlimited class, basically because in the Cadillac's case, he wanted to run and then watch. Oh no, he's in M, I'm sorry. In the right-hand lane, that street rod's in unlimited, obviously not competitive, but he's got a level of modifications that prevents him from fitting in any of our other classes.
Cool looking car as well with a blown small block. Always like exposed moving parts, and you can see the big Gilmer build swinging around there helping to churn the blower. Jeremy Bonnet launches off. Greg's going to wait and wait. Now he's going to launch off on the all-wheel drive Cadillac station wagon. Bonnet goes 9.88.2 on the hot rod at 134. And Wagzilla goes through the top end. How about 10.97.6 at 129.98?
That's the quickest pass of the week for the Model A, and I appreciate that guy showing up, thrashing, suffering in that street rod, running 9s. He has no chance of winning his class.
Hey, he is here for the experience, and we love him for it. Randy Bellahar, the USS Pontiac, rolling up on the VP Racing Fuel side of the drag strip, that monstrous 1970 Grand Prix. And Doug Smith, the fastback Mustang of the 1969 variety. Trouble for Smith off the starting line. The car kind of laid over. It's a 4-speed car, as you can see him yanking the gears. The car kind of wandering around the Napa side. Bellahar, 9.89.8. That is a Pontiac, true Pontiac power plant in there. 132.98 for Randy. 12.98.2 at 112 for Doug Smith in the Mustang.
What's gotten more and more incredible over the years is these guys who have been running drag week have figured it out. Randy just put down the same number, essentially down to 1,000 that he's run the past 2 days.
Chris Burnham and Wayne Schofield coming up now. Schofield's in the Valiant, Burnham in the Mustang, the 1990 Mustang GT, complete with the 93 Cobra wheels on it. As they both head down the racetrack, it is going to be that 1990 Mustang slowing down, it appears. Either or Schofield's making some sort of big run at the top end of the racetrack. Schofield goes 13.29.6 with a speed of 106.79. The Mustang goes 15.24.5 at 90.95 miles an hour. Definitely slowing at the top end. Thank you, Michigan. Wherever you fans came from today, thank you. And they're still flooding in the gate. It is awesome to have a crowd for these racers to see. The 2005 version of this event, it was us and the Crickets here at US 131 Dragway, and a testament to the popularity and the coolness of this event to have it grown to this size. Fantastic to see all you here bailing out of work on a, what is it, a Wednesday now? I don't even know what day it is, on a Wednesday morning. There goes Walt Herr. This is the car that Leah Pritchett drove in the U.S. Nationals when she cleaned up on Papa John from the pizza place. And Herr goes at 890 with a 9 with a speed of 152.49. Rick Dorn in the Mustang goes 12.47.9 at 106.38. Jim Forbes, likely one of the best known cars here. This is the 1962 Chevy 2 AFX car, if you will. Straight axle car. He calls it Plan 2, and he has driven this car all, and I mean all over creation. It is old school to the core, and it is pretty quick. A 10-second runner with a supercharged 427 cubic inch big block Chevy. Matt Ketting going to watch the high riding straight axle Nova go 10.34.5 with a speed of 130.78. Ketting goes 11.13.7 at 121.49. Pretty cool story over here. I talked to Sean Anderson yesterday afternoon. This is a ProCharge Coyote motor in the front of his 05 Mustang. The cool thing about it is, Joe Jolly down there walking around with the dog. Good to see you, Joe. So what the cool thing is with Sean Anderson is that he built this Coyote motor basically into a Cobra Jet motor by himself. It's a truck block. He got some cylinder heads used, got some cams used. And, you know, the complaint about these things is, oh, people can't work on them. Here's a dude who built one of these things in his garage.
But did he like it?
Well, not right now because it's slowing down drastically at the 8th mile. It has been in the 1060s. He was very happy with that. He will not be happy with whatever the 1420 elapsed time is in the Mustang. 76.56 miles an hour, 13.96 for David Pearson in the big Charger. Mike Roy making his way around the corner, but it's Chris Bashir and Doug Flynn coming up. Flynn, the engineer, works for Holley, one of the guys that developed the Holley EFI system. He has run this 72 Nova for years out here. And Chris Bashir, the 8.5 second, 160 mile an hour, very sleepy looking little S10 pickup truck. I like Doug Flynn's car. Doug Flynn and Chris Bashir, 846.1 for Bashir at 149.30. So he was lifting and went 846. 854.1, 147 for Doug Flynn. He was lifting and went 854.1.
Flynn running his best time of the week, and interestingly, Chris is not going to be able to hand in that time slip because the car is not teched to 850. And so he is limited. We do not let him hand in that time slip. He's going to have to be back around, and he's been tickling right at that 850 number.
So we basically have kind of a tank division here this year. The Erwin Rommel would be happy with the level of steel we have out here. We have a multitude of these giant early 1970s Monte Carlos. This one, of course, the 71 model that belongs to Mike Roy. Raise your hands if you've ever seen this thing run, either on the live feed or across the country. It is a wheel-standing, 7-second, twin turbocharged big block Chevy monster. There it goes. And Mike Roy, the Michigander, 148 in the 8, 760 with a 6 from Mike Roy. The speed of 187.27. That battleship of a car down there, 7.5 second monster.
Now here's something really interesting, Brian. He is famed for winning Pro Street Power Adder. We came out of yesterday with Glenn Hunter in the 56 Chevy on top of Pro Street Power Adder, but that right there is probably going to put Roy back in the position.
Looks like the Hunter guys are drying the car off, getting ready to put it in the staging lanes from our eye in the sky position here. We got Matt Lettner and Pete Janowick coming down the racetrack. Janowick driving the Audi S4, and everything was looking pretty cheery for Janowick, and then Letter's car got its sea legs under it, goes 987.7 at 139.66, and the Audi, very respectable, 1242 at 110.62. I love it when things work out well. Pair of stack-injected cars next to each other. The big difference here is one of these stack-injected cars uses electronic fuel injection, and that would be Josh Norris. Yes, it's Hillborn injected. Yes, it has stacks, but at the base of those stacks are electronic fuel injectors. I believe Greg Tratnell's car is mechanically fuel injected, which means it may actually get negative fuel mileage as it goes down the road. The 1972 Holden HQ, live from Australia. If everything goes correctly, you will see a car launch on the VP side of the racetrack, I promise you, in a way that you have never, ever seen a car leave the starting line at US 131 Dragway before. Oh, that thing just locked up tight. Well, there you go. Wow, baby, there's Trapnell hanging that left front. 330 feet, it's still not moving in a straight line. 989.7 for Josh Norris, and Greg Trapnell, a circus act of a run out there, goes 12:36.6 at 151. You care to analyze that one, David?
Well, you know, the 4.5 second 60 foot isn't helping. I think he launched from about 2 feet in front of the beams.
I think he launched and hit the trans brake button again because the rear tire is completely and utterly locked up. Pro tip, don't do that. Steve Trance and Fred Simmons coming up now. Fred Simmons, another of our Massachusetts runners. This, a turbocharged LS Power 99 Camaro. Fred runs a shop. He is out here with his pop having a week of their life. And Steve Trance, the 2005 Mustang. I basically goaded Fred Simmons into coming out to Drag Week last year, and now he's never going to not come back. 1040 with a 6 at 129. Simmons goes 1058.4 at 128.13 in the Camaro that he has been racing for many, many years. Like I said, you're going to see more 70 to 72 Monte Carlos here this today than you have ever seen in your life at US 131 Dragway. Jacob Foster and Todd Erickson coming to the starting line now. It is Foster in the 72 Monte. It is Erickson in the 1968 Camaro. Foster is running in the street race big block NA category. So you got a naturally aspirated car down here with a big block motor in it. And again, NA, whereas we had the big heroics out of Mike Roy's car with the turbo motor in it, the NA car still making good power, 100 in the 8. And Jake Foster goes 1081.2. at 124.07. Todd Erickson goes down 10.36 at 128 on the Napa side. I saw a black one coming, but it's not George Gallimore. It's our other black 72 Monte Carlo.
Note to self, do not paint Monte Carlo black or be confused with the other guy.
And Kyle Beaumont is leaving the starting line in his blue Pontiac Trans Am. Big news for the Beaumont group. Kyle's wife is pregnant. So their baby is currently riding. It's Kyle and his wife on drag week, and the baby's going with him this week. 857, 165. The pickup truck goes 14-12 with a 5 at 92. If you want to basically guarantee your kid is going to be a drag racer to go up, take him in an embryonic form on drag week.
Mike Vinson here in the left-hand lane in that black Monte Carlo. Everybody calls him not Gallimore because there's another car here that runs deep in the sevens that looks exactly like this. Man, that's not cool because he is leading his class. Street Race Big Block Power Adder. This car runs in the 850s. He should get his own credit for that. That is not the slow version.
Just a couple weeks ago, he was at the Yellow Bullet Nationals running in the 850 index class as Terry Converse rose his way down the Napa side in the Corvette. 858.7, 162 for Mark Vinson in the big Monte Carlo, and Converse another 10-second lap, 85 at 130.
What we're starting to see is people taking advantage of that 850 cap in the street race category. Street race is the least modified class here at Drag Week. We do not allow a funny car cage, which therefore means you cannot run quicker than 850. We're just starting to see the cars come in that are clearly low 8-second cars, bracket racing the thing back up to the slower number and running in the 851s, 852s.
No word from Lefty Baby yet. There he goes again, a huge wheel stand for Scott Miller. He did it yesterday. The Hideaway headlights are wide open like pie plates going down the racetrack. 9:14 with an 8 at 143.5 miles an hour for Scott Miller. 10.65, 5 at 126 for Mike Hamilton in the Napa know-how lane.
We're going to the live
replay of that wheel stand. Oh, from the back side of the car, now the front side. You can see Miller again just plant the thing just like he did yesterday. It lands that very deep, that looks like a Milodon oil pan under there, was about 8 millimeters from whacking the ground.
That was a triple bouncer there.
I like with the Hideaway headlights open, it's like the car has a shocked expression on its face.
Everybody here in Michigan has got to know this car in the left-hand lane. The former Rick Dyer Cars 69 Camaro from the earliest days of fastest streetcar racing.
And Jeff Atkinson powers down 937 at 145 miles an hour.
He is running that car naturally aspirated right now, not wanting to step up to the nitrous just yet. He's got a bigger motor in it that Rick ran back in the day. I don't think he ever had more than a 540 in the car. I think he's got a 572 in it now, Jeff Atkinson does.
Jeff Oppenheim goes 978 at 139 miles an hour. And I don't know what your definition of ugly is, but there's pieces hanging off the side of this Nova over here of Jordan Bennington's car. It's got a flap. Frank Romano coming up. The stick shifted 5-speed, 55 Chevrolet goes 991 with a 4. That is a naturally aspirated big block. So Monty Smith from NOS is set up directly behind the grandstands near the concession and staging lanes. If you need nitrous consulting, or just want a shoulder to cry on, Monty Smith is over there with his NOS trailer.
Keep your eye on Troy Clark.
Ah, yes, that's a burnout.
That was acceptable. Keep your eye on Troy Clark here on the left-hand lane. This thing is going to go into the 880s in that 30 Ford Model A. In the right-hand lane, Les Smith has got a 66 or 7 Nova.
I'm sorry, David.
I'm sorry, I was just going to mention that car's running Pro Street Power Adder and is in the 780s.
Really cool shot on the live feed right now of the twin turbocharged small block Ford that is powering Troy Clark's car. Clark went into a humongous wheel stand yesterday due to the fact that he had changed the timing ramp of the car and he had set itself up to go into a massive wheel stand. I believe he has edited that, but we have more traction here. There he goes again. Whoa, he was trying to climb on him. This is going to be a very good run for Les Smith. The car was planted and it's straight, goes 768 with a 6 for Smith at 184, and Clark goes 885.9 at 156.
Best pass of the week for the Nova.
Really?
Yep.
and the sun begins to break through the clouds. That is about the best thing I've seen all week. And here comes Dan Seitz. Seitz, the Missourian, coming up. A car that, if you're familiar with MX235, which is one of the up-and-coming classes in drag racing, X275, we've gone now down to MX235. That's basically, this is his MX235 car that they put the bulbs back in the taillights and said, okay, I guess we're ready for drag week.
He is number 2 in the modified power adder class. Modified meaning non-stock suspension.
Oh, that's a man right there, headed to the wall. He didn't lift, steers it to the groove, and Seitz 760 with a 6 at 184.12.
Once again, quickest pass of the week.
Yeah, US 131 is standing up and delivering right now. The traction out here is incredible. The air is good, and the competitors are all letting them eat.
Here in the left-hand lane, Tom Hogshead, the only guy to have competed in every single Hot Rod Drag Week event. He's got a 632 crate motor in this thing right now. He started off with us with a little turbo small block. It was kind of like a science experiment. This thing has been a little bit more reliable for him.
There was a 1986 episode of Mr. Wizard where that car appeared on. Sean Brumley, the 4th generation Camaro. Basically running neck and neck with Hogshead. And Tom goes 10:15.3 with the speed of 131.66. The Camaro goes 10:23.6 at 129.38.
Right lane there, bringing us back to 1978.
Yes, I love it too. Krager SS wheels, got the graphics down the side of it. That is Tom, I forget the pronunciation, Tom Millerschwam, I believe is the pronunciation of his last name. I likely just destroyed that. And Vince Rash leaving in his Pontiac Bauer 1969 Firebird. And Vince Rash goes 9:43.2 and 141.91. Tyler goes 10:35 at 127.
And that Firebird was running a naturally aspirated, genuine Pontiac motor. No LS turbo there.
Nothing of the sort. Norm Tannehill coming up next. Tannehill is in the 1971 Camaro, and Greg, I believe the brother of Tom that just went down the racetrack, in his own Camaro. Kind of a factory appearing stock tire look to that Camaro with the body colored steel wheels. You got the proper kind of wide oval tires on the front, a set of slicks on the back, and a 4-speed in it.
Norm here in the black Camaro has been to every drag week, but not competed.
He is a member of the Kanakistan group, one of the Canadians that has come down, 10:59.1 and 127.05, and Greg goes 14:56.5 at 97.70.
Here's some good entertainment in the left-hand lane. This is a FJ40 Toyota Land Cruiser. We thought it was a Sandrags car. Apparently, he just built it to look that way. This thing has a small block Mopar in it, and he broke the cup off a push rod out on the road. Yesterday, he ran 12s on 7 cylinders.
This is what you build when you have a long winter in Alberta, Canada. Obviously, they got that fixed, so the thing picks the front end up, that 408 cubic inch small block Chrysler Stroker heading down the VP side. 10:54 with a 6 at 117. Meanwhile, Jeff Floyd, who we saw cruising down the highway last night, goes 11:50 at 114.5.
This car in the right-hand lane was built by Rad Rides by Troy. It's a Hemi with turbos on it. It's an incredible piece of fabrication. This thing looks fairly stock from here, but you owe it to yourself to go in the pits, take a good look at that car. It's almost at 200 miles an hour in the standing mile, and he's been out here just thrashing the car at Drag Week, and it's really cool to see it out driving on the road. Something you don't see from a lot of cars out of Rad Rides by Troy.
The menacing black Chevelle Jake Bauer leaves the starting line, and leaves the starting line well. Bauer to the 8th mile with a speed of 120, and Jake Bauer goes 8.99 with a 6 at 148. Myers goes 9.90 with a 6 at 146.29.
That is awesome.
Wow.
Let me clarify my statement about Rad Rides. It's like I said, you don't see many of his cars being used. That is because of the customer, not because of him.
100%.
Troy, the cars out of his shop are probably the most capable, super top-end show cars you'll find anywhere. Of course, him having built the cars of George Poteet and the stuff that's run well into the 300 mile an hour,
Yes.
just over 300 miles an hour at Bonneville.
But Meyer kicking that thing in the teeth, going 990 out there at 146. Amazing stuff. As Kevin Fangman and Dustin Berg leave the starting line. Berg is in the Turbo Buick, and Fangman is in the 1972. Ooh, smoke coming out of the back of Fangman's machine, and he is on the binders on the VP side. Dustin Berg goes down the 1312 at 102.97. Fangman coasted through 1222 at 65. So we're going to check the VP Racing Fuel side of the drag strip. A huge, huge appreciation we have to levy towards Rick Johnson and Gear Vendors. Rick is set up here. Rick and his company Gear Vendors have been a very long-standing supporter of Drag Week. He is the presenting sponsor of the event. He is also the sponsor of our live feed this week. So for those of you at home that are watching and or listening at work, thank you to Rick Johnson for providing the live feed services here and for being the presenting sponsor of Drag Week. Gear Vendors units are used by nearly 80 of the competitors you see out here on the racetrack, and those competitors range from daily driver or from street machine eliminator competitors all the way up to unlimited cars that make thousands of horsepower. Rick basically built a pro mod version of his Gear Vendors. If you have some stupid fast, if you got a motorhome, he's got something for you. If you got a tow rig, he's got something for you. If you got a 37 Packer that you can't drive because it goes 8 miles an hour, he's got something for you.
The Gear Vendors unit is actually an auxiliary planetary gear set. It's like a little 2-speed transmission that bolts onto the back of your existing transmission and has a 0.78 to 1 ratio in it so that it's overdrive that you can engage in any gear. You can have first gear and then first overdrive, and then second gear and second overdrive, and so on. We were joking around in the tower earlier about how you can just start stacking these things up. You could run like 3, 4, 5 of them in a row. That would be pretty cool.
So we got some competitors that have come back from their runs. We got some competitors that are heading back into impound. We got a bunch of cars over at impound with hoods up and work being done. I see the hood being installed on Mike Wensler's Camaro, so they have made it into the program today. That's a good thing. He ran his best run of the weekend yesterday, running 770 in that nitrous-powered or the nitrous-infected big block Chevy motor in the 3rd gen.
All the cars you're seeing on track today have completed about 500 miles of street driving so far. By the time they make it to Friday, they will have gone 1,000 miles. And the important thing is that we require them to do that without support vehicles. So these guys are carrying everything that they need. Just keep that in mind when you see these cars going down the track. These are as legit a street car as you're going to find, as proven by the highway.
They'll have driven 1,000 miles. It'll only feel like 6,000 by the time they're done. And here comes Tina Pierce. Nice. Tina Pierce and Brenton Gauld coming up. Pierce driving the 2008 Chevy Colorado truck built by her husband, David. David, the guy popping the driver's side door and sticking his face in. Not only the driver's side door, but also the half door in the back, because this is an extended cab, of course. Brenton Gauld, of course, driving the Hugger Orange 1969 Camaro. Couple of good-looking cars out here. Pierce has run down in the 940s and the 880s. The car has been in the low 9s, the high 8s. She would like to see another 880 run out of it. Boy, from what we've seen so far today, the performance level has really been ratcheted up by just about everybody. There's plenty of racetrack out there to use. Let's see if Tina Pierce can use it. A little bit of bouncing off the start line. She was able to keep her foot into it. 124 in the 8th. Here comes an 8-second pass. 881.4 with a speed of 154.59. Brenton Gauld goes 975.9 at 138.
Virtually a mirror image run of what she did yesterday.
Very nice gold El Camino rolling up here on the VP Racing Fuel side, and Matt Martin. Matt Martin was one of the guys that may have struggled a little bit yesterday. He was making repeated laps at the very end of the day, trying to get a good ET out of his 1985 Ford LTD. Martin opted to not go with the station wagon LTD, but rather the Mordor. He's going to have to get put back in again as he rolled the beams.
That 4-door is in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, which is our biggest and most brutal class to fight through here. This car has run 908 and then yesterday 964.
The Elkie goes 15:39.2 with a speed of 85.99 miles per hour. And Matt Martin going to be put back in. He stages the car up. Oh, man. Wow, that thing's still trying to spin the tire at 300 feet. He has got the thing on kill out there. Martin goes 8.96 with a 1 at 156.36. Pretty cool story here for the truck that is rolling its way up on the Napa Know-How side of the drag strip. I talked a lot about the pro guys and drag racing that follow drag week and all that stuff. Dan Murphy is one of those guys. He is a fabricator for Don Schumacher Racing. Built chassis during the week at the DSR shop. He got vacation this week to come out here with his fiancee Holly. So Holly and Dan are hanging out running this truck that he built himself, of course. You see the CHA on the rear bed? It's called Cold Hard Art. If you want to see really cool metal fabricated artwork, check out Cold Hard Art. They're awesome. Gary Stafford pulls the front end up. Stafford launches, bounces the car a couple times, and Stafford goes 9:39.7 with a speed of 144.79, and Dan Murphy goes 12:41.8 at 125.10. Making sure that truck's going to live its way through the week, but Dan Murphy, great welder fabricator. Look at the headers on that thing. They're art.
Monty Smith from NOS down in the pits. He's texting up to me that as of this morning, he has gone through 6 mother bottles. 6.
Wow.
He's given nitrous away to drag week competitors only. So spectators, I don't want to see that blue bottle on your shoulder on the way in the gate. This is only for guys actually racing. 6 mother bottles.
So a little crowd control maintenance being done down here at the starting line. That is not something that was present at the first couple of years of Drag Week. The crowd control is basically whatever was living in the grass over there. So Ray Meyer is going to come up and take another swing at it. The first car down the racetrack has made a complete circuit through the staging lanes. We talk about this guy. We got a guy over here. This is the suite next to us. Has got the hat of the hat of the meet over here. This guy's rocking it. So kind of interesting situation here is Ray Meyer is already able to circuit back and make another run, meaning that a lot of the competitors have made a hit and they have either stayed in the pits or maybe packing up to go already. We need an update. We got to get an update on Lutz from some of our eyes in the sky out there. So it's going to be Ray Myers, the burnout beginning in D.W. Dishman coming up, one of a couple 1974 Pontiacs we have out here. Dishman's car, a Ventura, not the full-on GTO model, no shaker hood on this thing. The 74 Ventura of D.W. Dishman. And Ray Myers in the Hemi-powered Barracuda. So we have a racer in need, a 36-millimeter socket. The 5th generation Camaro that is pitted right along the wood line is next to the orange 65 Chevy pickup and that red, the red Chevelle. 5th gen Camaro looking for a 36-millimeter socket. Meet him in the pits. He's in the pits behind the timing tower. 36 mil socket.
And Ray Myers in the right-hand lane, naturally aspirated, runs a 985 at 134 miles an hour.
Wow.
The Ventura in the left-hand lane, genuine Pontiac power, goes 1313 at 101.
It is Zach and Dave Walker coming up now. Dave Walker, the 59 Biscayne. Zach Walker, the 68 Biscayne. A father-son deal this week. They have run against each other, run next to each other each and every day. I think that is very, very cool. We've seen a ton of family stuff here over the years. Remember the first year Brian Rock brought his whole family out? They rode around in his GTO.
That was super cool.
His son Dean, who was then in a baby seat, is now 6.5 feet tall and made me feel elderly when I saw him at Drag Weekend West. 12.408 at 107.45 miles an hour as Dave Walker goes down 16.89.6 at just 80 miles per hour. Yes, that is the rev limiter is definitely working on the Mustang down there. Wow, that was about the most violent burnout of the week so far. So Tom Zenigal coming up. Zenigal is driving his 1940 Ford. He is lined up on the Napa side, and Ed Tibbs is driving the 2015 Mustang. So Tibbs going to inch his way up in there, and he is going to let it eat. You heard the burnout there seconds ago as he revved that thing to the moon. And Zenigal, a stalwart competitor in our hot rod category, he's almost like single-handedly kept that thing alive over there. Oh no, Tibbs' car jumped out of gear. And again, the rev limiter test down the racetrack, he's got some major issues happening out there as Tom Zenigal goes 13, 14, 5 at 103, and Tibbs a wacky 14, 12 at 115 mile an hour effort. David, you're just giving breaking news.
Breaking news, Brian. Jeff Lutz is on the property.
Yes.
He is going to make a run in that car. On the highway earlier this morning, he seized up a wheel bearing, snapped the snout off of the spindle, flattened a tire. He's got the thing going, and he's going to be here and make a pass. Once again, Jeff Lutz, our current leader, the Mad Max 69 Camaro Pro Mod car, having run as quick here as 6:19.
And you can see the work going on over in Brian Goldstone's pits. He is working on the crankshaft apparently with every cloth. Oh, in trouble for Mitch Coonan. Coonan stepped off the clutch pedal and that thing lurched and stopped. I think we saw the death of a universal joint down there as Neil Hedgesmith goes down. Oh, look at that. We get a shot. Yeah, the drive shaft is hanging out from under the thing. He looks like he might have broken a yoke. Neil Hedgesmith goes down 994.7 at 136.32. And if you're watching the live feed right now, you have the anti view behind Mitchell Coonan's car. And the parts that you see, the drive shaft is flopping around on the ground. It pitched the shaft out of it, and it looked like it might have twisted the end right off of the thing.
Yeah, front U-joint just went away.
Yeah.
Racers, if you are turning in your time slips, that happens in the tower, second floor of the tower, which is really the first one that's off the ground. It's
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. You want to see them in the tower to hand in your time slips today. And once again, once you've got your best pass, please do come to the tower and handle that so that we're not dealing with it all at the end of the day. Brian, I was talking about how all these cars have driven 500 miles. The other torture that we put these guys through is that if the car runs 850 or quicker, they go into impound. In impound, only the driver and passengers may work on the car. Keith Turk is down there managing that. We do give them permission to have assistance if they ask, and if it's an impromptu situation. What we're looking for is not having a big old crew traveling with these cars.
The benefit of being an impound, if there is such a thing, is that there is a dedicated lane for impounded cars. That means if when you're in impound, you want to make a run, you get a little bit of a quicker turnaround to get up here. So you got Chris Bashir, who's going to actually run again because he ran too quick for his tech to elapse time. So he's going to have to make a run that's slightly slower, just over 850. You got our man Glenn Hunter, who's back in the lanes. You got Rick Trunkett back there.
On the live feed, we'll be right back. We're going to roll some video, and we will come back, and you will not miss any action.
I've always kind of been a hands-on type of person, working with my grandpa more than anybody as far as hands-on, and just kind of got from small trinket stuff, and then it kind of developed into cars. It's kind of all been history from there. Hot rodding to me means taking something, making it your own, making it killer, different than anybody else and going out and just kind of raising hell. I'm Ross Nichols, I'm 25 years old, and I'm the future of hot rodding.
People who are watching the Gear Vendors live video feed back home, we're just looking at outtake reels of all sorts of crazy video that we've got on MotorTrendOnDemand.com. Please check that out, whether you're at home or here in the stands. MotorTrendOnDemand.com is where you can watch shows like Roadkill, Dirt Every Day, Ignition, Head to Head, 30 days early. That had some stank on it.
Yeah, that definitely rattled the floorboards up here. So this is a situation here, a car being run on the Napa Know-How side that belonged to a guy named Jake Branter, who is well known to drag weekers, a well-known fabricator, chassis guy, all-around great hot rodder. And unfortunately, so they're going to have to push the car back. But this car being run in Jake's memory this week. Unfortunately, Jake taken from us far too soon. Several months back, his buddies got together and decided that this car needed to be out here and make its tour at Drag Week, and they're going to push it back and figure out whatever's going on after the burnout. It was not happy, so they're rolling it back.
We were just joking around about stacking up Gear Vendors units like a Lenko, just having a bunch of them in a row. So Rick Johnson from Gear Vendors just texted me and said he knows of a guy who has a Mustang that has 5 of them in it. Here's the punchline. It's an electric car.
Oh, no way.
Right. So it has no transmission other than the 5 Gear Vendors units.
That is awesome and bizarre. Wow.
You can do anything with those things.
Jeez Louise.
The creativity of hot rodders is what's making all of this happen.
Oh, 100%. So here comes Chris Bisher. So, Chris, an interesting situation here. When you go through tech, we look at your car and go, okay, this thing can go 850. It meets the rules to go 850. If you go 830, we slap you on the wrist, but more importantly, we don't allow you to hand that time slip in. So your 830 run is like it never happened, at least according to the event results. So Chris needs to dial it back just a hair. He was only, a couple hunt too quickly, like a 46? Yeah.
He's run a 54 and a 51.
Just one of the best working little S10 trucks I've ever seen. It is such non-drama, 858.9.
He may come back to make sure that that's more like a 1 or a 2.
Yeah, he may cinch it up a little bit, 148.08. You can tell the speed down a couple mile an hour. That truck normally is good for 150 to 152 mile an hour. But again, he's trying to back off, so he was out of the throttle, maybe at 1,000 feet, maybe a little bit past that. If you like the stick shift action, then we got one for you here. Jeremy Heiser coming up. Heiser, the 3rd generation Pontiac Firebird, the GTA model, which is kind of like the hot roddy luxury model of the 3rd gen back in 1991. Heiser purging the nitrous. So nitrous and a clutch pedal in this car. 3rd gen Camaro, shockingly one of the more aerodynamic cars General Motors has ever produced. Is that incorrect or not, David? 3rd gen
yes,
Camaro?
3rd gen Camaro, really good.
3rd gen Firebird.
3rd gen Firebird, especially the 91 model is the right one. It's got a better nose cone. You knock the rearview mirrors off that thing, it gets in like the 2.9 kind of CD range. Yeah, lower the thing down.
And here comes the 4th generation Chevrolet Camaro. You can see the elbow for, I believe, what is the turbo combination under the hood there of the 4th gen. Both of them stick cars. Heiser lets the clutch out first. Unfortunately, the other driver rolled through the stage beam, so will get no information. Heiser goes 10:38 with a 3 and 132.67 down the VP Racing Fuel side of the drag strip.
We were talking about the little silver pickup. He's in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, the most competitive class that we've got. The top 3 cars averaging over 2 days, 853, 854, 858. So yes, he is looking for hundreds.
We saw Jake Grabiak driving down the road yesterday. This big, high-riding 55 Chevrolet was coming straight for us, and David needed a minute. Remember,
Dude.
he had to collect himself. 10.67.3 with a speed of 124.17 as Jonathan Ratz goes 11.35.9 at 119.46.
Those of you in the stands who are working for Dodge down there
Yeah.
are going to be thrilled to hear that there is an LS motor in this late model Challenger.
Turbocharged LS-powered late-model Challenger. Full-on troll job happening for Jamie Hochbaum and the VP Racing Fuel side of the strip as Eric Leutner leaves. There he goes. Hochbaum, a very good launch. That thing sets back on its haunches, and he is going to run down past Leutner like he's tied to a stump. 8:44.7, 162. Let's look on the sheet of knowledge here to see how good Hochbaum has run. So we look at Jamie Hochbaum. That 8:44 puts him kind of right in the wheelhouse of where he's been. He went a 31 earlier in the week. As Rick Trunkett comes up, and Trunkett's going to roll up next to our own Glenn Hunter Jr.
Big deal there in the right-hand lane because it is a tight battle for the win in Pro Street Power Adder. Mike Roy in that big maroon Monte Carlo versus this car. Two-day average, 760 for the 56 Chevy, 767 for Mike Roy.
So fully stages Rick Trunkett out of Ohio with the turbocharged NASCAR-style Dodge engine in the front of his 1972 Duster.
He is looking for a 750 in the 56 Chevy twin turbo big block car.
He's going to get it. That thing was gorgeous coming out. 751 with a 9 for Glenn Hunter Jr. at 185.57.
That is a pass of a lifetime for that car. Literally best pass ever.
856 with a 162. He's been feeding it more power each day, and that thing's been saying like the Cookie Monster, nom, nom, nom. It's been eating it up. So Devin Yankee coming up now. Yankee and Matt Donovan coming up. Study and contrast here. Donovan's car is, not exactly a beauty contest winner. Yankee's car looks like it got pulled out of a museum. I mean, just gorgeous. Oh, the other study and contrast is that Yankee's car will make the quarter-mile stripe before we see Donovan go through the 8th-mile ET. 8:02 with a 2 for Yankee at 172.02. Some smoke down there at the top end for Yankee. 13:32 with a 6 at 99.49 for the Hot Rod Coupe of Matt Donovan. Tyler Northrup and Dave McKenna coming up now. McKenna leaves in the 1966 Plymouth. Tyler Northrup leaves very lazily in his Fox Body Mustang. This is McKenna's second pass as well. And so Dave McKenna, 11.63.5 at 114.94. Tyler Northrup goes in 13.09.7 at 112.98. What a beautiful September day here at US 131 Dragway. Thank you so much for everybody that's come out. As Greg Weigert and Jared Kine get ready to head down the racetrack. Weigert making his second rip of the morning. Pretty decent drag race. Weigert going to go first, though. 10:52 with an 8 at 100 and 27.99. Camaro goes 10.66.4 of Kime at 131.27. Huge thank you to NOS, the official nitrous oxide provider of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Monty Smith is pitted down there with his mother bottles. He is providing nitrous refills for competitors out here on Drag Week. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for Bear Brakes for being an official product sponsor here on Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. They are giving away a brake kit, and you can go down and be part of that giveaway if you go to the pits of either Bill Fowler or Mike Javanis. You can get a decal, you can sign up, you can be involved in the drawing to get a free brake kit. That is for competitors only. They are American-made kits. They offer a multitude of kits for drag racing cars, late model cars. It's all about performance cars for Bear Brakes. That is kind of what their foundation was. Hal Bear was had a notorious Mustang down in the Phoenix, Arizona area for many years, the Tucson area, And he is a longtime hot rodder, the guy who founded that company. So check him out, Bear Brakes. Thank you for your support. And how about Precision Turbo and Engine? They've been out here all weekend with their HPL lubricants. They got turbochargers. They offer a multitude of parts, pieces, and services at Precision Turbo. So thank you, Precision. All made in the USA. And the HPL lubricants are their new line of lubrication products as the competitors begin to leave. You know, we got guys pulling out already. We're looking at the live feed of competitors that have made their runs, handed in their slips, and are headed down the highway.
You got to play the game. I mean, if you put down a good number, you're not here to test and tune. You're here to win. These guys are getting on the road because they never know what's going to happen in the next. What's the drive today?
The drive is 200 miles. That will be run in approximately 900 hours.
Right. You know, you're talking about our sponsors. They're not just here throwing money at us. They're also guys out here working the event. You know, Rick Johnson is here in front of his trailer. Jack Day, always here. Monty Smith, handing out nitrous oxide. Bill Fowler, racing. It's really cool that we've got these guys who are just engaged.
Yeah, Monty Smith next year is just going to bring a windowless van that says free nitrous on the side. Fred Cullen and Kathy Hoover coming up now. Kathy Hoover, this gorgeous 1969 Camaro, a real Z28. This is a beautiful big dollar build out here, and Kathy Hoover heads towards the starting line. Car ran a best run yesterday of a low 11-second pass. I mean, that is an immaculate car. Fred Cullen, when he painted this thing, he said, just yellow all the things. The 1940 Chevrolet. Slot mags on it. So US 131 Motorsports Park up here in Martin, Michigan, 1296.3 at 104.14 as Kathy Hoover goes down through 1256.1 at 111.83. We mentioned this the other day, but there's some great historical videos online about this place evolving over the years. It has certainly changed a lot over the course of its history. He used to run the popular hot rodding meet up here, and that was one of the big races they had. This place, they still run a lot of big races up here, again, including the iTrain National event. The Nitro Nationals, we saw the billboard for their funny car show. Just a cool racetrack that has been here a long time and continues to be a premier facility.
Jason here in the left-hand lane ran Hot Rod Power Tour recently with this car. Imagine what's in there. Yep, that is a turbo LS motor.
I don't know if you realize that's the guy's scrotum. If you're watching the live feed, you probably saw that decal. Anyway, Dean Kyle and Jason Dosier. Dosier tied it down this time. Did the huge wheel stand last time, and he tied it down for ET purposes. How about an 863 at 158.51 with Dean Kyle going through a 12:54.07 at 106 miles an hour in the 57 Chevrolet.
That wagon just improved. It's run 867 2 days in a row, so he just picked up a little bit.
James Carger and Clayton Hartman coming up now. Hartman, the Mustang convertible. Carger, the Fox body, LX model with the roof on it. 148 at the top end of the racetrack. He goes 850.27 at 137 miles an hour. So Carger was actually off the throttle. That car likely tech to 850. Goes 852. Scooting through it only 137 miles an hour as Clayton Hartman goes 920 with a 1 at 148.
Remember the Land Cruiser that ran on 7 cylinders yesterday? Made a good pass today. They're now in the pits looking for a bore scope.
Uh-oh.
Generally not really a good omen. So if you got a bore scope, please head over to that Land Cruiser. You can't miss it. It's like a bare metal aluminum FJ40 Land Cruiser, tube chassis car. And meanwhile, keep your eye on the right-hand lane.
Brad Dyer has been the most entertaining man in show business over the last couple of days. This thing pulling multiple wheel stands per run, and Henry Diani, the big tire, second-gen Camaro the other lane. There he goes again. Huge wheel stand for Dyer. He lands it. He actually stuck the landing like Nadia Comaneci style out there on the Napa side. He goes 877.5 at 154.53. I have never seen a car land and not have any sort of rebound from a landing. That was incredible. Diani goes down, 10:69.20. We're going to run a replay. Pay attention on Brad Dyer's car. Watch this thing land, Freiberger, and watch what happens. Ready? Oh, it just stays there.
It's a zero bouncer. It just came right down. You know what it looked like to me? I saw a puff of smoke out of the front fender well. I'm thinking that the tire connected with the inner fender well, smoked a little bit, and probably had enough deceleration to keep the nose down.
Just a very odd landing. So here is Mike Wensler. This is a car that I love far too much in an unnatural way. It is a big block Chevrolet on a couple stages of spray, a cast aluminum tunnel ram on this thing, and it is a flashback to what Pro Mod was in the early 90s. Not quite as fast, but boy, it is awesome. And Mike Javanis coming up here for his second run of the morning. This is only the first time in 3 days he's made a second run. The first one was not good.
The Wensler guys here in the left-hand lane on the full sleep deprivation program as well, driving all night long to get here in that car.
If you get a chance to get down to the pits, look at Mike Wensler's car. It is absolutely just... It is the sledgehammer, went 770, and it just plunges its way through. There he goes. Wensler got to pedal it early on, though, made that move to the left. More problems for Mike Javanis as the car is slowly rolling down the Napa lane. 761 at 178 for Mike Wensler, a man amongst men.
Do you have any idea what fragged on that car on the highway last night?
No idea, but I do know he pedaled it early on. That thing could be a 750 run if he didn't have to pedal it early in. So Wensler, the man, the myth, and the legend. Javanis, 1368 and 78.
In the right-hand lane, Magnus Frost. This car shipped in from Sweden. This thing has won the Stockholm Open 6 times.
The major difference between this and the Stockholm Open is there is a far slimmer chance of ending up in prison for running drag week than there is for competing at the Stockholm Open.
That is an Opel.
Ascona.
I didn't even go there. Didn't give it a chance.
I
I was going to say something wrong.
I'm obsessed now.
The Opel Anaconda.
Nice. Got the old fist pump there from the crewman. Data recorder turned on. Look at the Opel leaving when the wheel's up. He sets it down. The Opel gets to the 8th mile with a speed of 157. How about 803? Wow.
He's been hunting that 799 all week long. Even in testing prior to this, they've had some troubles and stuff. We're going to see 799 out of that thing tomorrow at Indy is my guess.
Smoking like a coal-fire locomotive when he went across the finish line, though. They're going to have to look at that. 826.5, 167.91. Nice run. 803. The boys down there smiling with the wheels up, loving the wheel stand as much as we did. Shopping cart wheelbase on that thing, just awesome.
The population density of Swedes on the grounds today is pretty epic. These guys really love this stuff. They've shipped a bunch of cars over here over the years. Lots and lots of spectators, not only from Sweden, but also from Holland, Denmark, Estonia, England, Germany. Truly a global event here at Hot Rod Drag Week.
John Dodson hooks the radial to the drag strip on the BP side. And he, again, this is like the most lapped 8-second car all weekend. Goes 8:59 with a 3 at 157.56. 10:41.5, 129 for Dave Barry.
In the left lane, another car shipped here from Holland to run, and this is his C-Plan car.
Yes.
He has a stack of twin turbo cars back home. None of those panned out, so he shipped this thing just here to have fun.
Alan Van Walsum, the 1969 Camaro with that weirdo license plate on it. That's the only telltale, really. And Leslie Robertson, and the high-riding 1940 Willys Gasser.
Brian, we've got 6,300 people watching the live feed at home right now. Every single one of you needs to tell your friends to get on the computer right now, Motor Trend Channel YouTube. You want to watch live because we've got George Gallamore's car on the starting line.
Yeah, we're blowing the doors out this place today. Gallamore's down there, Danny Roberts next to him. Danny Roberts was whipping this thing like a mule yesterday. The 1980 Malibu just hot lapping the thing, trying to get some ET out of it at Norwalk. And George Gallimore, the physician from Tennessee in the 315 radial-equipped 70 Monte Carlo, trying to go sevens, trying to go over 190. Let's see if he succeeds. Wait for it. Wait for it. And Gallimore hanging on to it through the 8th mile. George Gallimore, 773 at 187.19. Nothing that big or heavy should go that quick on that little tire. 773, 187 as Danny Roberts goes 10.006 at 113, lifting at the top end. He's still battling his own Malibu.
Talking about the live feed, 6,300 people watching worldwide right now. Our record is 6,500 people. I'd love to break it today.
Yes.
If you're out in the grandstands, tell people at home, man, you're a chump. You're not here in the grandstands, but you can watch on the live feed. It's on the Motor Trend channel of YouTube.
If you're in the grandstands, you can fire it up on your smartphone to catch replays and extra camera angles. As Mike Burrows and Bill Alexander head down the racetrack, Alexander, the classic 41 Willie's, going to watch the Nova get across first. 9:15 at 154. Bill Alexander goes 10:26.9 at 131.23. Trivia time. What was the maximum mandated height of the crankshaft off the ground for a gas class car per the NHRA rulebook?
20 inches.
24.
God, I was going to go there. Thought it was wrong. Dustin Gardner here in the left-hand lane yesterday, sounding like he was leaving in high gear on a power glide. It was really grunting against itself. Hopefully he's got that sorted out.
Yeah, he was not in the power. He was on the slip and slide program coming off the starting line. It was the sauce was weak, not quite as weak as the fire sauce at Taco Bell, but that is another story for another decade. The car is heading down the racetrack nicely. 10:37.6 for Dustin Gardner in the third gen, 130.85, but again, just not quite hitting the tire the way you'd expect. Chris Volpone, the 496 big block powered Chevy pickup truck, goes through at 16:23.6 at 82.77.
Does that truck know that it has a big block in it?
No one's told that truck yet. He is saving the last two cylinders for the last day. So those last two plug wires go on it. Look out below.
Your eyes do not deceive you. That is a Geo Tracker on the starting line.
1995 model, which you probably already knew because everybody knows what model years Geo Trackers are. Adam Hodson, the 1973 Camaro. Vinny Barbone is driving the Geo. Adam Hodson is putting the Camaro up on its back tires. Barbone running unlimited because where else would you run a Geo Tracker? Goes 11.12.9 at 112.19 as Hodson goes 9.25 with a 1 at 144.37. Taking a quick scan of the staging lanes here to see who's in and who may be coming around the bend. Oh, the Aussie Chevelles in the lanes. Those guys are there. They got the exposed turbos, as David has been fond of calling it, the junk what did you say, junk hanging out? The junk hanging out Chevelle.
That thing, of course, the car that has become internet famous here in just a matter of 2 days. You'll see it soon. It is a Junkyard 69 Chevelle.
Speaking of internet famous, Shane McClelland on the bumper. Oh, man. Full-on front-end brutality for Shane McClelland and the Krusty Nova. Landed like somebody pushed it off the top of a parking garage. Jason Russo goes 12:34.9 at only 80 miles an hour. And for those of you in the live feed, get out your phones if you're in the grandstand. Go to the YouTube channel and watch the instant replay because we got them on the live feed. The boys in the truck are queuing it up right now, and here it comes. Right-hand side of your screen, McClelland, up, up, up. It goes onto one wheel, starts to change lanes, and just, oh, man. He might have got the front bumper off the ground on that one.
Nice job keeping it out of the right-hand lane. Good presence there.
Yeah, he definitely felt with the seat of his pants that it was swapping directions on him. And again, pro move, because what else are you going to do, really?
What else do you think he felt in the seat of his pants?
Well, there may have been some cushion in that portion of the program when he landed. Oof. So in 35 minutes, we're going to have a hard close of the staging lanes for the first session. In 35 minutes, we're going to have a hard close of the staging lanes for the first session. We'll then bring out a whole group of cars you haven't even seen yet that are averaging in the 10-11 second range. That is our Street Machine Eliminator class. Then we'll go into our catch-all. Remember, folks, Jeff Lutz is here. Jeff Lutz has not run. Brian Goldstone is here. Brian Goldstone has not run. This is going to be one of those days that you're not going to want to leave before the end of the program. Nick Taylor goes down. He goes in 9:57 at 145. John Coleman goes through in 8:91 at 159 also. Yeah, we're looking at the white stuff on the racetrack, and it fell out of the bottom of Taylor's car when it started to chatter the tires. So may have just been some stuff. That violence speaks to the violence that went in the car. When that starts to happen, you'll shake all kinds of stuff out of it.
In the right-hand lane, Randy Heiselman. AAR CUDA does not have a 346 pack. It has an all-aluminum 528 Hemi.
.973 with a 139 for Randy Heinzelman as Chris McNeely goes down 967.6 at 139.15.
Good story here in the left-hand lane. Scott Klepinger's got this little third-gen Camaro with no hood on it, roadkill style. But it's not a cooling problem. It's the fact that he left the pins off on the highway, and it got run over multiple times last night.
Klepinger, a victim of his own success perhaps. He was able to sleep at home last night. He lives in this area. Left this morning from his house. The hood flies off, and he stood at the side of the road to watch it get run over 5 times. Says we don't need no stinking hood anyway. The turbocharged combination in his third-gen Camaro is just fine without it. 879 with a 1 at 141.55 for Scott Kleppinger. Don Smith goes 10:51.9 at 128.24. Oh, a borescope. Who's looking for it? The guys with the Land Cruiser. So the crazy-looking Land Cruiser with the exposed roll cage, they are somewhere here. Okay. Guys, if those of you guys looking for the borescope, get back to your car. We have one. Or come up to the timing tower and get it.
Right, I've hung on to the borescope that guy's looking on. Look at the Supra in the left-hand lane as he goes down the track. He runs 771 at 171.5 with an inline 6 with a turbo nearly the size of Lones' head.
But not quite. Daryl Yost goes down. How about 987.5, 132.82 for Daryl Yost. And we bring up the next pair, which is the Chevy Love Truck.
And once again, Land Cruiser guys, we generously got a racer to drop off a borescope for you. We've got it up here in race control. We do have the Land Cruiser's borescope in race control. In the right-hand lane here, Tom Ciancito. This is a radical little 37 Ford pickup truck with a big block Chevy. He's run 200 miles an hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats with a different engine with a small block Chevy. He's also had a V6 in it. But now watch what happens.
Ciancito not going to be denied. 936 with a 6 at 143.82, and Rob Robertson goes 916.3 at 145.49.
That little blue truck is just awesome. 936, 143, his best pass of the week for something that he has autocrossed and taken to the big oval and Bonneville.
And remember, his brother has that awesome Rambler American.
That's right. Love it when guys are actually out there flogging their stuff.
Alex Carella and Jenna Fisher. I'm leaving. I'm quitting this. Jenna Fisher and Alex Carella coming up right now. The 93 Mustang and Fisher, the 2JZ powered 95 Toyota Supra. One of the most shocking developments of Drag Week 2016 is the exposure of Freiberger as a Supra fan. You're a Supra super fan. 854.4 at 161 for Carella. Fisher goes 856.9 at 163. For every stroke or schmo you run into at a car show that's leaning on the fender of a car that makes 200 horsepower telling you that it runs 10s, do you realize how many 8.5-second street cars we have here today?
Probably greatest population density anywhere on the planet today.
100%.
What is today, Wednesday?
Yes.
This doesn't exist. We're setting records, roadkill style.
Yeah, this is La La Land here at US 131 Motorsports Park. And again, the track's so hard, we've already busted drive shafts out of stuff and everything else. Seiler and Bunel heading down the racetrack. Bunel, the third gen, goes 12.25.3, 112 miles per hour. Seiler goes down through 13:59 with a 1, or the 5 rather, 101.74. Ralph Hoke and Rich Guido. Nice, Earl Schexnader about to come around the corner as well. Here's Guido. He watched that left front tire barely skittering along the racetrack. Now it's hooked up as Hoke goes through the 8th mile at 150. 8:44 with an 8 for Hoke. 162.93. 10.82.1, 126 for Guido, and 126.65. Two very different ways to make horsepower here in the starting line. Bill Fowler has a Ford big block that is naturally aspirated that makes 1,000 horsepower. NA. Scott Brown has a 5.3-liter LS motor that has a turbo on it.
That makes
Several hundred horsepower less than that. So the Ford guys can puff out your chest on that one. Fowler's car sounded like it was struggling for traction a little bit at the beginning of the run. Fuel injected with a Mega Squirt system there goes 10.030 with a speed of 147. Scott Brown goes 10.07.0 at 133.33. Earl Schexnader. This is how you properly Mustang.
This is the correct way.
This is the correct way. A turbocharged 600 cubic inch Ford Hemi. It's got John Kazi cylinder heads on it. It is fuel injected. They have, whoa, big wheel stand for Josh Norris. And Schexnader starts to put the screws to that thing as the smoke starts to billow out of the back of it. He goes 8:48.9 for Schexnader at 146. And Josh Norris 9:87.6 at 132 with the Mondo wheel stand. Schexnader's car, they've been fighting electric fans. They were on their 4th electric fan of the week. He set up $500 in a fans this week as we're going to run a replay here on the feed showing you the wheel stand of Josh Norris, left side of your screen. Stack injected Nova. No wheelie bars. Awesome. Little bounce action. Terry Converse is all about shifting his own gears. And Terry Converse is all about running 1070s. 1074 with an 8. 131.35. Better run for Sean Anderson going 11.73.5 at 123. He wants to get back into the mid-10s. Ozzie Chevelle is at the top of the staging lanes. We got about 27 minutes until we close the lanes, according to Lonnie Graham.
Racers, turn in your time slips to Tanya and Tara. Thanks very much to them for running the time slip program this entire week. Kind of a thankless job, so we're thanking them.
Which would make it no longer a thankless job. Now it's a thankful job. My math is correct. Greg Trapnell was a spectacle the first time down the racetrack, just not quite the way he wanted. He carried the left front. Like we've seen this thing, we've never really seen it do it on drag week. We've certainly seen it on YouTube. This car will carry that left front a couple hundred feet. See if he can do it. There it is.
There it is.
Greg Trapnell in an arm wrestling match with his own race car out there, gets it in the groove, passes Mark Fisher, goes 9.22 with a 7 at 152 miles an hour. And if that doesn't make you smile, leave now.
Proof that it'll do that on both sides of the equator.
Finally. Mark Fisher goes 12.43.7 at 105.9. We got a replay going on the live feed as that thing is hiked up with the three-wheeled motion. No switches involved.
And
switch free.
And we have broken our record on the live feed. 6,586 people watching right now. We were at 6,499 before. Keep spreading the word about the Gear Vendors live feed because you're going to want to see this freak show that is on the starting line right now.
Oh, if you thought the three-wheeled HQ was something, how about a car with turbochargers mounted a foot above the hood that runs 870s? Yes, this thing is an 8-second car. Harry Haig is driving. If it goes the first 60 feet, if it hooks the radials up, there's already dirt falling out of it, and he hasn't even moved yet. They put 13.5 pounds of boost through it yesterday. They're going to ramp up to 25. Haig had to pedal it. 127 in the 8th, 11.54 at 157 miles an hour. So Haig will be back up at 11.54, the speed very much present. And Dane Weiler goes through 1087 Ford, 122 miles an hour, and that great 67 Chevelle. Weiler's car has been greatly consistent. He's been driving the wheels off it, and Weiler putting on a great show in his own lane in the 67 Chevelle. Gary Ross and Jason Tapscott coming down. Ross, the Ford Falcon station wagon, was out of the hole first and just going to get to the stripe first. 981.2 at 135. Tapscott goes 949.0 at 141.24.
You remember the blue GTO that decorated the starting line with drive shaft parts like confetti falling out of a piñata, right?
I do.
He is looking for parts, surprisingly enough. If anybody has a 28 spline Turbo 350 type slip yoke and the U-joint to go with it, you'll want to wander over and see the blue GTO, which is over by the impound area. You'll recognize it as being the one that's jacked up in the air with no drive shaft in it. Looking for a 28 spline Turbo 350 split yoke.
The Lenko equipped 56 Chevrolet comes off the starting line violently. Meanwhile, Marcus Dayan goes down the Napa know-how lane in his Chevrolet Gasser, goes 10.14.4 at 131, and the Lenko shifted 56 Chev goes 10.25.4 at 135.34. The two spectrums of paint jobs on Camaros, the 69 in the Hot Rod Black, Thomas Lee, and Bobby Ritchie in the Hugger Orange 1988 model. We've definitely seen an increase in the number of plexiglass scoops used on cars this year, which is a positive movement. I enjoy that. Reaction time advantage for Bobby Ritchie, horsepower advantage as well. We are about 20 minutes away. We're about 20 minutes away from shutting her down as far as session one goes. 1350 with an 8 for Bobby Ritchie at 66 mile an hour. 1243.7 at 109 for the 69 Camaro of Tom Lee.
We see more racers actually hitting the road. They're putting down better numbers than they have so far this week. I think it's because of the weather. The track is biting really solid, and so they're making a one-and-done program. They're out of here with their trailer on the back of their race car.
Cicino and Hurlburt heading out of the racetrack right now. The Champagne Express rolling on down the highway, as followed by Jeff Sias, another Monte Carlo out there. So we get G-Body Central and Jeff driving out in his stick-shifted Mustang. Tony Karamitsos going down the racetrack, and Karamitsos made a bunch of runs yesterday. How about 842.5 at 168? Oh, no! Big smoke down there for Karamitsos. He might have driven over the crankshaft. Don't think he got into the wall. His parachute's out. He's slowing down in the middle of his lane. But it looked like a space shuttle launch down there, just a giant cloud of smoke, as Dave Hoover goes down through a 1095, 121 mile an hour shot. Again, there is no drama in the turnoff. But we're going to go down and check the top end because it looked ungood for Tony Karamitsos at the top end of the strip. A lot of times at that point in the racetrack, Dave, you've seen a million times, you lift off your foot, and that is when the connecting rods decide that they no longer they no longer want to maintain a one-piece unit.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We're scared of the dark.
So the Gator going down there to get a look. You know, we talk about, from our own selfish perspective, how a well-maintained, well-groomed racetrack is good for us because we get a good show, but it really is a lifestyle changer for the guys participating in this event. If you can get out and you can make your good pass and you can leave early, it makes your life a lot easier on this race because when you do encounter problems, it's not at 3 in the morning, it's 3 in the afternoon. So, again, huge appreciation to US 131 Motorsports Park for the track they have, the way they've worked with us to get this event set up. Thank you for doing the advanced work of getting guys and girls' names in the computer, which is, again, a luxury that a lot of times we don't have at other tracks. So thank you so much for doing that. Those of you that are regular visitors here to US 131, be proud because you have a great facility to come to and hang out at. It's got a great history. So if everybody around the country should be so lucky to have a track like this to hang out at, the world would be a better place.
I think what everybody needs to hang out for is not only Lutz has not gone down yet, but we're also looking at Goldstone in the Javelin. He's over there polishing his crank maybe with like a hunk of cardboard or a Snickers wrapper or something, unless anybody is.
No, you gotta go Butterfinger on that.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't if the Butterfinger has the correct grit ratio to get some polish work done.
We hope somebody has gotten over there with some emery cloth. I assume that it's a rod journal rather than a main, although it would entertain me greatly if he had all the slugs out of that thing and the crank on the ground polishing it.
So it is going to be Dan Murphy coming back up again. Murphy, the fabricator at DSR, and Matt Ketting completing the burnout in his 1968 Camaro. You want to test, Dan and Holly are engaged to be married. You want to test out that situation? They're riding together this week. if you're a couple, if your relationship can survive drag week, you can weather any storm that comes along.
Drag Week, undefeated since 2005.
So Dan Murphy goes 11:32 with a 418 miles an hour, stepped it up by about 0.7 of a second there. Matt Ketting goes 11:14.2 at 121.16. Pretty amazing that we're getting to the end of this first session. As Lonnie has just texted me that under 20 minutes remaining, and I just got the word that it was only brake smoke coming off of Tony Karamitsa's car, so he may have stepped on the brake pedal, and that thing may have gotten a little grabby. I'll tell you a good brake story, top-end brake story in a moment.
I can't wait, Brian.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Everybody just moved to the edge of their seats. Oh, man. Ed Tibbs trying to find a gear out there, and instead he is shooting ducks. Bobby Admire goes through the 8th mile at 88. And Admire in the GOAT goes 12:84.8, or that was a G8 actually, 12:84.8 at 1:12.19. The Mustang of Tibbs goes 14:67.5 at 80.24. Well-known pro stock driver this year at the Atlanta NHRA National event. Comes through the finish line, does not sense the parachute out, romps the brake pedal, immediately blows both front tires out of the car. There happened to be we were listening to the crew radio station, and the guy responded saying, "Something has definitely messed the F up." Paul Castiglione and John Forrester coming up right now. Castiglione going down the 1972 E-Body Mopar. Top banana yellow goes 12:32.8 at 105.19 miles per hour.
To be clear, there is absolutely no advantage to a deep stage at Drag Week. You want to avoid that because you want a little bit of a run at the track. These guys are running time trials. They're looking for their quickest ET. They're not running against each other. Reaction time doesn't matter.
So John Foster will be coming up in the LS powered 240Z. We saw these guys working on their stuff yesterday. They were at the side of the road wrenching. Convenient that there was a spot right across the street from an intersection that the thing was obviously barfing fluids out of for them to pull over. Sometimes it all works in your favor. Little bump box action there. It was a bump box into a bog box. Thing really 60 feet. You heard the thing kind of lay over. .1086.8, or I'm sorry, 1486.8 for the Datsun at just 61 miles per hour. Interesting case here. Danny Allen, 1965 Nova. At Norwalk, his big problem was the car would not shift from first to second on time, and it kept running into the rev limiter. So pay attention to your ear holes as this run comes down to the VP side of the racetrack. See if it starts shooting ducks out there, if he makes a clean shift. That looked good. And the little wagon making some smoke now. 135 in the 8th, 964 with a deuce at 148.03. Very nice run for Danny Allen, the 1965 Nova. The Chevy S10 pickup truck backed up to the starting line. Cody Medisa is driving that, and Matt Bryson is driving the 1988 Mustang.
The Mustang's running at our modified, naturally aspirated class. That obviously means he's got no power out on the thing. Modified means the suspension is not just a stock bolt-on. I don't know what he's done there, but there's a variety of things that just take these cars one level above our fully bolt-on suspension classes. And the S10 reaches for this guy as he rolls down with a 139.60 foot. 901 at 146 miles an hour.
The hood came off. He launched the hood off the thing going through the lights. It held on. It held on all the way to the finish line, and I happened to look down and saw the thing crash landing down there along the left wall VP side of the drag strip.
He'll want to visit Scott Kleppinger, who I happen to know has some spare pins in his pocket.
He did, yeah. Kleppinger did say the pins are untouched on his hood.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine. They're going to go down the gator and grab the, probably the remains of the hood. Wow, it made it that far. Now, it was like a Frisbee. It came up like it was going to fly all the way across the racetrack.
Live feed, we're going to go to the replay. Watch this.
Not only do we have the wheel stand, we got to replay of the wheel stand and the hood leaving. This is a 2-for-1. You saw it come up. It actually looked like it hit the wheelie bar kind of hard enough to unload the rear tires. And we're watching. So, it starts to chatter at about an 1/8 mile. And once it starts chattering, that air is getting under it little by little, little by little. And on the replay, you're going to watch the thing fly off and whack the wall over there. He may finish the week roadkill style with the thing having disappeared.
Hoodless.
You guys have gone a couple episodes without having to do that.
You know, we've only
like you're
taken the
losing your
hood
touch.
off on the Roadkill show, maybe only 3 times, and yet we're famous for it. They're expecting it every time. 3 out of 58 episodes, and I'm labeled. Oh, we got a tighter replay on the live feed of the hood right now.
And again, it's flapping around there at the 1/8 mile. I'm wondering if it didn't pull through the pins. Because it looks like the center is about to arch up and catch a bunch of air. There he goes past 1,000 feet. And here we go. Ready? And bye-bye. Not quite a new national height record, but it was floating around like a leaf down there. Kathy Hoover, 11-17-7. Nice run for Kathy. Jeff Floyd goes 12.86.6 at 102.20. What do you got?
You're going to want to look for a white Monte Carlo in the pits. Maybe it is the Landau Calrissian white Monte Carlo that has got a forward 9-inch in a couple of different pieces. He's looking for a ring gear. My guess is he's not going to be choosy about the ratio at this point, or he could use a complete 31 spline chunk. So look for a white Monte Carlo with the guts of his rear end absolutely splattered all over the field.
A cornfield or just a field? So here comes John Dodson and Kelvin Poe coming up. Poe is driving the 1964 Pontiac Grand Prix, and John Dodson, the 1980 Malibu. Again, the hot lap and 8-second machine. Poe jumped out to a stout 1-second reaction time advantage, which John Dodson promptly gobbled up. 8:54.9 at 158 miles an hour as Kelvin Poe goes 11.604 at 112.92.
On the right-hand lane, we got some more of those funny accent kind of guys. This car having been shipped in from Sweden. It's got a turbo in the trunk, kind of stealth turbo program. These guys had to fix the rear end of the car. Then they had to put a transmission in it. Then their transmission didn't have a trans brake, which it was supposed to have. He was foot braking it, going too slow. It should be a 930 car. They solved that with a 75 shot to spool the turbo. Let's find out if it's going to work.
We have glasses and a cell phone. If you've lost your cell phone, if you've lost your glasses, if you're the person that has lost both of those things, seek assistance and someone will lead you by the hand up here to get both of them. Your cell phone, we got a cell phone and glasses up here at the timing tower. Come get them.
The Chevy's going to get there first with a 972 at 142 miles an hour, closer to what he runs back home. And in the left-hand lane, we're looking at a 1070 at 127.73.
So I've got a text, and I have no idea who this person is from, but they said leaving Grand Rapids right now with 3 grades of emery paper. So someone is either watching the live feed and is coming this way with it, or they heard from Brian Goldstone. I don't know if he has what he needs, but either way, somebody's on their way with with multiple grades of emery paper.
My hope is that they found it. There is quite a crowd down there around the car. Nice little wheel stand in the right-hand lane. Chris McNeely going down, a 136 60-foot. He goes through the 8th at 111 miles an hour, quarter mile time, 970 with an 8 at 138.46, and in the left-hand lane, 1007 at 129.
For the first time this week, it looks like we're going to run out of cars before we run out of time down here at this first session. Kind of interesting.
That's from all those cars doing the one and done, hitting the road. But you'll still want to hang out because I don't think we're going to see Lutz or Goldstone here in this session.
Absolutely not. They have not. I cannot see Jeff's car, but I certainly can't see Brian's car, and they are still thrashing over there. So
I don't remember seeing Prospero.
we have not seen Rick Prospero run. I've not even seen his car here. And looking at impound, I don't see it down there. I do see Mike Burrows in a Nova, though, and Mike Burrows through the 8th mile at 141. He goes 9:38.8, 156 miles an hour. And Leslie Robertson goes 12:72 at 110.
Here in the left-hand lane, a thing of beauty, a joy to behold forever.
Yes.
The Crew Cab Nova.
Straight off the set of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it looks like.
It will not surprise you to know that this thing has an LS motor with a turbo.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Huh. That's a thing now, I guess, huh?
I've been seeing it.
Jason Tapscott and Jordan Pennington head down the racetrack. Pennington wants to go quick enough to pull the shootout. Doesn't look like he's going to need it this time. 9:74.5. Nice run, 141 miles an hour. Jason Tapscott, 9:52.1 at 141.15. And Alex Taylor running in the 870s yesterday in the Bad Marrow Camaro. Taylor, the turbocharged setup, they had gone through and worked on this car. Alex Taylor's dad, Dennis Taylor, is here this weekend, the Retro Nova. Another car we have not seen yet run today.
You are correct.
And Dane Weiler. Weiler comes up the 1967 Chevelle. Roughly 1/10 the level of patina that we just saw on the Nova on Weiler's Chevelle.
Oh!
Wow, Alex's car really fed the power to it at 60 feet. You heard her whack into the rev limiter. Goes through the 8th at 125, and Taylor goes 9:07 at 160 through the lights.
She'll be back for a second session, is my guess, especially since her dad has not run yet. They will probably be hitting the road together. Do I even see that car in the pits?
Not a sad story, but a typical drag week story. Brian Jensen has come into the racetrack right now. Jensen having, unfortunately, to tow his car into the track, as apparently beat one of the bearings out of the thing yesterday, so they are out. They bought that Suburban for like $600 from a salvage yard that they're towing this thing around with. I guess they had a wrench on that thing real hard to even get the car here.
After shipping it from Australia. I hate it when that happens.
That is a car that used to have a clutch.
Apparently he doesn't pay for clutches himself.
Well, he will today. Unfortunate for Ed Tibbs there is I think the clutch is officially smoked out of that thing, or he has lost some other portion of the drive line of that car, but you can hear the motor just to the moon and the car not going anywhere. So Lonnie Grimm reporting the lanes will be open till 11. There's just a couple minutes to pull into the lanes for this end of this first session. Or rather, I'm sorry, until 11:30, correct? Yeah, 11:23 right now.
The next session that you're going to see is Street Machine Eliminator. These guys are running to get on a 32-car ladder for a bracket race on the last day of the event. Currently, for average ET throughout the week, the bump spot is 11:27. There are more 10-second cars in Street Machine Eliminator than there are 11-second cars in the class, so we're going to see a lot of fun stuff. The way we work the Street Machine Eliminator class is they're not allowed to run quicker than 10.0. They are limited to that because our feeling is if you are quicker than 10.0, you should be in one of the other more competitive classes. Not to say that Street Machine Eliminator isn't competitive, because it is the one that gets bloodthirsty on the last day. What we do is we take every car's 5-day elapsed time, we take a tenth off of it, and that's their dial-in for every round. They're running against a pro tree. which a lot of these bracket racers have not done before. We see a lot of guys that have cars that are clearly capable of mid-9s. They've dialed them back to the 10s. They're trying to hunt that number. The problem with running a 10.00 is that if you do that, if that's your weekly average, we do not take the 10th off of it. You cannot run 990 in Street Machine Eliminator. You can only run 10.0.
Hey, shut your pie hole for a second. Clark Rosenstengel is looking for a LSX copper head gasket, a 4/125 bore or larger, 051 thickness or bigger. Once again, an LSX copper head gasket, 4/125 bore or larger, 051 thickness or bigger, and that is for Clark in the twin turbocharged 5th gen Camaro, and he is pitted in the along the fence line in the impound area. If you got one, if you know where to get one, if you have a copper mine somewhere, we can make one. Do it. He needs a head gasket. Get down there. We want to keep Clark rolling because that car is just flat nasty.
Interesting turn of events with Clark. That is Super Street small block power adder. He is at the top of that class. He's the only car that has averaged a 7-second time so far in that class. He's averaged a 782. The guy who's right behind him is Javanis, who's got an 825 with a 9. So Clark has got, go ahead.
I was going to say Javanis has not been able to get down the racetrack today. So Javanis, that is something that Javanis may want to take into consideration. If Clark is still struggling, it is a chance for Mike to get after it a little bit and maybe try to pad a lead that could fall into his lap if Clark cannot get the car fixed.
A lot of these racers do not want to win their class by default. They would rather go help out another racer and get them back on the road so that they can get bloodthirsty about it later on. It's more fun to race against somebody than it is to just win because everybody else fell out.
Right. There is no need to make your candle burn brighter by putting other candles out. Right?
Wow. There's like a tear coming to my eye.
I had that poster mounted next to the hang in there poster with the cat hanging on a branch.
That was a snort. Did you catch the snort?
I got the snort. That was good.
I'm not doing the Muttley laugh today because my throat is shredded from yelling on my other videos that we're doing. Those other videos, by the way, Roadkill Extra is a thing you can go see every day on MotorTrendOnDemand.com. MotorTrendOnDemand.com is our subscription video service.
The level of trailing off the other videos that I'm doing, the level of trailing off excitement there, that other thing that we do. Thank you, gear vendors. Thank you to the 6,476 people watching the live feed right now. You're watching it because of Rick Johnson and because of the gear vendors under Overdrive Company, the product they make, and their commitment to Drag Week. Rick Johnson and Gear Vendors sponsoring the live feed, making that happen for us. And as they have been for years, they are the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2016.
And I'm getting word that Rick Prospero has just pulled in.
Awesome.
Yeah, Brandon from Hot Rod is down there strolling through the pits, and he witnessed that green Mazda RX-7 come in.
Watching some of our competitors cruise down US 131 highway as they have left the facility. As we cruise on to the Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis is our next stop here in Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. A track that we have visited many times, and for good reason. It is a great facility. It is a historic facility, and I'll tell you what, they have their. I hope the folks at Lucas Oil Raceway are watching and or listening today, because you boys and girls have a tall act to follow for the surface that these racers have had today at US 131 Motorsports Park.
It's not only the racers who are going to need a hand on some stuff. Monty Smith says he drug the 7-pin plug on his trailer and wrecked it yesterday at Norwalk. A fan went and bought him a new one and brought it to him today. One of the guys from Moparts.com.
Epic. So here comes John Foster in the Datsun that was dot slow last time down the racetrack. Foster looking to fix that program. Oh, and for the first time today, we will see the Camaro of John Wishman. Now, Wishman was a guy who raced a Mustang for years. He has been having success in this Camaro. So Wishman is inching it up to the starting line, and John Foster waiting patiently in the Datsun. So John Wishman, fully staged. John Foster in there now. They're popping, they're banging, they're making boost, and they are leaving. Wishman's car making big wheel speed off the starting line, but tracking in a straight line. 145 in the 8th mile, and John Wishman plugs one through. 770 with a 9 at 183.30. John Foster goes 9:27 with a 6 at 1:45.35 in the Napa Know-How Lane. Sweet. And we are down to basically the bitter end here of the first session. So again, folks, the first session is going to close up. We have a whole group of over 100 cars that you have not even seen yet. They're going to come out and make their runs. Then we go into the all-run session. If you're debating whether you should stay for the all-run, if you told your boss you'd be at work at 2 today, don't. Just, come up with another excuse, because this afternoon you will have multiple huge hitters making desperation runs trying to maintain their averages. Fact.
Brian,
David.
geography trivia.
Oh, bring it.
What is the largest state in the United States?
Alaska.
You are correct.
Next question.
We've got fans that came down from Alaska
Wow.
and brought me a hat.
Dude, it's got a bear and fish on it.
Yes, it does.
And one of those fish is going to not end well.
You don't get the bear and fish hat just anywhere.
No.
You got to have it delivered directly from Alaska. That's almost like people coming from Sweden.
That is incredible. Well, hey, temperature-wise, climate-wise, they're right there.
Distance-wise, it
Yeah.
might be too.
Didn't notice the accent though. They don't have the same accent.
Not so much. But yeah, that is super cool. Thank you, folks, for bringing us
Wow.
that memento
That is great.
from the largest state.
Fulton's Folly.
I really-
Once called Fulton's Folly. When the United States bought the land.
Okay, you're baffling me with this
Secretary
trivia.
of State.
You're beyond my geography
Well,
and
there you
history
go. See,
trivia
you tried
on
to stump
Alaska.
me, and I'm just burying you with an inane, boring United States history.
And I was hoping you were going to say Texas for biggest state.
No, come on, man. What do I look like?
You don't want me to answer that question
Yeah. I
because
made
you
it to-
look like me.
I made it to 9th grade, not 7th, okay?
How come we always have to wear the same thing every day? How does that happen?
Well, it's the sad part of it is we don't consult each other on it, and it just happens. It is not fortunate.
Yeah, if I just gain 10 pounds, I don't think anybody could tell us apart.
Just 10. I think you mean kilograms.
By the end of the week, I think I might have hit my goal. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Well, I don't know. It hasn't been that bad as far as the gastro, the food. We haven't been doing that bad as far as.
When you move the food directly through, it doesn't have time
Right.
to stick and
Right.
make the fat. So yeah, we're good.
You had a Jeff Lutz style. You had a Jeff Lutz pass digestive thing happen the other night.
Oh,
Dude,
Lonnie
dude,
is down there going, "You idiots! You got to see my shorts." Lonnie's like, "These shorts have some strong game to it."
Yeah, the guys from Norway that is what our army wears when we fight wars in the winter. Street Machine Eliminator, the lanes are open for you. Street Machine Eliminator, the lanes are open for you. Yeah, Jake Brander was a guy who was always found in that color of camo. So Lonnie throwing down in Jake's memory with the white and gray camo shorts. Street Machine Eliminator, bring him in, load him up, and man alive, would you look at the group of people that is crowded around the Bryant Goldstone AMC effort.
That's always kind of stressful when you're lying under your car pulling the crankshaft out and there's a big crowd around. But the advantage to it is anything you need, someone there has.
Scalpel, check. I forget who told me the story. It was one of the guys out here on Drag Week that told me the story when he was a kid at a race where Grumpy Jenkins was at, and he's 14 years old, and Jenkins go in the truck and give me a half-inch wrench. And he walked in and he became his little tool runner for the weekend. He'd run, he'd go back, and he'd just kind of sit there until Grumpy yelled something at him. He'd run in the truck and go hand it to him. It was kind of a cool story.
I will give you my maybe 9-year-old Freiburger standing at Pomona story.
Okay.
Help Kelly Brown pack the parachute.
Kelly Brown.
There's a name from the past, right?
That is a name from the past.
Yep. Nobody really thinks of Kelly Brown in the history of Top Fuel, but he was the champion in 1979.
Yeah, there was an era of the late 70s where guys that won the championship, Rob Bruins. When's the last time we're throwing Rob Bruins' name down there? Very weird Rob Bruins story. I'm on an airplane, this is years ago, and I'm waiting in line to use the restroom, and the flight attendant is sitting in the seat, and I happen to just be kind of standing there looking down, and this is really weird. She's filling out divorce paperwork, and her husband, or ex-husband now, is Rob Bruins. So I might have had a couple of drinks on the flight, and so I glance down and I see the name. I go, "Is that Rob Bruins used to drive race cars?" She goes, "Yep." And I said, "Okay, thank you very much." That was a sad end to that, apparently. So Street Machine Eliminator is loading in and stacking up. We're going to be sending them down the racetrack. US 131 Motorsports Park staff has touched up the starting line and has maintained a great racetrack for us all morning. And this is not a class where you're going to see a bunch of 16, 17, 18-second stuff. The majority of these cars, low 12s to high and mid 10s.
If you're on the live feed at home and there's a little bit of downtime now, head over to hotrod.com. That's where you're going to find tons of still photos. You'll have results every day. You'll have driving directions every day. Lots of information about what's going on here. You can also pick it up live as it happens on the Hot Rod Mag Facebook page, Hot Rod Magazine on Instagram and Twitter. And, of course, you also want to check those same outlets for Roadkill, roadkill.com and Roadkill Show in social media.
So we had, we got this kind of side thing going on here, you and I and whoever else is jammed in the rental car with us, trying to visit some drag strips outside of the drag week deals. We're making our way around. Yesterday we failed miserably.
I think we do have an unwilling participant in the car for that whole plan.
But today, I think today could be the jam because we got a list of tracks that we're going to go to be kind of passing close to from Brett Kepner, who's like the man of the myth and the legend on that kind of stuff. And we definitely got some fodder out there today, man. There's like 5 or 6 potentials we could see today.
Wow. Nothing like visiting an old drag strip in a Toyota Corolla.
It really is the American dream. Yeah, minus the Corolla part. So a little tire rotation out there just to freshen things up and wake up the racetrack a little bit for our Street Machine Eliminator competitors. As David mentioned, all the cars out here have to run a drag race style tire, whether that's a full slick or a radial is your choice. But street tires of the typical, radial TA variety are no longer welcome here at Drag Week.
Now, I can't deny that rule change in Street Machine Eliminator, which is potentially our slowest class, has the most stock-type vehicles in it. Many people whine about, why do you have so many 14-second cars at Drag Week? We need more and more faster cars. The rule change to require drag race tires was a little bit to weed that out and to get some quicker cars. If you're going to show up and just want to run on, your Sears Atlas red wall that's been in the garage for 40 years, we're trying not to have you come out here and tear up the starting line, which is the second agenda in requiring an actual drag-type tire out here.
So as in every other day, we'll begin the Street Machine Eliminator session. We'll rip-roar through these cars down the racetrack. They put on a great show. And then Lonnie Grimm will contact us. I'll miss his text message for 10 or 15 minutes. Then I'll look at it, and we'll find out exactly what time the lanes will be opening and closing for that third session, which is, again, the free-for-all, barroom brawl, throw down, get it, make a hit, and get out of here type of deal, where you'll see triumph and you'll see sadness by the time we're done here today.
I want to throw out a thanks to the people who really work at this event, which, as you can clearly derive, is not myself and Brian.
Not a chance.
Instead, you've got Keith and Tanya Turk, who have led the charge of volunteers and getting all the little itty-bitty work done for 12 whole years. You'll see Tanya up here in the booth with Tara Fling, and her husband Sean is also helping us out. In fact, they had him working lanes a little bit yesterday as it got slow. And we just got a whole handful of people that make this happen who are not Hot Rod staff regulars. We really want to give them a big thank you for doing this.
And it looks like Glenn Hunter Jr. going to be hooking up his trailer and heading down the highway. And if you're Glenn Hunter, why wouldn't you? Beautiful mid 7-second pass, 180-plus miles an hour. Glenn is putting together a very, very impressive week for himself, and he is not going to take the risk at another shot at this racetrack. As good as it is, you have to maintain a high level of self-control because really you get to a spot, you go, maybe we can go faster. It's one of the rare cases where you have to go, maybe we don't want to go faster today and save a little in the tank for tomorrow.
But then again, that makes Friday a really good day because what you'll see from a lot of cars, they'll come out, they'll lay down their safe number, and then they'll just go ahead and pull the pin.
Yeah.
Put down whatever they can.
When the trailer's 200 yards away instead of 200 miles away, the level of bravery rises exponentially.
It's like a safety net.
Yes.
Once again, if nobody has delivered a Turbo 350 slip yoke and U-joint to the GTO that is right here behind the tower, sort of dead behind the starting line, if you stand in the burnout box and face backwards, you will see this GTO. He is looking for parts to salvage the drive shaft that came out of his car here on the starting line.
There's got to be. And if you don't have the parts, but you're from around here and you know where there's a drive shaft shop that he can get help, go tell him.
One advantage, actually, to racing midweek is a lot of shops are open to fix junk like that. We've had a lot of Hail Mary runs for saving parts here at Drag Week.
Yeah, go ahead. You said session 3 was an all-run, but what did you say, something like the Pro Mod, stuff like that, some of your faster cars? Yeah, we'll see the faster cars come back in session 3, the ones that are left that haven't checked out and got their map. We'll see all them come, the ones that are left, we'll see come back. You're still going on the jelly. Oh, maybe.
Wow, they put the nose on the car. Jesus. Nice work, dude.
Yeah. We're looking out of the tower across the pits, and we are seeing the nose go back on Goldstone's Javelin. We hope that's a good sign. We don't have the direct poop, but we do have some poop.
This is the only time in life when indirect poop is anything good. To put a cap on that point.
Wow.
So the nose is on. He will have to wait until the open session, though, which is not going to be like tomorrow. It'll be later this afternoon.
Oh, then they might as well just go ahead and go through the transmission.
Yeah, might as well. Might as well pull the trans out.
Hey, just so you know, one of my side businesses is I do network security. I've been called by half a dozen of my clients to block YouTube.
So the Hawkburn machine with car leaving here. That is the turbocharged Challenger that is leaving the property. They made a great run. That car is very fast. They did not complete the week last year. It was like a thrash build like everything is around here. We see it a lot. First year doesn't go according to plan, but this year seems to be right on schedule for that turbocharged Challenger.
Good luck comes to those who install LS motors, apparently.
Thus was spoken. That was written by, I don't know what the chapter and verse of that one is, but it's in the big book.
What's going to happen now is we're going to get about 100 of these Street Machine Eliminator cars on track, followed by our third session, which is an open run where you will see all of the classes running together, both Street Machine Eliminator and everything else. And, of course, that's the one we have to stick around and find out what some of these heavy hitters are going to do. Apparently, Jeff Lutz got a strut with a disc attached that is mismatched to what he's got on the other side of the car, but why would that ever slow you down? See what I did there? And so he's going to get it fixed and get back out on track. And also, it looks a lot like we might see something out of Bryant Goldstone in that Javelin. We hope they get that fixed. That is the second quickest car. And again, the green RX-7 from Rick Prospero is on property, and it has been our third quickest car of the week, although that number, I'm thinking, is probably going to Glenn Hunter right now.
I do believe, just on the rough cursory math up here, I do believe by not a huge margin, but a margin, that is going to fall in Hunter's lap for the time being.
My abacus indicates that that 751 shot probably put him into that position. There's no way it didn't.
I did the math, guys. 757.
757. So Brandon from Hot Rod's in here. What's your news?
Hunter's average, if you turn that one in, what you did, 757.
Hunter's average is 757.
Man.
We don't know all the numbers until we see the end of the day, but that is looking very strong for that red and white 56 Chevy out of New York.
I mean, a stock body, that's a stock body 56 Chevy going 180 plus miles an hour.
It's a back half car.
Yeah, it is awesome. He's had it forever. Family effort. He's always at the track with his kids and stuff at home, so it is really kind of a feel-good story there for Hunter. We'll see what he can keep doing. And Rick Prospero, of course, is a longtime competitor as well. Most people remember his station wagon. This is the second year he has had the Evil Green RX-7.
The math we really need to do is on Mike Roy with the maroon giant Monte Carlo. He was right behind Glenn Hunter going into the day with a two-day average of 767 to Hunter's 760. Hunter obviously significantly improving. We'll have to look and see what Mike Roy hands in.
Yes. Tara and Tanya are on the second floor of the timing tower. If you're packing up, you got to hand in your time slip. Second floor of the tower, the room next to race control. That is where you go to do your administrative business. Hand in your paperwork, get your directions, show off your photos from the stops along the route. for those of you, again, that are maybe new to the event, coming out here hanging out, when the drivers make the drive to the next racetrack, they have to follow the route directions that we give them. And that includes a couple of checkpoints where you have to take pictures of the car and yourself at the checkpoint. Today's checkpoints include a giant cow and an old gas station. They try to find some neat stuff along the route.
Cornfields, winding roads, potholes.
The long and winding road.
Have we ever had any competitors attempt to Photoshop the pictures? Just a thought.
As the RX-7 will be the final car of the non-street machine eliminator class to run. It was in the lanes when the lanes were closed. Lonnie put them on the clock. They got the thing turned around and set up in the correct amount of time. David's going to sit down and face away from me because it's embarrassing to watch him watch this car. James Meager. Go in the other room, please.
It's the lines you can't use that
There
are
are kids
really,
here.
really the genius. We'll break those out in the rental car later.
James Meager. There's the wheel stand. Ooh, and he had to pedal it. Whoa, and he's out of the groove and loose again.
That was a 770 car yesterday. I hope he comes back.
Looks like he left some skid marks.
So Frank Romano comes bearing gifts. He turned in his time slip for his stick shift at 55 Chevrolet, and I think we're going to have a new mascot in the rental car on the way to Indiana.
Left lane, Ernest Brown's got that little truck. Randy Franklin in the right-hand lane with the bang-shifting Buick Skylark. And the Buick will get there first. He ran a 12:38 at 96 miles an hour. Might have been coasting there. And in the left-hand lane, 1396 at 93.69. Now we're looking at Joe Gribben in the left-hand lane in the 69 Camaro, and in the right-hand lane, Jason Billings has got that 57 Chevy. And Gribben's off the line first. He's clearly going to get to the big end first. Ran a 1:46 60-foot time, 100 miles an hour to the 8th. Quarter mile, 10:68 at 123. As we wait for the 57 to roll through at 11:97, 113. I like Charlie Ogle's Challenger here in the left-hand lane, except it used to be a stick car, now it has an automatic. That's making him faster, but not as violent. And violence is good. In the right-hand lane, Daniel Anderson has got the Ford pickup truck, 95 F-150. And after a little bit of a snooze, Charlie Ogle leaves the tree with his big block Chrysler. He's running down the track. Can he catch the truck? Truck gets there first, 12:19, 114 miles an hour, and the Mopar in the left-hand lane, 11:22 at 120 with a 9.
And the next pair coming up now is David Burke and Rod Munciano coming up. Rod is driving that 1968 Dart, and Dave Burke, the 1979 Pontiac Le Mans. The Le Mans heading down the Napa Know-How side goes 11:15.8 at 119 miles an hour as Rod Munciano goes down through there at 113.64 with an elapsed time of 11:76.50. Luke Robinson and Brian Peterson coming up. Peterson, again, one of the racers that shipped his car over here. I believe Peterson, came over from Denmark, if my information is or memory is correct, which it likely isn't. The 1980 Corvette and the 2016 Camaro of Luke Robinson on the VP side. Brian Peterson goes 10:32 with the 2, 128.83, 12:46 with the 4, 112 VP side of the drag strip.
If you're a racer who is heading out to Indy and you run into a problem close to Indy, you need to call Auto Motion Race Cars. Talk to Brandon over there. He is ready, willing, and able to help any and all drag week racers. Auto Motion Race Cars is the name of the shop. If he doesn't have a part in stock, he can have it by 11 tomorrow morning.
And there goes John Pfister in the 1934 Ford 3-window coupe, and Dylan Ogle heading down the racetrack in his Barracuda. 10:32.2 at 132.70 as Ogle takes the Cuda down, 11:97 at 113.98.
Ogle there, the son of Charlie Ogle, who ran earlier in that Gold 71 Challenger. They both got 500-inch stroker big blocks in those cars.
Lance Drager coming up in the white Pontiac Trans Am, and Mike Lease coming up. Lease from Ontario, Canada, driving the 2007 Chevrolet Trailblazer SS. Off goes Lease, and here comes Lance Drager. So Drager going down through the 8th mile. 106 for the Pontiac. 10:49.7 with a speed of 111.08 for Drager, and Mike Lease goes 12:62.4 at 106.33.
Brian, your worst moment of the day has arrived.
Oh no, you're leaving me to go shoot video?
Yes.
You sure that's my worst moment of the day?
I can tell because, you know, the commentary goes straight downhill as soon as I leave the booth.
Single sweat bead is running down my forehead right now.
I will see you back here for session 3.
Do you want me to loan you my Sharpie? Off they go from the starting line now. It is Rick Lutz Jr. and Jeremy Wilson. Wilson, the Patina 1966 Nova, and Rick Lutz Jr., the 1983 Datsun that we have established firmly that is bone stock or less. 10:42.9 for Jeremy Wilson at 127.51, and Rick Lutz Jr. goes a 16.71 at 82.80 miles an hour. So Motor Trend On Demand is where David's videos are going to be appearing. They're making some Motor Trend or some Roadkill extra videos, which are part of the Motor Trend On Demand package that you can become a part of. A couple of bucks a month to subscribe. You get a whole bunch of extra content, behind-the-scenes stuff. It is good. Dale Ponzius and Greg Bell coming up. Bell, the white 1994 Mustang, and Dale Ponzius, the 2016 Mustang with the Roush Demon tweak put on it, so it's got some power. And Dale Ponzius through the 8th mile at 112 miles an hour goes 11:40 with an 8 at 123.32. Greg Bell goes 12:53 with a 3 at 111.97. Randy Giuliani and Todd Green coming up now. We've established Randy is not a relation to the former mayor of New York City. And Todd Green. Todd Green, the 2005 Pontiac GTO on the Napa Know-How side of the drag strip. Stick shift car for Green, and again, you see how much traction is available out there. A full-on bog situation. The car was bouncing pretty bad as Green was trying to get it off the starting line. And Randy Giuliani goes 11.83.0 at 112 miles an hour, and Todd Green goes 11.55.66 at 127.8. And the Javelin of Bryant Goldstone is in the staging lanes, queued up and ready to go. when the time comes. So David Freiberger is whispering at me that he thinks he can go because he is an impound. I thought you were leaving already. I think you're leaving already. Jess Neal and Doug Johnson. Man, all those stickers he has. Off he goes. Jess Neal and Doug Johnson leave the starting line. Jess Neal, a humongous starting line advantage of over 2 seconds. Johnson was waiting until the light was good and green, and he found it 11.404 at 122, with Jess Neal working his way down 13.26.7 at 102.69. One of the more entertaining cars to watch launch this week has been David Tippman's 1966 Shelby Cobra. Why? Well, because it dead hooks, and it normally picks a direction that isn't straight ahead when it leaves the starting line. Dan Aleel coming up, the 68 Torino Fastback in blue. Aleel's car running a 390 cubic inch FE-style big block motor. Wouldn't you know, Tippmann picks the first time of the week to go in a straight line. Picks the front end up and gone. Whatever axle Tippmann has in the back of that thing, it is well built because the thing, maximum punishment every time he lets the clutch out. 12.96.9 for Tippmann with a speed of 104.55, and Dan Aleel goes 14.45.8 at 87.40 miles an hour. So David mentioned that because Brian Goldstone is a impound car, he can get in that impound lane, and he will be able to apparently sneak out here quicker rather than later, which is good for all of us because we want to see him run. It's good for him because he want to make a hit and get out of here. The emery cloth crankshaft repair. See how it holds up. Jim Kitchen and Jim Manning coming up now. Kitchen, the 2003 Mercury Marauder. That was the sport model of the Crown Victoria that was produced, I believe, for 2 years, like 03 to 05, I think they made those. 305 horse from the factory, had the overhead cam motor in it. No blower on it, was naturally aspirated. 15.29.9 at 91.5 miles an hour as Jim Manning goes 15.21.4 at 90. 1962 Chrysler 300. How about that, with a 440 out of a motorhome and a camshaft jabbed into it. Been running consistent low 15s this week. The kind of lettering on the side is to commemorate, honor the 1962 300 that Ray Brock raced at the 1962 NHRA Winter Nationals. Jim Caffello is driving that giant Chrysler product, and Rusty Reeves is driving the 1965 Chevy C10. Rusty Reeves in the truck goes 11.87 with a speed of 112.75 as the 300 goes 15.17 at 88.37 miles an hour. In the We Don't Award Beauty Contest points category is Ben Ross, the 1989 Silverado, the crew cab truck. Big inch wheel or big diameter wheel with a short sidewall tire and a lazy launch there for Ben Ross. Alan Roberts says, I'm out of here. 1970 Chevy C10, looks like he drove it off the farm yesterday, and it's going to outrun the dually by a significant amount. 12.83.4 at 101.33 as Ben Ross goes down through the lights. 18.78.9 at 74.15 miles per hour. Brandon Sherman and Gary Talon coming up. Talon, his 10-second tunnel ram equipped Pontiac powered 1962 Tempest. It has a face on it that could stop a clock, but it runs good. Talon is second off the starting line. Brandon Sherman in the Chevelle, and then the Chevelle having issues as it's really not going anywhere. Talon's car was gentle off the starting line, goes 10.82 at 128 miles an hour, naturally aspirated, doing it the good old-fashioned hard way. The 450-plus cubic inch Pontiac engine, tunnel ram, and a pair of carburetors. James Kurz and Troy Lee going down the racetrack, and it's Troy Lee going 12.65.2 at 106, And it's Jim Kurz going 11:31 at 1:21.29. And maybe a problem with the Blue Nova that came out of the water box that appears to have lost fire. So this is going to be Alex Zarembo running down by himself in the Mercury Comet. Good shot of the trailer hitch on that thing being shown right now in the live stream. Bunch of fuel coming out of the back of the trunk there. That is stopped. Zarembo through the 8th mile at 82 miles per hour, and Alex Zarembo goes 12:91.8 with a speed of 104.65 miles per hour. And look at the parade of cars and trucks that are headed out of the facility right now. The runs have been made. The time slip's been turned in. What a great, great morning so far. And here comes Brian Goldstone, ladies and gentlemen. If you're away from the seats, I would get near a fence, get near a seat, get near your computer, get near something, because Goldstone is going to be in the water box next. J.P. Schuster and Mike Reichen going down the racetrack. Reichen, a land speed racer, a drag racer, a guy that has a 230-mile-an-hour Lancer Evolution Mitsubishi, is in his Camaro this weekend, goes 10-12 at 132. Schuster goes 11:54 at 104. So here it comes. Brian Goldstone, the second quickest car left in competition. A car that went 680 yesterday at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. And all indications are, as good as it was yesterday at Norwalk, things here at US 131 Motorsports Park are even better. Goldstone has owned this 1973 Javelin for decades. It has certainly not been in this form for very long. It's the second year we have seen this car at Drag Week, but Goldstone has prescribed to the old Larry Larson formula, which is get in it and drive it. He was at Roadkill Nights. He drives the thing back and forth to his local track. He takes it on trips around. He has put the miles on the car to break the stuff that's going to break and to figure out what's going to wear. As always, Drag Week throws the big curveballs at everyone. He's down there polishing a crankshaft journal with emery paper. If he even had emery paper, he might have been like a paper bag from the grocery store. Who knows what he had down there, but whatever it was, he's comfortable with it. Goldstone, the power window goes up, and that just absolutely wicked-looking 1973 Javelin gets ready to take on the racetrack. The bellwether for Goldstone's car is going to be watching those big rear slicks. When the thing hits the tire, if he can keep them wrapped up and build some wheel speed underneath this race car, he is going to be in good shape. The first 60 feet will tell the tale of this attempt. Oh, by the way, Taylor Reese in the other lane. And Goldstone's going to go for it. Brian Goldstone, 170 the 8th mile. Goldstone, 687. Look at the mile an hour, 2:10.08. Brian Goldstone, the thing was throwing trim off it. There's chrome flying through the air. And Goldstone goes 687.3. The big run of the day so far for Brian Goldstone. A 1:23 short time. To give an indication, if you look down at the racetrack from your seats, he drove through significant tire shake out there. The car was spinning the tires. By the time it got to 60 feet, it started to check the tire. It went into shake. He drove through it. You saw how the thing was blowing all that soot out of the exhaust pipe. It was tough to keep an eye on the big slicks, but Goldstone gutted his way through the first 8th mile, 4:56. The 8th mile speed, to me anyway, is incredible at 170.39. The car proceeds to make another 40 miles an hour going out the back of the racetrack. It traps at 210 with an elapsed time of 6:87.3 at 210.08. Taylor East was in the other lane. He went down through 13:29.0 at 112. You saw just about the 1,000-foot mark, the thing chucked some trim off it. Why would that happen? We saw it happen on Joe Barry's car for years. When you get into the tire shake situation, it'll shake the trim loose. You get enough speed built up, the air gets under and just pulls it off. The trim, this ain't a beauty contest. He can pull all the trim off it if he wants. He obviously wants to have the car as nice as possible because the guy's a freak like that, but you understand. So Brian Goldstone doing what he needed to do to keep things up and keep himself honest. The second quickest car of the competition will remain just that. And we wait to see the flat black Camaro at some point this afternoon of Jeff Lutz.
Yes, sir.
So Dean Teppen went down the racetrack last. He went a 10.98.9 at 120 miles an hour. I'm enjoying a healthy lunch of Snickers. Next pair up is going to be Rick Tyler in that 1962 Buick Special Wagon. You know, the two-door one that they never made, that Rick made himself. And Doug Kaiser, the 1965 Nova for Kaiser on the VP Racing Fuel side of the drag strip. Kaiser was way out on Rick Tyler, but Rick Tyler goes 11.61.4 at 116 as Doug Kaiser goes 13.56.2 at 98.94. Prospero and Lutz are getting ready as advised by Keith Turk. David Freiberger tells me there's an 86 Silverado and the black Camaro need a part number FR1501, a Pinto steering rack is what they're looking for. Or the 86 Silver and black Camaro needs a steering rack. The Pinto steering rack, as we have an 83 Jeep Cherokee on a C10 chassis with a turbocharged third-gen Hemi in it, running down against Mike Myers, G-body chassis swapped, Corvair with an LS motor in the front. Freaks aplenty. 10.95 on the Napa Know-How side, and 130 for Myers as Greg Hazenga goes through the end of the racetrack. 11.53.6 at 120. Kevin Rolfe is coming up, and I can tell you one thing about Kevin Rolfe. This 78 Lincoln Mark 5 runs exactly like you'd expect the 78 Lincoln Mark 5 to run. Tyler Hassing is in a quick Mustang. The full-on Huggy Bear level of luxury happening there for Kevin Rolfe. Tyler Hassing is sprinting down the Napa Know-How side, 11.57.5 at 117.83. Kevin Rolfe, who is not wearing platform shoes, nor is he wearing bell-bottom pants, goes 16.52.8 at 83.23 in the big stinking Lincoln. Ed Ursus from CP Pistons completes his burnout. CP Carrillo, I should say. And Bob Goupel. Goupel coming up on the Napa Know-How side. Ursus, of course, on the VP side. Ursus out of California. In the C7 Corvette that has been living in the high 10-second zone every day. Once again, there is a silver and black Camaro that is in need of a Pinto steering rack. If you don't got one, but if you know where to get one, find him. He's in the pits. He'll be the one with the front of the car yard sale. Go find him and help him out. There goes Ed Ursus. Good reaction time. He's been trying to hit the tree this week, getting ready for the bracket race, of which he is in the quick 32 so far. 10.76.4, 129 for Ursus. And Bob Goupel goes 14.09.4 at 101.24. Battle of the third-gen Camaros coming now. So Jason Moore and Wes Stevens. Stevens, the 87 Camaro on the Napa side. Jason Moore, the 88 Camaro, pair of third gens. 88 Camaro VP side for Moore. Stevens appears to be shifting his own gears, where Moore just came off the starting line like a house of fire out there. 3/10 better to 60 feet, and Moore goes 10:26.5 at 131.35, with Wes Stevens going 12:50 with a 0 at 108.49. Got a Scat Pack Challenger, going to be followed up by a Hellcat Charger. So the late model Mopar equipment making its presence felt out here. Adam Wright and Susan Slater. Slater is driving the Scat Pack 2015 Challenger, and Adam Wright, the 2001 Camaro on the VP Racing Fuel side of the drag strip. Camaro trailer hitch equipped. Challenger, not so much. You can hear Wright's car making those gear changes down the racetrack. 12:36.2 for the Challenger at 112.90 as Adam Wright goes 11:88.9 at 111.41. The well-used Chevy S10 pickup truck of Jeremy Ferguson out of Indiana comes up, and Craig Douglas rolls up the 2015 Charger Hellcat. This car has run deep into the 10s. We've seen this car, I believe the 1060s is the quickest we've seen it go. Of course, the supercharged 6.2-liter Gen 3 Hemi making the snot for Craig Douglas in the Mordor Charger. Ferguson cannot quite remember what Ferguson's truck's been running, but we're about to find out. You can hear that 8-speed automatic in the Charger just ripping its way through the gears. 105 in the 8th mile. And that is a, wow, 10:37.4 at 132.35. That thing has been worked up. A stock Hellcat, as quick as they are, is not running 10:37. So a nice run there out of the Charger of Craig Douglas. Jeremy Ferguson goes 14:67 at 90.60 miles an hour. Clark Lamb coming out of the Tulsa, Oklahoma area next to Brock Sutliff. Sutliff's car hikes the front tire a little bit. Clark Lamb, better reaction time. That reaction time advantage is holding off Brock Sutliff, but he's closing in on him. Top end of the racetrack, Sutliff goes 10:89.6 at 124, with Clark Lamb going 11:14.7 at 122.68. Now it is Steve Eden and Guy Young coming up. Eden is another one of our racers that is just a year in and year out type of guy. Eden was a long-time stick shift dude, but I believe the clutch pedal has given way to the automatic transmission. I believe that was like a last year thing. One of the best reaction times we've seen off the Pro Tree today. Again, most of the racers here are not used to hitting a Pro Tree, especially if you're a bracket racer. You see it very infrequently. You're normally a bottom bulb racer. So everyone's trying to get themselves squared away. Eden goes 11:11 with a 0 at 119 miles per hour as Guy Young makes his way down 14:87 at 92. The LTD and the Classic Mustang roll into the water box as the four-door Torino of Dustin Allard lines up next to Matt Rogers in the Oldsmobile. 1969 Cutlass for Matt Rogers and Dustin Allard, again, the 70 Torino with plenty, and I mean plenty of patina. So Dustin Allard goes across, 12:77.1. Speed on Allard's run, 104.02, as Matt Rogers goes 14:12.9 at 76.44. Jeff Gallagher and Matt Antrobius. Antrobius, the 1984 Ford LTD. The LTD contingent is strong this year. I mean, it's no early Monte Carlo contingent, but the LTD numbers are up. The LTD crop has been good. Jeff Gallagher making his power the old-fashioned way, a bunch of compression and camshaft in that thing. Very cool car, and it sings a nice tune as it gets to the top end. 10:62.1 at 126.26. Matt Antrobius goes 11:58.4 with a speed of 121.79. Paul Nadeau and Jeremy Hoskins coming up. Hoskins driving the Eagle Talon, or the Mitsubishi Eclipse, I should say, the DSM product over there on the Napa Know-How side. And Paul Nadeau, the 1960 Falcon, with the custom Griswold-esque luggage carrier on top. No wrapped up grandma in the carpet up there, though, so we're good. Four-door car as well, so Paul Nadeau. Miniature version of the Queen family truckster over here. Jeremy Hoskins goes through the 8th mile at 101, and Hoskins goes 10:79.2, 128, with Paul Nadeau going 13:36.7 at 99.01. Huge thank you to Precision Turbo and Engine. You have stepped up this year, become part of the Drag Week family. Thank you so much for being out with us again this year. Showing off your wares. We're from turbochargers to components, of course, to HPL, high-performance lubricants. You really are all over the place, and we appreciate your presence here. Check them out on the Midway or visit them online, Precision Turbo. They have your needs for boost. They got your needs for lubrication. They got your needs for pretty much everything else. Jesse Badaffery goes down next to Tim Hoskins. Badaffery, the pickup truck, outruns Hoskins. Badaffery goes 12:68 with an 8 and 106.11. And Tim Hoskins goes 13:32.0 at 104.24. How about Jeff Dean? 1977 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Duramax diesel engine. You got a big car like that, you need to use the Torx. And he's lined up next to James Reeves. We could pick Reeves' car up, turn it sideways, and put it in the trunk of that 77 Cadillac. Cadillac is out first on the Omni, but the Omni is not going to give up that easily. Good drag race. This is Bizarro World, but it is fun to watch. Top end of the racetrack, the Omni goes 11:04.9, and the diesel Cadillac goes 11:75.7 at 114.65. Reeves, 130-mile-an-hour trap speed, the 11:04.9 elapsed time. You know what Cadillac stands for? Caution, a dead Italian is lying lifeless among cargo. That is what Cadillac stands for. George Messer and John Gillard. Many people don't know that. That's the truth. That is the truth. 2002 Trans Am convertible as George Messer heads down the VP side with the ladder racks on the back of the pickup truck. And George Messer's truck is not exactly running up to snuff, even for a bone stock truck. 1390 with a 6.102 for Gillard. And the Messermobile, complete with the taillight that's taped into it, goes 25.89 at a blazing 50.93 miles per hour. Going to want to get that handled. And woe indeed, as we have the 4BT Cummins powered 1940-odd international cabbed truck rat rod creation of Robert Berry. Studebaker tailgate, Cummins diesel engine, slicks on the back, big diameter wheels on the front. When he puts the big diameter wheel and tire package on the back to get it down the road, it is an interesting looking creation. And Warren Whitmer, the 1968 Camaro for Whitmer with the drop top convertible roof. If you like the smell of diesel, you'll like Robert Berry's truck. If you like the taste of diesel, you really like Robert Berry's truck. It is a soot machine extraordinaire. Warren Whitmer gets to the top end. He goes 10.88.2 at 123, and Robert Berry fog banks his way to a 10.83.1, 120-mile-an-hour elapsed time in the truck with that four-cylinder Cummins diesel engine. The bread truck engine running 10s. And now it is Dave Paschal and Pat Culkin coming up. Culkin, the Dodge Shadow with the turbocharged 2.2-liter engine. Dave Paschal coming up, the 231 cubic inch turbocharged Buick engine. No V8s at all out there right now. The Bent 6 Buick is going to drive away from the inline four powered Dodge. 1149 with a speed of 121 for Dave Paschal as Pat Culkin goes 1271.3 at 102.81 miles per hour. Staging lanes wide open for our Street Machine Eliminator competitors. We are in the middle of your dedicated session for Street Machine Eliminator. Over 6,600 people tuned in. Thanks for those of you tuned into the Gear Vendors live feed here of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2016 presented by Gear Vendors. We are working our way through the Street Machine Eliminator field. We are awaiting the appearance of Jeff Lutz. We have seen Brian Goldstone run. He went 687 in the car just a few minutes ago. Bob Perrin and Terry Scrobb coming up. Scrobb driving the 1992 Dodge. The turbocharged Dodge goes down there. It's got the license plate that says Q-Ship on it. 13.83.6 with a speed of 100 miles an hour. And Bob Perrin goes 10.52 with an 8 at 125.77. So Kenton Hurst and Tim Bradshaw coming up. Bradshaw in the Mustang convertible. Kenton Hurst in a 1989 Z24 Cavalier. Probably the cleanest one in existence. I don't know about you guys, but where I live up outside of Boston, all these things rotted in half by like 1996. The big difference between Kenton Hurst's car is that it's pretty quick for a 1989 Cavalier, like 1370s at 109 miles an hour. That would be very fun to mess with people in. Terry Bradshaw goes 11.14.9 at 126. As the Nicky Chevrolet ZL1 Camaro comes to the starting line, that is Jay Williams and Jason Trotter coming up now. Nicky Chevrolet, one of the great high-performance Chevrolet dealerships through the muscle car era, still hanging their shingle on the performance world there in the greater Chicagoland area. Nicky Chevrolet fell in line with all the performance dealers of the 1960s, the Berger Chevrolets of the world, Berger Chevrolets of the world, Baldwin Chevrolet out in New York. Jason Trotter and Jay Williams going down the racetrack, and Trotter had a big starting line advantage in his turbocharged Shelby Daytona, 10.66 with a 7 at 141 for Trotter. Impressive run. Jay Williams goes 10.70 with a 0 at 132.86 in that hefty ZL1 Camaro. A bit over 20 minutes left, Lonnie Grimm says, in session number 2 before we turn it loose for the all-run slugfest known as session 3. About 20 minutes left. Session number 2. Mike Cardella, Mary Beth Kaczynski heading down the racetrack. Kaczynski driving the 1995 Eagle Talent, the DSM. All-wheel driver goes down 14.09.1. At 94.86, and Mike Cardella 11.29.4 at 123. If you're looking at this Triumph TR6 on the VP Racing Fuel side of the drag strip, stop laughing. You know why? Because it ran 10s yesterday. It has a turbocharged 4-cylinder Ford engine in it, has a stick shift in it, and it has a guy that really does not care how violently he leaves the starting line. This is my kind of car. Watch this thing. Jeff Dugopolsky coming up in the other lane in the military-style Malibu wagon. Yeah, that thing just had the front end in the air. Oh, he just missed a gear out there, though. Dale Napke was on a good one. He missed a gear. You saw the fire shoot out of the tailpipes. Whoopsie doodle. Dugopolsky goes down 11.53.9 at 1:15. Dale Napke goes in the 16-second bracket. You want to know how serious the Street Machine Eliminator class is? Dugopolsky, I talked to him last night. He has a nitrous kit that has been delivered to the hotel he is driving to tonight. He is going to spray the thing until it throws the rods out to try to make it in the quick 32. James Sandlin and Warren Hall go down the track. Sandlin manages a 13.24.6 at 100 mile an hour, as Warren Hall goes 13.58 at 99. And once again, we are 20 minutes away from ending session 2 and opening the staging lanes for all comers as Kerry Watson and Matt Jones come up. Who are four-wheel slick Suburban, or the Escalade is pulled into the staging lanes. That Escalade yesterday ran in the 11s out in Norwalk. The dude who's driving the Escalade is literally living in it this week. He is sleeping in the truck. So I don't know what that thing smells like in there, but looks good from the outside. Kerry Watson and Matt Jones coming up next. Jones, the 1976 Firebird, and Watson, the 72 Oldsmobile. It is not a drag week unless Kerry Watson is racing her Oldsmobile out here, and this year she is back. 12.15.9 at 108 miles an hour as Matt Jones goes 11.705 at 114.88. Hemi Joel Nystrom coming up in a 1967 Hemi GTX convertible that is restored to bone stock specs. Runs in the high 13s with a set of slicks on it, just like one of those cars would have done right out of the box. And then you got Jesse Harris. Harris has a 1980 Chevy C10 with a Cummins diesel in it that ran in the high 10s yesterday. And our camera guy down there in the starting line for Watch Your Live feed is going to have black lung now. He got the soot in the face. Not in the face. Joel Nystrom is going to try to run straight away, but he is going to be likely run down by Jesse Harris, and the exhaust pipe is facing in his direction. Nystrom, pre-stage in that gorgeous Hemi GTX convertible. Guaranteed he is driving that thing today with the top down. And here's Jesse Harris. At least the wind shifted in Hemi Joel's away from Hemi Joel's car. Nice. Jesse Harris getting it now. The cloud of black soot that'll settle somewhere in Nebraska by the time it lands is going. But look at Harris. Wow, 11.036. 123 for the deeply geared Chevy diesel truck. 13.64.8 at 100 for Joel Nystrom. That 64, I believe, is Joel's best run of the week. And again, that's not a car that's been overly hot-rodded. You're looking at basically what a performance-wise would have been a 1967 GTX convertible, which I don't have to tell you guys, but a valuable car. Not a lot of 67 GTXs out there with Hemis in them, and a convertible 67 GTX is certainly worth a couple of bucks. Great to see him out here. By the way, Joel Nystrom also owns a Duesenberg. It's not a supercharged one, though, so, you know. Yeah. He drag races that every once in a while as well. Gary Harris and Joe Jennings heading down the racetrack. Jennings, the 63 Chevy 2. Gary Harris, the 05 Silverado. Silverado's out first. Beating up on the Nova like it's an F-150. The Silverado goes 10.93.3 at 122. The Nova of Joe Jennings goes 11.01.8 at 125.14. And the Gebhardt clan. Coming up now is Darren Gebhardt. Will line up next to Scott Abbott. We have never actually seen a drag week with Scott Abbott's car having paint on it. And we are getting darn close to making the Session 3 transition, if you will, which ain't much of a transition. It's more just an announcement. Darren Gebhardt goes 12.089 with a speed of 113. Scott Abbott goes 11.44.0, 121.16. Abbott has won Street Machine Eliminator previously. We have our new dancing bacon mascot up here, thanks to Frank Romano. Dave Burke and Dave Kerwin coming up. Kerwin, another of our 10-second Hellcats. We'll see if he can plug one down there in the sub-11-second bracket. As Dave Burke is lined up in the unassuming-looking 1979 Le Mans, although it does have, of course, the roll cage down bars clearly visible through the back window. David Burke drives through the 8th mile at 96 miles an hour, and Dave Kerwin goes 11.080 at 124. David Burke goes 11.21 at 119. Rick Lutz Jr. and Mike Reichen heading down the racetrack. Reichen trying to go as close to that 10-0 cutoff as he can, as Rick Lutz Jr. had a big hole shot, but lacks the massive amount of horsepower that Mike Reichen has. 990 with a 3, too quick for Reichen at 136. It felt good. He kept his foot into it. .1667 at 79 miles an hour for Rick Lutz Jr. So we got Dave Tippett and Jim Cifello coming up. Cifello driving that big giant 62 Chrysler 300. And Dave Tippett letting the clutch out the 1966 Shelby Cobra. And Tippett goes 12.38.9 at 108 miles an hour. The 62 Chrysler of Jim Cifello goes 15.17 at 87. Not all that uncommon to see a Shelby Cobra in the drag strip. There was a small number of those Dragon Snake Cobras that were built back in the day, 289 cars, and 427 cars. Of course, Bruce Larson, who is the 1989 NHRA Funny Car champion and a great funny car pioneer. First rose to national prominence driving a Shelby Cobra. The modified, or is it modified sports, or is it a sports production car? Modified, yeah, modified sports car that he raced on the East Coast and won a whole bunch of stuff with. It's a 289 Cobra that is worth a gazillion bucks. Andre Miller in his truck. Well, he makes his first pass of the day. He made a ton of passes yesterday, 1175 at 114. Gary Talon. Goose, 1072 at 126.69. Kenny LaFleur coming up. LaFleur driving that great lime green 70 Javelin, rather, AMC Javelin. And the Javelin, after working to get the transmission fixed all night, goes 11:13.9 at 129. And Susan Slater goes 12:56 at 111.94. And again, the herd's starting to thin in the staging lanes as our Street Machine Eliminator competitors have made a bunch of runs. And we're going to be going into Session 3 soon. The impound area has thinned out considerably as well. Looks like the Monte Carlo of George Gallimore is still up on the jack over there as Sean Devine and Randy Franklin leave the starting line. Franklin, one of the many racers running a gear-jamming manual transmission out here as Sean Devine begins to pull up on the side of the VP fuel lane. 1093.7, 124 as Randy Franklin goes 1181.9 at 114. Husband and wife pair coming up now, Raywood and Connie Lejeune, in a pair of quick, and I mean quick, late model Mustangs. These are 10-second runners out here. And the Suburban has come into the water box. If there is a heaviest, if that Suburban's got to be the heaviest thing in the drag strip this weekend. When no one's racing a motorhome, that would be the only thing we could think of to be heavier. So Raywood Lejeune gets a whole shot on his wife by a couple tenths of a second. But Connie Lejeune looks like she's starting to reel him in a little bit. Stripe it is going to be Connie Lejeune going 1077, 132, and Raywood going 1095 at 127. So the Suburban of Mitchell Stapleton going to line him next to John Pfister. Stapleton living in this thing all week. It went in the high 11s yesterday. It's got slicks on all four corners. It's weird and it's cool at the same time because drag week. You can see he launches it in four-wheel drive. As the weight transfer came up, the front tires actually chirped. I'm sure the computer loves that. John Pfister goes through 999.0 at 137, 1199.7 for the big Bourbon down there at 110 miles an hour. And again, keeping our eyes peeled out here, waiting for some of the big guns to show up. Looks like Brian Goldstone's car. I'm not sure if they're going to be swapping it back into cruise mode or what they're doing. It was great to see him run that 687. And John Pfister comes off the starting line in the Olds. Oh, it's not John Pfister. There's the Oldsmobile Cutlass coming off the starting line here on the Napa Know-How side. 12,000 at 104.19. It is 12:30. It is lunchtime. It is time to eat. We got food stand open. You can smell this whole place smells fantastic. Grab yourself something to eat or drink down there. The US 131 Motorsports Park staff is working, and they are feeding you. And get down there and eat you something for lunch. Best Wednesday in a long time for me. Hopefully saying the same for you. It's always good to get to the drag strip in the middle of the week and hang out. Nothing cooler. Jeff Dugopolsky and Ed Ursus coming up now. Ursus in the 2015 Corvette and Dugopolsky the 81 Malibu. Dugopolsky leaves the starting line. And again, this car, he figures this car is probably too slow to make it in the field right now. He is going to put a nitrous kit on it tonight and go hammer on it in Indy tomorrow as Ed Ursus goes 10:59.6 at 130 miles an hour, and Jeff goes 11:56.6 at 114.71. Now we got Rodney Rodriguez and Mike Cardella coming up. Rodriguez, the third-gen car. Cardella, the fourth-generation Pontiac Firebird. Lonnie Grimm is telling me 10 minutes left in session number 2. 10 minutes left. Wow, John Ferrone is pulled in the racetrack. Wow, Ferrone driving into that 1972 Aussie Valiant Charger. He kicked a head gasket out of the thing yesterday. We saw fire shoot out from under. We thought maybe he had torched a block or a head. Whatever he did, he's been able to get the car to the racetrack, and he's going to have a couple of hours to get it in the staging lanes and attack. Wow, that was a surprise and a good way to see Goldstone pull in. Mike Cardella goes to see Ferrone pull in, as Cardella goes 10:99.2, 124. Rodriguez, 11:31.5 at 117. The Triumph is streaking down the VP lane. Go, Triumph, go! 11:87 with a speed of 114 miles an hour. Sandlin goes through 13:29.7 at 100 miles per hour. Dave Paschal and Kerry Watson roll up. Oldsmobile and Buick. Turbo Buick, big block Olds. Chris is packing up the trail in the S10. It is definitely thinning out over there in the impound area, as competitors get ready to pack up and head on to Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis. Paschal and Watson leave the starting line. Watson with the starting line advantage. Oh, big smoke on the stop end for Paschal as he goes through the lights. 11:53.9, 120, just under 121 mile an hour, as Kerry Watson goes 12:24.3 at 108.25. So Jesse Harris and Scott Abbott coming up. It is Harris again in the diesel-powered truck that we saw rip down the racetrack earlier. Not that far back. Harris hot lapping that bad boy. Going to spool the turbo. It's got a big single on it. And Scott Abbott runs down in his Mopar, innocently enough, going 11.96. Let's watch what it says for Harris. 10.29 with a 6. At 129 miles an hour for Jesse Harris. Wow. The motor came out of a crew cab truck that was running in the low 11s, and he put it in that little light half-ton. 10.29 is legit. 129 mile an hour. Mike Reichen coming back up. Remember, he ran 990 last time, which is cool, but it's too quick. You can't hit a 990 slip if you want to run street machine. Now he goes quicker, 989.6 at 125 as Steve Eden goes 11.02.4 at 119.81. And we are down to about 5 cars in the staging lanes. The staging lanes are not yet open. Staging lanes are not yet open for Session 3. Again, staging lanes are not yet open for Session 3. I'll make the announcement when they are. 11:35.8 at 125 miles an hour. James Kurz goes 11:35.8 at 120. Nice clean pass down there on the Napa Know-How side. Joe Jennings and Connie Lejeune. We saw the Lejeune pair go down a few minutes ago. Now it is Jennings and Lejeune as the second Lejeune is coming out the end of the staging lanes. And again, the lanes are not currently open for Session 3 as John Ferrone begins the process of getting his car ready to run down the racetrack. Amazing to see that thing pull in here. There goes Connie Lejeune and Joe Jennings waiting and leaving. 1080 with a 7 at 130 miles an hour for Connie Lejeune. Joe Jennings goes through the 8th mile and now stops the clock, 11:21.5 at 120.16 miles an hour. John Pfister and Paul Nadeau are heading down the racetrack. Pfister, the 3-window coupe on a good one, 10:07.9, 132. Paul Nadeau goes 12:85.4 at 103, so Pfister is basically at the bottom end of the category in a good way. Can't go any quicker than 10:0, and he's at 10:07. He is safe. He'll be one of the quicker cars in the Eliminator on Friday. Andre Miller and Raywood Lejeune head down the racetrack. Miller, again, hot lap of the truck later in the day. Later in the day, drag week time anyway. Raywood Lejeune goes 10:91.7. Andre Miller goes 11:41.3 in the truck. I am going to try to will my way, or will this triumph of Dale Napke into the 10s again. Oh, man, that 2-3 shift is killing him out there. 1-2 is good. 2-3 is no bueno for Dale Napke. Goes 11:52.9 at 123 miles an hour. I'm sure we'll be seeing the Triumph one more time. The launch was pretty good there, but again, the 2-3 shift flummoxed. Got a whole bunch of our class racers ready to pounce at the end of the staging lanes as soon as Lonnie Grimm gives the word. The lanes are not open yet. Like dangling a piece of bacon in front of a dog and tell them not to eat it. They're all sitting right down there at the end of the lanes looking to pounce. Grimm better be light on his feet because once they show up, they're going to try to run him over. Ed Ursus comes up in his Corvette. He's been knocking 10-second laps off, no problem. We'll see if he can knock another one off. The C7 looking good and white. And again, the 1/2 million speed automatic transmission in the C7 Corvette goes 10:58.7 at 130 miles an hour. That car shifted 17 times going down the racetrack. Ed Ursus' car sounded like a transmission from the Fast and Furious movies when the guy shifts the car 61 times in one scene. That's what it sounded like down there. Runs good, though. 10:58 at 130 miles an hour. Down the road goes that awesome orange tangerine-colored Nova. Those boys got the U-Haul trailer hooked up and rolling. Good luck, fellas. Hopefully we see you in Indy tomorrow. I was just handed a bag of food and said, 1 burger, 1 chicken sandwich, whatever you want, and I said yes. Awesome. So we're going to be getting going here again. The afternoon session will run us on. As our low 11-second, potentially 10-second front-wheel drive Dodge Omni comes up here of James Reeves. Reeves out of Kentucky. The TurboMopar.com logo on the back bumper of the car, and TurboMopar.com, the spot to go. These guys trade the speed secrets for these little 2-liter turbo cars, and you saw there's a whole bunch of them out here. James Reeves got the big rubber on the front, got the skinnies on the back, 11.14 with a speed of 131.69. Burnout completed for our driver, Rodney Rodriguez, in the third-generation Camaro now coming up Napa side of the racetrack. See Lonnie Grimm on his phone down there? Grimm's on his phone, and there's a bag of food in front of him. So something really important is getting texted. If he hasn't gone face first into the food bag yet, he's getting the text out on the phone. Sean Fling is Sean Fling is waving the food under his nose. I like that. That is good. So Roddy Rodriguez is going to stage his car up on a solo. And again, this day is played out in many ways like a typical drag week day in the sense that we run the sessions. By the end of the session, we're kind of out of cars. The big difference here is that we have a couple of real big home run hitters that have not come up to the plate yet today, and they're going to be trying to make multiple hits if they need them in the final session. Session 2 is over. The lanes are open for Session 3. Session 3 cars, all competitors looking to make a hit in Session 3. Bring them in, load them up, and strap on your helmets. It is time to go for the final go-round here of Drag Week 2016, presented by Gear Vendors at US 131 Motorsports Park in Martin, Michigan. Session 3 competitors, the staging lanes are open for you. Get them in here, get suited up, and get ready to hammer this fantastic drag strip this afternoon. So Jeffrey Lutz in the Honda Civic, one of the first cars to come up. That thing is a handful. Turbocharged small block Chevy. Turbocharged Impala coming in next. We got the Geo in there. The first gen and third gen Camaros rolling through. Bill Fowler's going to bring the 1,000-horse naturally aspirated Fox body back in there. A whole lot of heavy iron coming into the staging lanes right now, and we're not too far away from seeing John Ferrone and others as the Retro Nova of Dennis Taylor. Alex Taylor coming in the Bad Marrow. Stacking them up like cordwood, boys and girls. Make sure you get a good seat because it is going to be Session 3 time as soon as we get that racetrack touched up and ready to go. All right, so the Session 3 cars are being loaded in. Our track prep is being finished up. The rotator tractor back out on the surface right now. Again, it's a great piece of equipment to have. Always get a little excited when we get to a track with a rotator because you know you're going to have a nice surface. Twin turbo Ozzy Chevelle is back in line. The Falcon Wagon's back in line. The big Pontiac's pulling back in. This is like going to be great. Krusty Nova's back in line. Thankfully, didn't knock the front end out of it. As many guys are pulling in line, the parade of competitors heading on to Indy, pretty impressive as well. There goes the wheel standing, stack injected Nova. It's out of here. The big Poncho's leaving, and the Lenko shifted 56 Chev with the Hillborn stacks coming up through the hoodless nose. Gone as well. Very cool. Happy trails and best of luck to everybody that is making their way out of the facility right now and headed on to Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis. You may need it looking at this route. The one thing we got going for us today is the fact that the very first direction on the route is not wrong like it was yesterday. The very first direction on the sheet yesterday's directions were sending people the wrong way out of the racetrack, which we totally get that on lockdown today. The one thing we always learn when the early leavers get out there, we always learn about where the road closures are, because when we don't make the route last week, the route gets made months ago. We don't know these things. You make a route, you go, okay, cool. Well, then you go a couple months later, and maybe they've closed a road or a bridge got washed out. So then all of a sudden on social media, we got to Route 96, so there is no Route 96 anymore. It's like, well, shuck and jive, baby. If you blew off work today, why not blow off work for the rest of the week and come hang out with us? We're way more fun than whatever you do for a living, unless I'm not going there. I'm not going there. We're way more fun than most people, whatever they do for a living. We're going to be in Indy tomorrow. We're going back to Columbus, Ohio on Friday. Two places that are way better than your office. If you're listening on the live feed, you're thinking, maybe I should come out and check out what's going on in Indy tomorrow, come out to Columbus, you definitely should. Oh, awesome crowd. We need to take you guys everywhere. We need to load you up like we'd load up the race cars. We need to carry all you guys and girls with us. There goes the Chevy 2 wagon out of here. They got like 5 guys in that thing. That's awesome. It's like the Griswolds going on vacation. They're out. Is there a dog leash tied to the bumper of that thing? Poor little guy kept up for a couple miles. That's it. Sorry, kids, Wally World's closed. So a couple guys look at the starting line out there. One of those guys, Nick Pluniak, who has been riding with Jeffrey Lutz this week. Jeffrey, the son of Jeff. Cool. On the live feed, going to go to a quick commercial. You're not going to miss a thing, and I am going to step off the mic here for 1 moment at the racetrack.
Right up in the air.
We're here at the 2016 Drag Week. We're in Norwalk, Ohio. And I'm with Daryl Yost, who yesterday with his big block, supercharged, everything over the top Chevy. What year is this, 68? 69? 69 Chevelle. And he says, oh yeah, I'm gonna get in the 8s. Well, he's been running low 9s, but chances were he was gonna stay there. Maybe get close to 8s, but anyway, so you made your first pass today, what'd you do?
I think we went 950 this morning.
950 this morning. So say, making adjustments, going up and down. So you just got back from your second pass?
Second pass.
And what'd you do?
899.
899. So he made it into the 8s finally.
First day, second pass.
Okay, very good, very good. So the car's a little different this year than it was last year. So what'd you change this year? What do you got going?
We put a power glide in it and ice intercooler here to get the intake air temperatures down.
He's got this ice intercooler, this big box in here. Did you go with the power glide rather than like a 400 or something like that for Space or weight or?
I talked to the guys at BTE Transmissions, and they really helped me out. There's a guy named Chance there that worked with me on my converter and really got it right.
Okay.
The bolt together BTE converter, and we made a stator change the week before we came to drag week, and this is our first try out with it. So.
Okay. And you're okay with 2 speeds?
Yeah, it's great.
It's great.
We wanted the 2-speed to try to tone it down on the starting line. You know, you saw how it launched with the 4-speed, where we couldn't even drive the thing. So we're trying to get it where we can roll the power into it.
So what do you think this thing, what kind of potential do you think this thing has?
It probably has 850 power in it.
850?
Go 850.
So
I think it probably has 1,500 horsepower potential.
Really?
Yeah.
So how are you going to get there? What are you going to do?
We're going to put some bigger injectors here in a minute, and hopefully we can make it run, and then we're going to change out the pulley.
Okay.
Make some more boosts, get the boost up.
All right.
You know.
So boost, and what's wrong with the injectors you have in there?
They're at the max duty cycle. They're duty cycled out all through first gear. Really? So if we're not short shifting out of first, the motor turns off.
It's been shutting off?
Yeah, it's been shut. That's why we're struggling. We're trying to overcome that. So this pass, we short shifted first, and then they stayed on to the finish line.
Okay.
So,
all right.
It was a good pass.
So you're just kind of learning as you're...
Just like last year, I picked up a half a second from the beginning to the end, and I hope to do the same.
That's pretty good. That's
the fastest we ever went before that was 9:46, so we're a half a second faster than we used to be. So.
And how is this on the street with the automatic?
With my expert navigator, it's great, you know.
Do you miss the 4-speed?
No, I love the converter because it's right. You know, it's got the stall. You get into it, it's fun.
All right.
But we run down the road without the blower belt.
That's true.
So you can actually enjoy the car.
Yeah, you don't need a blower for the street, so they run it without the blower when they're going from track to track on drag week.
Yeah, with the blower from a 40, 50 mile an hour roll, 100 comes and goes in 2-3 seconds. You know, I mean, so you need a lot of road. You know?
Well, Daryl's always a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to talk to, and we're real happy that he got to his goal here, and now we got to see some 850s.
Well, we're working our way.
Right on. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, I'm Doug Ladd from the Hot Rod Network, and I'm about to show you how to measure pinion angle. With the car at ride height, first you measure your drive shaft angle using a pinion tool. That's about 3 degrees. After you measure that, rotate the pinion 90 degrees. Measure at the pinion. That's about 7 degrees. 7 minus 3 is 4. That is 4 degrees of pinion angle. Pinion angle is never up. Ideally, it should be between 2 and 6 degrees.
The car flew right up in the air.
So we are back at the racetrack here, and we just those of you that were watching the live feed saw some video from the pits and a little bit of Motor Trend On Demand action. Make sure you get a hold of Motor Trend On Demand. It's a cool service, couple bucks a month, gets you a ton of content that you're not going to see on regular YouTube. The Motor Trend channel gets you behind the scenes. So the Roadkill guys, you get kind of advanced looks into some of the stuff that's coming. Check it out, Motor Trend On Demand as part of the YouTube channel. So this is session 3, firing up right now. Coming around the corner will be the Jake Branter Malibu. You see a ZZ. Whenever you see a ZZ on the windshield at drag week, it means one thing: exhibition. It means the car has dropped out for one reason or another. We try to accommodate everybody. If you've dropped out, your car is still capable of running, we try to accommodate you and have you make some exhibition passes. So this thing just brutally loud. It's got a Pro Charger on it. Big gnarly motor in here. It has been out on drag week before. As I mentioned, unfortunately, Jake Branter, the owner, operator of the car originally, passed away unexpectedly several months ago, and his friends are out here in his memory running this car and remembering him in the best way they know how out here at the drag strip. So Brandt are going to try to take this Malibu down Aeroquip Alley here at US 131 Motorsports Park. So the car now pre-staged all the way in. Jake's Malibu Silicon and sounding good. Here we go. Man, lots of power. You heard the thing come up on the boost, and it just ripped the radio right out the back of it. 8th mile at 126, a little bit of a pedal job down there. 894 with a 1 at 171 miles an hour on the Napa Know-How side of the strip. And now we go right for the jugular here as we have Jeff Lutz Jr., Jeffrey Lutz coming up. Yimmy Clavinen coming up. Yimmy is driving the turbocharged 1966 Impala. And Jeff Lutz Jr. driving the Honda. You think you just walk back in here and flip a mic on like nothing ever happened?
Oh, yeah, more importantly, Freiberger's back. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
It's over between us. I'm not going to wear the same clothes as you anymore, man.
Oh, man, there's so many good stories in the pits. It's matching the action out on the track.
Well, this is the first time we've seen Jeffrey Lutz, a turbocharged small block Chevy in a 1989 Civic. If you think it sounds like a bad idea, wait till you watch it run. And trouble is the car would not come up on boost, and you can see that Yimmy Clavinen is running down on the Napa side, 926 with a 6. At 149.65 miles an hour. Yimmy getting after it. 926.6, 149.65. 1478.2 at 92 miles an hour on the VP side. The Civic will be back. That car has been running ridiculous speeds and ETs, far superior to what you just saw.
We've got 6,000 people watching on the Gear Vendors live feed worldwide. Hey, all you 6,000 people. Text a friend, email them, tell them to watch the live feed. We want to exceed our record.
We already did. You weren't even here.
We did. I'm saying we're going to exceed it again, dude.
We're going to re-exceed.
We're not backing up.
We're going to re-exceed.
Exactly. It's like you don't come back out on the track and attempt to run slower.
Right. Well, we blew the record we blew away when you were gone.
Really?
Yeah, we rocketed past like 66. We were almost 6,700.
So the key is me walking away.
You leaving caused a massive chain reaction of build.
Big spike. So the spike was actually during Street Machine Eliminator.
It was.
And so now that we're into the open run session where we could see even more meteoric cars,
yes,
it should get even bigger, badder, faster, louder. So
I'm sorry, the Gallimore Mobile is up on the jack. You know what's going on with that thing? I don't know. I'm just over here. I'm looking.
I don't. I know what's going on with the Land Cruiser. Remember the Land Cruiser that busted a push rod and ended up putting it back together using a socket for the cup end of the push rod? Okay. They then drove and had an electrical system failure.
Aye.
They went and bought some LEDs and taped them to the grill to use as headlights. And right now they've got the engine all apart because they tulipped a valve.
Oh, no. Welcome to Drag Week, guys. Dane Weiler and Matt Ketting coming up now. Weiler, the 1967 Chevelle, and Matt Ketting, the 1968 Camaro. The good license plate on the Chevelle is the Chevelle.
Never miss that license plate.
No, we are on that.
Not once, yeah.
Like Judge Wapner and the number of... We're on the license plates.
You're on it like Wapner on Oreos, huh? So that was obscure. I did get news that the GTO got a drive shaft, so that's good.
That's a win.
But we do have a racer who needs a brass gear for an MSD Pro Billet distributor. Conventional small block Chevy, orange Camaro by the Napa Timing Tower.
Dane Weiler gets the whole shot leap on Matt Ketting. 11:50 with a 1 at 115 miles an hour as Matt Ketting goes 11:69 at 121.
Land Cruiser guys also have that bore scope, I guess. Did they come pick that up?
Either that or somebody stole it.
So we need to make sure that that gets back in the correct hands. So Land Cruiser guys, please make sure to return that bore scope.
Vinny Barbone and Tony Karamitsos. Remember, Karamitsos went down, and it looked like somebody had lit off a smoke bomb there at the top end of the racetrack, but apparently it was just maybe a brake caliper hanging up or something A lot of smoke, but no carnage down there for Tony Karamitsos. So Barbone and Karamitsos in the starting line. Like a law firm. Nice. Vinny Barbone getting after it all of a sudden. That thing hadn't been pulling the wheels. It is now. Meanwhile, Tony Karamitsos is going to put the spurs to it. Just past the 8th mile. 10:02 for Barbone. Karamitsos made the parachute trying to pull him sideways. 8:46. 166.67 for Karamitsos.
In the Geo, that 10.0 improves a 10.09 from yesterday. You know that he's hunting for that 9.99.
Yeah, the elusive 9-second time slip. Blake Hughes from 417 Motorsports comes up now. The 417 Motorsports guys, if you don't follow them on social media, you should. They build a lot of really cool stuff, a lot of hardcore fabrication stuff. If you're into that kind of thing, the 417 Motorsports page, check them out. They do great work. Matt Buell coming up. Buell, the third-generation Camaro. And Blake Hughes. You see that little gear change down there at just about the 8th mile, and a pop for Hughes. You can hear it now, 963.3 at 117 miles an hour. So the pop down there costing him some mile an hour. He was out of the throttle early. 12:37, 111, the VP side for Matt Buell. And here comes Bill Fowler and James Kurz.
Bill is second right now in Super Street Big Block NA.
By how far?
He's got some work to do.
Okay. The Retro Nova about ready to make the corner, as is Alex Taylor's car. The Aussie guys are pushing the turbocharged Chevelle through the lanes. Scott Kleppinger is going to be coming back up in his 8-second Camaro. Oh no, trouble for Bill Fowler as that thing just rip-sawing through the torque converter out there. That was odd. That looked not so good as James Kurz goes 11:35.1 at 124, and Bill Fowler 15:18 at 74 miles an hour.
That was the automotive equivalent of walking outside and get your legs stuck in the mud.
I'm just going to, oh my God. Benjamin Adkins and George Browning coming up. Browning, the classic 1926 Ford Model T, and Ben Adkins, a 74 Pontiac Ventura. Pontiac goes 11:18.7 at 120, and Browning in the Model T goes 15:25 at 84 miles an hour. All right, we're going to see a 7 out of the Retro Nova of Dennis Taylor.
I'm guessing that is the plan.
He has not made a run yet today, so we'll see how aggressive he gets right off the bat. Oh, man, it was moving. It wasn't turning the tire, and all of a sudden, he clicked it off.
Yeah, 128.60 foot. Then things went wrong.
Steve Shishak goes 12:03.9 at 114.27, and Taylor, things again got off swimmingly, and then all of a sudden the power dropped out, and he is going to coast it to the big end.
Swimmingly. As he makes his way off the track, let's look at his score. He is in Super Street Big Block. It has him down here as Power Adder. That's not right, is it?
Do I know?
Is Dennis Taylor a Power Adder car?
Absolutely. Yes, turbocharged.
Oh, right.
If he was running high sevens NA, that would be that would be newsworthy.
Thank you for the brain check there, Brian. It's hard to look through these sheets and keep your eyeballs square. Look at this.
Yeah.
He is currently third in Super Street Big Block Power Adder, a best of an 8.0.
Jay Brown has completed the camshaft swap in his Camry engine. His Mustang is now in the staging lanes.
Oh, that is going to be amazing if he can come back and put 2 camshafts in that car.
Yeah.
And yes, I said 2. It's a sock motor. And then come back out here and run an 890 again, naturally aspirated. That will be a drag strip of all-time moment.
Alex Taylor, the 1968 Bad Marrow, comes up on the VP Racing side as Jeff Floyd rolls up in his nice 66 Chevelle. Taylor looking good early on here through the 330 and 8th mile cleanly. And Alex Taylor goes 8:58 with a 4 at 161 miles an hour. A career personal best by about 0.2 of a second, or at least 1.5 for Alex Taylor. 8:58.4. That thing was absolutely stomping down there.
She sucked all the luck off Dennis is what happened there.
Great run for Alex. Jeff Floyd goes down 11:37.3 at 116 into Chevelle. Andre Miller and Matt Rogers get to 1,000 feet. Wind light will shine, or the low ET light, I guess we should call it here, will shine 11:402 for Matt Rogers as Miller goes 11:58 at 117. John Ferrone's car still up on the jack stands over there. Can you believe it? When he drove in, I almost fell out of the window.
What are you trying to say?
No, we didn't expect to see him.
I know.
We thought that there may have been big damage to that thing yesterday when it was shooting fire out of it. Paul Castiglione and Greg Maiden leave the starting line. Castiglione, the 72 Challenger in Yeller, and Greg Maiden. The Mercury goes 10:28.5 at 130. Castiglione goes 11:53.9 at 119. Mike Giovannis coming up now. Mike Galimi, who was riding with Mike Giovannis, covering the event for the Mustang 360 blog, part of the...
I suspect he was working for Race Pages. No? Working for us?
Working for you guys.
All right.
He texted me, he said...
Clearly he's not getting paid because I didn't know.
He texted me and he said, we're still here. This feels like summer school. I said, welcome to real life. So Mike Giovannis and Brian Gebhardt come up. Gebhardt's first run. He's been been waiting, been running the second session, making a couple hits. Mike Giovannis bumps in. And again, trouble for Giovannis as the car just will not accelerate. Comes off the starting line and then just kind of noses over. Brian Gebhardt goes 10:21.2 at 131, and Mike Giovannis goes 14:21.3 at 81.46.
Man, Alex's run just then is one of the most significant personal achievements we've seen today.
100%.
That was huge.
That was really big.
So is the Chevelle that's out here on the line.
Yeah, well, I mean, the significant personal achievement for Haig is living. Not dying in this car is really the significant personal achievement for the Australian guys.
And I think you're talking about on the road trip.
I'm talking about every foot that it moves under its own power. Nice wheels up one for Chris McNeely. Figure he's going to go full Aussie on us and just drive on the other side of the track.
I was about to say that, but that would be the right side, which, yeah, never mind.
942.7, 158 miles an hour. And something apparently flew off the Australian machine as it made it down past the 8th mile.
What?
Goldstone.
It's hard to believe.
What? 4 pieces of Ayers rock. Did you see Brian Goldstone went full Joe Barry out there? Did you hear that?
No. Did parts fall off?
Shook the tire and shot trim off at like 1,000 feet.
Awesome. But what did he roll?
Oh, 687.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After having the oil pan off the thing, presumably.
Yeah.
Do we have any actual facts about what he had apart on that car? We need
We do. We got Jim Lukens down there. Jim Lukens is checking in on it for us, so Jim is going to report back.
Awesome. Jim, who informed me he was here in 2005 for the first one of these.
And Jim covered my bacon in 05 because we were in late. I had to get to the airport, and he ended up filing the last story for me. Jim Lukens was the guy that they used to feature. He worked at Berger Chevrolet for years. They used to put Jim in Hot Rod Magazine. He was the guy in their ads for high-performance parts.
Gary Ross going down the left-hand lane in that little Chevy-powered Ford Falcon. Quarter-mile time, 9:79 with a 7 at 136 miles an hour.
I think she's just fine. Tomorrow we're just going to go 868, 161. I think the track is fine. All right, lots of getting ready to pull into the staging lanes.
Whoa, just got word that Jeff Lutz is getting ready to pull into the staging lanes. Randy Chrisman and Keith Vandenberg. Chrisman, the big poncho out there, he came out early in the day and had a problem. And Keith Vandenberg, they have been making the drives, they've been making it to the racetrack, but it has been a week of head scratching and frustration for Keith Vandenberg and crew. The car just not really doing what they needed to do on the racetrack.
We've got a lot of big stories coming up, chief among them, Shane McClelland, who pulled that big wheel stand and hasn't made a run yet. We've also got Lutz. We've also got Jay Brown.
So Danny Roberts and John Foster coming up right now. The naturally aspirated 1980 Malibu.
Rescue green, Jeep Wrangler color.
And John Foster, the 72 Datsun, the 240Z. Who's in Japan, we call it a fair lady. Oh, wheel stand, pogo stick action out there as he bounced it and bounced it good. He knocked out of that thing as Danny Roberts goes 952. Oh, no. What the heck? He's got the parachute out of it now. Something is drastically wrong with the Datsun darting around down there. 952.6 at 142 for Danny Roberts. A great run for him. He picked up half a second. They fixed something there. And an absolute circus ride for John Foster.
Boy, but he did keep it off the wall.
By the grace of God, it did not hit anything, but I don't know if he was actually steering it.
No, it didn't look. That was one of the stranger things I've seen.
Yeah. Obviously, the landing, we got a replay here. We're going to watch on the live feed and see if we can tell what's going on with this thing. But he pulled a huge wheel stand, violent landing. We're watching the front tires now. He lands it the second time. Oh, yeah.
There's junk hanging under the...
It's locked up tight. Front wheel was locked up tight, and then it was all towed in. He busted a tie rod or something.
Yeah, there was junk hanging down from it. And like you say, that left front tire buckled in, and then it just sort of started doing its own thing once the body came up off of it. Uncontrollable.
So that's going to be a bit of an interesting deal to get it towed off at the top end of the racetrack. They may go up on the Go-Jacks or some sort of other device to get dollies of some sort.
We're going to need the wrecker. I'm sure you guys are getting it up.
Yep, the ramp truck's headed down there. Again, well-equipped track. We got the ramp truck. Boom goes the dynamite. And it's a ramp truck that is built sometime in the last half century as well. Inside joke. Or not. I don't know. Maybe it's an outside joke now. So the ramp truck's going to go down there and get John Foster again as we're watching that replay again on the live feed in slow motion. And it's the second bounce. It's the second landing where things really start to go bad. The wheel actually gets caught up in the wheel well. The thing's all locked up tight. And the real problem was, as the wheel was not spinning, he kept putting a whole bunch of right steering into it, which anybody would. But then when it freed itself up, the thing went to shoot across the racetrack. And fair to say that the front end of that thing is
FUBAR?
About as together as I don't even know what. So the wrecker going to go down there and do what it do and get him scooped up. The Cadillac Escalade, which I continue to misidentify as a Suburban. It is an Escalade. I'm moving it down market. I shouldn't be moving it down market. He ran the 1199, which I know he won 11s yesterday, but he cranked off another 11.
That's cool.
And it actually tries to lift. It technically does lift the front tires off because he launched it in four-wheel drive. We watched it when it came off the starting line. You saw the front tire accelerate very quickly as it was off the ground for a nanosecond.
I remember early days of all of this stuff, fastest streetcar racing at Memphis in 93, 4, when cyclones first came out and typhoons. There was a cyclone that would just hoist the front end in the air, and the greatest thing about it is when it came down, the front tires would just bark and lay patch. Our Gear Vendors live feed did go down for just a second. If you were on that, just tell everybody we are back. It's all good. Still rolling. I think it literally was just a second.
Just a nanosecond.
Can you look back at this morning and tell me what our start time was?
It was like 9:17. Yeah, it was like 9:17. So Jim Lukens has sent me a note here. They have found more particles in the oil of Bryant Goldstone's car. They're going to let it cool off and drop the pan and continue on from there. Now, Goldstone's father-in-law is the engine builder for that car, a very well-known guy. And Jim was telling me, the track champion, he was the track champion here, and when they ran Comp Eliminator as a track category.
Ultratech Norm.
In 1973. Pretty awesome.
Wow, that's super cool. We got a lot of pressure still happening here today. One, we don't know if Lutz is actually going to make it on track, or is he in line?
Well, my eyes aren't that great, but I don't see that thing down
I
there.
don't see it either. I had heard a call that perhaps it was moving under its own power, but we do not see it in the staging lane. So there is a cutoff time. We'll have to follow what Lonnie Grimm has to say about what we're going to do on our run hours today. And hopefully Lutz makes it down the track. He's our leader. And then again, we've got problems with our number 2 car, which is, of course, Goldstone.
John Ferrone thrashing to get his car ready. We've actually not seen the Chisholm and Stasiak car. It's now in the lanes. They're going to make a run, but they were late getting here.
Oh, Brian, the biggest story that we've got, the 62 Chryslers in the lanes now.
Yeah, they're going to make a third 16 or 15-second pass today just to lock it in.
Only to be outdone by the 59 Impala.
The Impy, if that is a head-to-head matchup, they are clearly owning the 59 Impala guy. Jay Brown sits just a couple pair back, the camera-powered Mustang with the big old school, like the early Pro Stock style scoop on the hood, which is awesome.
That's going to be another big moment when he comes to the line after having changed both camshafts in that car just hours ago. And he's run 899 each day so far, or I'm sorry, 890 something each day so far. We'll see if he can do it again after having that engine all apart. Coming down there.
The instinctual move. I got to applaud the driver of the Datsun. When he got the parachute out, it was late in the process. But again, the steadying force of the parachute. At that point, he was clearly like not steering the thing. Going, what else do I have left here? And he threw the chute out. Got to stop without hitting anything, which is cool. Hopefully, that means they can just fix the steering components that are busted and get back after it.
Well, there's the different stages of grief. Pretty much when he came down, it was probably like denial. And after some point, it hit acceptance. And then fear struck in.
That's pretty. It's a lot of emotion to go through in a few seconds. Oh, and I'm looking down at our live feed screen, and I'm seeing Dennis Taylor's car being towed back to the pits by Jesse Badafri. Hopefully, they're just doing that so that they don't have to start it. It's cooling off, and there's nothing drastically wrong with it. So we got the Datsun loaded up on the ramp truck, and that's going to head down around the corner. Once we get that done, we'll be firing up cars. So if you're away from your race car, please get back to it and in it with a helmet on so we can get things cranked up and ready to go.
Brian, you have to have a look at this. We've got some images here of Ferrone's car that you have to see.
Let's show everybody here if we can show them to the camera.
They were at the track all night last night. They have not slept yet. This thing went through a head gasket, and wait till you see how bad it torched the head.
So, hey, boys in the truck, so to speak, can you come to us on our tower cam so we can show these cell phone photos through the camera when you get a second?
What we're doing is we're working on the live feed, trying to show people all over the world what happened with this big block Mopar, where they've been struggling to keep in drag week. The size of the hole in the cylinder head is like, I don't know, you could get 3 fingers into it.
Whoa. Holy smoke.
And what did he do to fix that?
John and Greg just sat there all day, all night, just sorting out the head, getting another head put back on. We had to make up little tools to get things done, filing, getting it all done. It was getting dark, run out of batteries in our torches, but we did the best we can with our headlights of our car. But John hasn't stopped. He loves this event. We all love this event because it's just fantastic. We wanted to keep going. And we're from Australia and we love you guys. And we always want to be here. And one thing about John, he never gives up because it's all about fun.
Never. Always puts on a good show. For the people who are unaware, what we're talking about here is the big silver Valiant Charger out of Australia, Pro Street car. Always putting a lot of effort into making this thing stick at Drag Week.
So one more shot. Where did you weld the thing up?
They put a different head on it.
Oh, you had a spare head.
Yeah, which was, there was, even the new head that was the same, there were some alterations we had to do with the bolts, because they weren't quite right, so we had to take off and ask some people across the road if we can use their tools to cut the bolts in half so they can fit.
Wow.
So this was like 3 o'clock in the morning and security wouldn't let us in, but they said, look, come on. We're going to get, we were the only ones left at the track.
Yeah.
It was dark and stuff, so.
Oh, wow.
We're all sleeping on the grass.
Man, such a great story.
Crazy.
Right before we're back to racing.
So it is Scott Kleppinger coming up to the starting line right now in his turbocharged third-generation Camaro. Yet another story of incredible perseverance and hard work being put in by the guys with the Valiant Charger. And there is Jeff Lutz driving what appears to be driving to the staging lanes. So we have Lutz coming into the lanes. We got Kleppinger on the starting line and Shane McClellan, who did his best to put this car in a low Earth orbit earlier, went vertical off the starting line, and it landed again like somebody pushed it out the top of a building. He is on the VP side of the drag strip. Napa side of the drag strip is Kleppinger. It is once again tries to go to wheel stand, but Shane McClellan pedals it, takes it through the 8th mile at 137, and Shane McClellan, the VP side, 830 with a 6. The speed for McClellan, 161, and Kleppinger, 858 at 163.82.
Still running 830 after a 147 60-foot, getting completely out of it. Amazing.
So Jeff Lutz is, in fact, pulling into the staging lanes in the Mad Max Camaro. The only thing slowing him down is his kid's Honda's in the way. Move your car to the driveway. I got to go to work. Kid's going to move the Civic out of the way, and then Lutz will be coming in.
That's the beat. All over the world.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Vinny comes in. He's guaranteeing us 9s. Hey, the wheel stand was mega impressive, dude. It looked good.
Vinny being the Geo Tracker.
I like
knocked a full second off his first day.
Yes.
He went 11-0, 10-0. Now he's claiming 9-something. Can't wait to see that.
He put on the daddy pants of the Geo Tracker. And here comes Dale Gebhardt coming down the racetrack in his big block Chrysler-powered Gremlin. The Gremlin at 125 in the 8th mile. He goes 897 with a 3 at 151 miles an hour. 11.509 and 111 for Randy Franklin.
Clearly, the big block Mopar is the optimal accessory for a Gremlin.
the optimal bolt-on.
No, there's no better purchase.
Mitchell Stapleton coming up. It is an Escalade. I will not call it a Suburban again, I promise. Yes, I will. Gary Watson, the 1972 Oldsmobile.
This is kind of a race.
It is kind of a race.
More so than I expected.
It is wrong on every level, but it's kind of a race. Top end of the drag strip. It's going to be an 11.98.3, 16-mile-an-hour shot for the Escalade. And Gary Watson goes down at 12.68.7 at 109.78. Here's your boy, Jay Brown.
All right, Jay Brown. Camera in this thing. 2 camshafts out of this car and gacked just a few hours ago, but he knew what was going to happen. He carried him with him. He's made the change. We're trying to find out if this naturally aspirated FE can run 890s again.
Jason Tapscott had his entire race operation stolen at the end of Drag Week last year. He rebuilt his race operation, built himself this Camaro, and he is back this year. You want to talk about hard luck and perseverance? It's that. Jay Brown, if he goes 8s here, Freiberger's going to cry. Jay Brown goes 132 to 60 feet. The camera-powered Mustang, 118 in the 8th mile, and Jay Brown goes 910 with a 4. And look at the speed, though, 149.40.
That is still hero status, but I'm going to say we're going to see him back in lanes
100%.
if he can possibly pull it off, because he wants that 8 every day. But running that 910, 149 miles an hour, nothing wrong with the engine. He's just got to put together a pass.
I'm guessing like you are, he went out there and probably had a predetermined level where he's going to shift the thing to make sure it was happy. Obviously, those sock motors really like to be spun, so you take one kind of conservative pass, and then you put it on puree for the second one.
Yeah, and the very least, he has now remained in competition. He's got a number that will keep him at the top of the class. He's probably going to go crunch some numbers, but I think even if he's way in the lead, he's going to come back for that 8.
I think so, too. You're that close. You need a 10th, and especially if you know that you've gone conservative and you can get the 10th out of it, that's a win.
Well, and if you don't, you've got that FE crowd lynch mob that gathers in front of the house, and you never want that.
Right, you never want that.
Yeah, it brings down the property value.
when the pitchforks and torches show up. We got a racer needing a front pump for a Turbo 400. Oh, no, it's Adam Hodson. Team 260. Those guys need a front pump. Adam Hodson with the Camaro needs it, or does the Javelin need it, or does the Camaro need it? The Javelin needs it. Okay. So either way, we need a front pump for a Turbo 400 transmission. Somebody's got one and knows where to get one. Find the green Javelin. Cody Medisa says, Hood, yeah, I lost that. 9055, 151 miles an hour. 1067.5 for Steve Shishak at 122.52.
You know who else chucked a hood? The 62 Tempest.
No.
Yeah, it's a steel hood, obviously. He took it off roadkill style to keep the thing cool, mounted it on the trailer. The junk fell off. He didn't even know.
Oh.
Some guy comes up to him later and has the hood in the back of his truck. It's like, did you lose something?
Wow.
Yeah, they put it back on the car.
That could have gone full-on guillotine if it flew the right way on the highway. Jim Meager and Matt Ketting. Meager roast the tires off the back of the Supra. When David Freiberger sees a Supra spin the tires, it's like a little kid being told he can't ride the pony. Matt Coding goes 111.15 at 121, and the slumped shoulder Freiberger looks down and sees a 13.66 at 83 mile an hour lapse time for his beloved Supra. 1926 Ford Model T for George Browning and Phil Fowler, and that is big-time transmission issues for Fowler. I think this was let's hope that was just a small mistake type of thing, and we just confirmed that it is in fact not. That has been the Achilles heel for Fowler. Unfortunately, the big honking, big block Ford power plants have eaten up transmissions like none other.
Oh, here comes Chisholm and Stasiak. This thing had the rear end, literally the guts of the rear end all over a parking lot last night. They were hearing a crunching, banging, eating, gnarly sound. They took it all apart and put it back together and had a crunching, eating, banging, gnarly sound. And then 7 miles later, it was fine.
Oh, it was good.
Yeah, so here you go. Nothing could go wrong on this pass, really, Brian.
Absolutely not, as Rick Prospero has pulled into the staging lanes as well. Dan Chisholm drives it down the highway. Ken Stasiak drives it down the quarter mile. And Billy Gebhardt drives his 62 Plymouth wherever he darn well pleases. They're all staged up and ready to go. Beautiful side-by-side wheels up launch. When's the last time you saw a 55 Chevrolet and a 62 Plymouth stand up on a bumper next to each other? Not often. 956 with a 4 for the Chisholm and Stasiak 55 Chevrolet, and Billy Gebhardt goes 10-13-4 at 134.21 in the 1962 Plymouth.
I was out of the tower for a while. Is Andre on like his 30th run or first?
He has dialed it back today. This may be the 20th. Yeah, he is not quite attacking at the pace of yesterday, but he's keeping up a pace.
You're backing up, bro.
You're backing up, bro. The volume discount in full effect for Andre Miller.
This is the car I was referring to just a moment ago, the 62 Chrysler, which is cloning the car that Hot Rod Magazine's Ray Brock raced at the very first Winter Nationals, NHRA Winter Nationals, in 1962. This one's got like a motorhome 440 with a cam in it.
You got to get one of your folks back in the office to get some information on how he ran to compare these guys' performance against his. I'm thinking Brock might have had him covered on the reaction time front, but I don't know about the ET front.
I think Brock passed away a few years ago. His reaction time is still superior.
1183 at 119 miles an hour. Jim Stefano goes 15:31.7 at 89 miles an hour down the VP lane, and the crowd has turned ugly. Daryl Yost and Danny Roberts coming up now. Roberts went 9:52 in the Malibu last time through. And Daryl Yost, I believe this is his first pass of the day in this unpredictable stick-shifted 69 Chevelle. Oh, it's got a power glide in it.
Like, that's not a stick shift, Brian.
Well, no, but it was yesterday.
Oh no, get out!
I'm pretty sure that car had a clutch pedal in it like yesterday. Yeah, that car is completely transformed one day to the next. They definitely went and put an automatic transmission. Goes 941, 147 miles an hour. For the record, on his cleanest stick shift pass, it did go in the 8s.
If you're not delusional about the transmission situation, that's one of the best stories ever.
Are you sure they switched the thing out? They took the stick out of it and put the glide in? Okay. Yeah, Tom Taylor talked to him. So we got a burnout going on over the Nova. This Nova, these guys have been working really hard this week trying to get the car down the racetrack. Keith Vandenberg and James Kerr coming down the racetrack. Now Kerr is going to be driving that 2008 Pontiac G8. And Vandenberg, the 1971 Nova in yellow. They have made passes every day. They have just not made quick passes every day, but these guys are not giving up. They have been working hard on the thing, trying to make it work right. James Kerr, the 2008 Pontiac G8 GT, goes down the VP side of the drag strip and stops the time clock, 11:07.3 at 121 miles an hour as Keith Vandenberg goes down a 13:62 at 102.27. And here comes Harry Haig. Haig coming up. And again, the twin turbocharged 1968 Chevelle for Haig. Lonnie is telling us the lanes will close in 20 minutes. Staging lanes will close at 2 p.m. sharp, which is 20 minutes from right now. That means that there's going to be very little time for repeat passes by the likes of Prospero and the likes of Jeff Lutz. We'll have to see how they go. Harry Haig now building the boost off the starting line. Here he goes, boys and girls. Watch that ratty-looking Chevelle go to the 8th mile at 128. Harry Haig goes 890 with a 4. Oh, he did it again. 890 with a 4, 158 miles an hour, a 60-foot time like a school bus, and they ramp the power into it. 160 short time, and it goes 890.
What?
Yes.
I missed that.
Yes.
I was talking to someone here in the tower. The number just soaked in.
It just hit. 8904. The walnut-sized lizard brain. As Blake Hughes leaves the starting line. The 417, uh-oh. And Blake Hughes is pulling off to the right, and there is a whole bunch of gunk coming out of the bottom of that truck. It blew parts and pieces out from all over it. You can see it right at the 330-foot block. A major league kabloomer out there, and it is bleeding out down there at the top end of the racetrack. So there is going to be some work to be done on the VP side of the drag strip.
Brian and I are working on a special thing for the awards ceremony, the Lubricating the Track Award.
Yeah, the Lubrizoil sponsored Lubricating the Track Award.
So Tom Taylor from Hot Rod Magazine came up here and informed me that you are, in fact, losing your mind. That car has automatic in it the whole time.
Really? Wow, okay.
Well, it came from Tom Taylor.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's legit. He went and talked to him. I thought for sure it had a manual transmission. The way it was working last couple days, it seemed like he was shifting multiple gears in the thing.
Your opinion is wrong.
Wow, okay, cool. Fair enough. 13:59.2 on the VP side, and Blake Hughes. We got a replay here of the run, so we're going to watch the left side of the racetrack here. That is Blake Hughes. I mean, he was very aggressive here coming off the starting line, feeding the power into it. The oil pan is there, and oh, man, the oil pan is almost dragging on the ground as that thing. Yeah, you can see the chunks of metal coming out of the back of it on the replay, and the haze coming out of the bottom of the truck. Black gold. Texas tea.
Get antsy.
They do get antsy.
Stressed out by their job.
You gotta
get out.
Let them out and let them a walk every once in a while.
A lot of people coming in here, if they haven't been following every day on Drag Week, might wonder where some of our other heavy hitters are, specifically Tom Bailey, one of the first big failures that we saw. Unfortunately, at that first track, he tried to pull a piston pin.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay, so David Freiberger, first lesson in announcing, turn on the microphone. So go ahead and pick up where you left off.
I was talking about Tom Bailey at the very first track. Unfortunately, tried to pull a piston pin out the bottom of the piston. It cracked the bottom of the piston, deformed the thing. It completely gacked the cylinder liner, and he's out. And that's why you're not seeing last year's winner here at US 131 Motorsports Park.
So we're going to bring the ramp truck up and get Blake Hughes' vehicle on, get Blake Hughes' truck on the back of the ramp truck. You can already see the scrubber tractor is out there working right now. Thank you to Blake Hughes for knowing there was a problem, for slowing your truck as quickly as possible, and containing something to about 1,000 feet, which could have gone more than a half mile.
What did he say they're doing?
Lonnie, can you come back with that so we understand? I didn't hear you. This is Brian.
I appreciate all you guys, and obviously cleaning that up down there. That's just fine. We'll still close the lanes at 2 o'clock. We'll run out what we got left.
So Lonnie Grimm is saying that the lanes will close at 2 o'clock, and we're going to run out what we have left. Why would you do that? So the staging lanes do remain open as our cleanup has begun. Again, thankfully the equipment that the US 131 Motorsports Park has, a scrubber tractor, has the equipment to make this cleanup go a lot quicker than it would otherwise. We have a racer needing a steering rack for a 1972 240Z. Saw that one coming.
Shocker.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what, did you have a tie rod break off the end of the rack? Is that what happened? Kind of, the middle of it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much
The
gone.
replay, when you get home and watch the replay, we got some good slow-mo, and it looks as creepy as it must have felt inside the race car. Yeah. All right, well, if you know somebody or you have a steering rack for a 240Z, find the boys in the pits. They need one, and they need it sooner rather than later.
I mean, most guys bring that with them, right?
Oh, yeah, everybody packs a couple extra steering racks, especially the Datsun 280Z
The
ones.
240
Yeah,
model.
240 ones, yeah. The 240Z racks are super.
You'd never want to leave home without one.
No. Like bacon. You're always going to have some of that with you. So Hughes' truck is on the back of the ramp.
Last pass of the day. Do you guys, after we're done with this, do you guys want to go back on and talk to the people?
So again, the staging lanes are open. Staging lanes are open. So if my understanding of the situation is correct, it sounds like Prospero is going to have a one-shot deal, and it sounds like Lutz is going to have a one-shot deal. Because by the time this is cleaned up, the lanes will be open. They're not going to be able to pull back in. If Lonnie says lanes are closed at 2, by the time we're done here, it's going to be it. So what happens if Lutz goes out and goes 8.5 seconds?
I don't think that you can predict the future right now. I think you've got to wait and see how long this takes and what Lonnie has to offer on it. And he's going to make the call. We're going to have to see what happens.
Yes. Scrubber tractor is kind of working a couple of back and forths here. We saw in the replay literal metal chunks hitting the track. So Blake Hughes' truck is in a very bad way right now. Again, pro-level job for him to get the thing stopped and pulled off to the right side and not do the whole slowly roll down the center of the racetrack thing.
Yeah, the Freiberger. Is that what they call that now?
We call that the Freiberger waltz. Yeah.
I was going to ask you what's the worst damage you've personally ever done to the drag strip, but clearly your damage is here in the tower.
Yeah,
not so much.
mine is mostly to the mental state of the people at the facility, not the actual track itself.
You bring the anguish.
Right.
That's what you're here
Yeah, I
for.
bring the anguish. Yeah. So Blake Hughes' truck is on the ramp truck. They're bringing it down to the top end and back to the pits. Hopefully there's a miracle fix so they can get the thing going again, but it did not look like there's a lot left to work with there.
Yeah, like the loaves and fishes deal, where Christ populated the loaves and fishes so everybody can eat. We need that with connecting rods inside the crankcase of that deal.
Interesting point of fact, though, with Drag Week, you have to maintain the same block, correct?
No. And this actually bit some guys recently. You cannot bring another engine with you and do a swap, at the track. Like, you can't drive around with your 300-horse crate motor and then show up here and install your, 905 or whatever. What you can do is fix something given an impromptu situation.
Okay.
I would have to check the rules to make sure that that's ultimately a fact if a racer was standing here asking me the question, but the top of my head answer is that, yeah, you can do it.
Okay. So you're telling me there's a chance. Fishes and loaves. Chicks love fishes. So the pickup truck is off. You can see the sweeper tractor or the scrubber tractor's back and forth.
When do you think the rotator came to be?
When?
Yeah.
Okay, so the initial version of this thing,
describe what we're talking about for folks,
so
especially on the live feed who don't know.
The rotator is the unit on the back of the tractor that has, in this case, has 3 drag slicks that are actually spinning in the opposite direction the tractor's pulling them. The very first version of this was actually developed for the NHRA. They had GM work on it for them, and it was a giant thing they pulled behind a tractor. It wasn't attached to the tractor. It had a small block Chevy engine that ran it, and it would rotate the slicks down. And the thing was huge. It was probably the same length as that entire tractor is, and it was a big ungangly thing, but it worked. And they would slowly drag it up and down the racetrack. Well, it was the Vandermeer family, specifically Larry Crisp, that was struck by a brilliant lightning one day and said, hey, what if we take this thing and make it, how much power do we really need to turn it, and then how do we make it into something that is way more manageable and portable than what it is now? And he is the guy that came up with the first version of the tractor-mounted one you see here. And it's very clear if you're watching on the live feed right now, you can see you got a sheet metal fabricated 9-inch Ford rear end style deal up, or 9-inch Ford rear end housing style deal up there, chain driven off of the PTO, and then you get a couple of chains that come off the end of the axles that hook onto an axle that spins the tires backwards. The wheels that those tires are on have a square kind of hub in the center of them. That's how they kind of lock onto the axle.
Yeah, there's one big axle that slides through all of them.
And you'll see them here. This is the 3-wide version. You'll see some that are 4 wide. You'll see some that are even 2 wide. And the main determining factor on the size of the width of your rotator is the fact of how powerful the tractor is. You have to have enough horsepower in the tractor. It obviously takes a ton of power in the tractor to turn the tires and then drag them down the racetrack. In this case, the agreement the track has with the local tractor distributor is they have a kind of a demo tractor here that makes 66 horsepower. To run a 4-wide deal, you got to have a 100 horsepower tractor. They can get up to a 66 horse tractor, so they went with a 3-tire drag.
And of course, those tires turning backwards and pressed down against the track are just adding rubber to the surface as well as scrubbing in any kind of rosin that they put down.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's what's different about it. This track has both what we call a static drag and it has the rotator. So the static drag that you've seen a million times is hanging off the back of the tractor. You take the slicks and you cut the sidewalls out of the slicks, so they're basically like belts. You slide them on there and you go down. The downside there is, of course, you have to manually kind of keep rotating the slicks. You're not getting quite the level of
gription,
heat into the track that you're getting out of the rotator. And it really is the most basic way to describe it is a drag strip version of a Zamboni. Scott Kleppicher is the man. Sir, you rule. Thank you. Scott is the guy that made these stickers, which are like I said, it makes my little heart a flutter. Come over here for a second. So, Scott, two questions. Before we get to anything involving these stickers, there's far more important topics to concern us with. We need the hood story because you showed up today. There was no hood on the Camaro, which doesn't seem to affect the performance at all, but we need to find out what happened with the hood.
I'm tired. No, seriously, between helping Frank soprano get going. Adam Dory's at my shop right now changing the transmission out in his Malibu, and Clark needed help. We didn't need to help him. He ended up getting down the road. And Krusty, we had to put gear vendors in his last night. Wow. So we were just thrashing all night. I had opened the hood before we went out to do the gear vendor deal, and came back, and I just set the hood down. I thought, I'll remember to, do that. I'll check my fluids in the morning. It was dark. I forgot. We got going down the road, right out of the neighborhood, and boop, there it goes. And I was like, oh, it'll be all right. I've already fixed it once. 5 cars. Well, I can't fix splinters. I'm done.
Yeah, it's pretty well just mangled.
Yeah, what was left of it was just kind of flopping around, and it was horrible.
Well, it adds to the show for the fans, since you can look right down in the thing from the stands and see the motor. It's good.
It's different. It fits the third generation Camaro very well, so I'm perfect. If I had my mullet back from, like the 80s, I'd be fitting right in.
Well, so you lost a hood. We had the hood fly off of the other S10 pickup truck, and we had the hood come off. As David said, the '62 Pontiac lost a steel hood on the highway, so you're in good company.
He dropped it off the trailer, though.
Well, at least I'm not alone.
Well, how's your week? Other than that, week seems to be going pretty good.
Yeah, the weeks, I didn't really know what to expect. I changed the cam on Wednesday and really had no idea what to do, so I turned the power down because I expected it. It felt a lot better on the motor. I've never ran it with that cam. So I came in really pulling the motor down, and it just made so much more power, and I just had to keep pulling it out. And I pulled it out again today, and I let out of it at about the 1,000-foot mark and pulled the chute, and it went, whatever it was, an 870. Yeah. So this time I stayed in it, and it seemed to work out. So I may either leave that in, or I'll make a pass with it tomorrow, and then maybe nip it just a little bit on the 60-foot. But it is just like I put a completely different motor in there. I mean, totally changed.
Well, thank you very much. And one thing I have to personally thank you for this. So Scott is the guy that created these stickers, and that he's not just a client, he's also the president here. He's wearing one on his back. So the stickers that I'm holding up, those you can't see, he has printed these stickers that has my last name on it. It says "Make Announcing Great Again 2016," and it is. Thank you very much for doing that. It's a very cool deal, and the fact that some guys out here want to put them on their cars is even better.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Stickers, so.
No, that's
Everybody
cool.
out there is very thankful you showed up because it stops us. So, no, thank you very much. Good luck getting to Indy. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Scott.
Thank you much, guys. Thank you.
Scott Clevenger, the man, the myth, now officially a legend.
He's no longer a hood.
No longer a hood.
Every drag weeker has a story.
Oh,
every
absolutely.
single. Nobody comes out clean.
No.
Once again, drag week undefeated since 2005. There's nothing we can't break.
Positive development. Well, kinda. We got the scrubber tractors off the track. You can see on the right side of the track, they're putting some of the white lightning down there. That is the oil dry, and I'm likely doing that because that is where the truck slowed down and likely where it was the heaviest. And you're on the outside apron of the thing, so they're out there working on it. We're making progress.
Racers are rolling out.
Yeah, there is a full-on cavalcade leaving here right now.
A lot of them still in the lanes, but people who have handed in their time slips are hitting the road. And a reminder to those of you who have not handed in your time slip, please do that so that we're not here late working on it.
So the Corvette from Nantucket, Mr. Ray, going to roll out of town and head to Indy. Great to see those guys back again, having some success this year. Have fun, boys. Drive safe.
And they're waving.
He's an officer of the law. He knows how to handle his business.
Yeah.
Good-looking laid-out dually headed out there too. Not a race truck, just a good-looking. Nothing really beats the slammed crew cab dually.
I did see the road pillow drive by.
Oh, the pillow.
Yeah, the big Lincoln Continental Mark V, and I got the story from that guy. Do you remember last year there was a Shelby Mustang that had like a giant cobra on the hood?
I do.
Yeah, like just full reptilian. Yeah, nothing. No, left nothing on the table on the snake on the hood program. Right. It's the same guy. And he decided that he did not want to put a roll bar in the car, and he was eking up on the 1150, and so he went ahead and brought the road pillow, which is cutting some mean 16s.
I get it. If you're eking up on the 1150 zone, you then want to kind of take the typewriter carriage, reset it, and start eking up on the 17s.
Well, he was kind of disappointed because apparently the car went 1667 twice because, that's what a 464 does. And he came here, and the weather improved it, and the thing went like 1652.
Well, he's got the slicks on it. to his credit, the slick's on the factory style wheel, so you keep that classy matching wheel combination going on.
If he keeps up this level of gain tomorrow, he might lose that, convenience of lack of acceleration.
Yes, well, we talked about it. You don't want to rapidly accelerate a vehicle. It could be shocking to the owner in that luxurious cocoon. I did instruct the folks out here in the grandstands that he is not wearing platform shoes. It does not have bell-bottom pants on, as best we know.
But should. Whatever happened to the majestic fish?
You know what? There is no marlin this year. The regal marlin has not showed up. The king of the sea.
The AMC marlin. He was here with us a couple years, but haven't seen him in a while.
The majesty of such an object. Yes. So 6,000 people hanging on the live feed right now. We have the I have the dual purpose shirt on. So you got the hot rod side here. We have the roadkill.
Some of that 6,000 actually might be facing the right direction and actually seeing the screen.
Yeah.
The rest of them are avoiding this.
Right. No, the rest of them are clearly doing it the right way. So I got the scrubber going down there as well now, as we got the like a Power Boss style deal driving down through there.
And once again, if we've got anybody here who's got a rack, a steering rack for a 72 240Z, even one of you spectators, you happen to have one in the trunk, just run out to the parking lot, grab that thing,
Hey,
come
grab
on
that
in
thing.
here. You
Yeah.
could help out a drag week racer big time.
You would become a legend if you actually had one at close to your fingertips, because who does? Really, on purpose.
Oh, Dan Sykes went a 760. Wow.
Yeah, sure.
What were you saying, Brian?
Well, you're watching on the live feed here. Well, we got nothing going on while the track's being cleaned up. We are going to pay a couple bills. So live feed viewers, stick with us for a second. We're going to pay some bills right now. Meanwhile, those you guys and girls at the racetrack, we're going to shut up for a second and let the guys and girls on the track do their job.
We're at the 2016 Drag Week, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, and we're at Norwalk, Ohio. And I'm here with Jay Brown. And Jay, there's a lot to talk about here, but Jay has been, how many drag weeks you been to?
Been to 10 of them now.
10 of them, 10 drag weeks. And he's got the 69 Shelby Mustang, which really isn't a Shelby Mustang.
No, it's a clone, I'm afraid.
But if that wasn't unique enough, it's also got a single overhead cam camera motor, Ford camera motor, which, they originally had designed for NASCAR. NASCAR said, no way, Jose. And so they ended up getting dumped on the drag racers, and a lot of the top fuelers in the 60s ran them. Connie Coletta and
Don
Sneaky
Prudhomme.
Pete, Don Prudhomme, Sneaky
Yep.
Pete Robinson,
Mickey Thompson.
Yep. So
all those guys.
it's a very, very storied and interesting history with the SOHCs, connected originally directly to drag racing. But we want to talk about the car a little bit. I guess the first thing is that gets me about you and this car is, and I guess since you've been to 10 drag weeks, it kind of makes sense, but you are very consistent with this car. How do you do that?
Well, I think I just pay a lot of attention to the suspension, and then, I have my own dyno, and so I run my own dyno testing on the engine, really get it dialed in on the dyno with the EFI system and the timing and everything, so it makes the same power over and over and over again. And it's not that sensitive to the weather, not that sensitive to the fuel, just seems to be pretty consistent. So between the suspension and the dyno testing of the engine, I think that's what does it.
And so, one of the things with you is you were at the first drag week,
right?
Not with this car,
no,
with another Mustang,
right?
But what was that like compared to the way it is now?
That was more like there was 42 guys. I mean, that was a tribal experience. Everybody was just trying to make it. Hot Rod didn't even announce it until 3 months before the event, and so everybody just showed up with whatever they had. Nobody's building cars specifically for drag week, and it was like everybody was just working on trying to help everybody else get through their week. If somebody was stopped on the side of the road, every racer that went by would stop and try to help them. I mean, and when we got all done, we were all great friends. I have friends from that first drag week that I still have today. Good friends of mine.
That's great.
And
That's
it was
the best event I've ever been to. And you know, all these drag weeks are really good events, but that one just stands out.
Fantastic. So, Jay, I don't know, is a glutton for punishment or something because he's running this SOHC. So why aren't you running like just an FE or a 429, 460 or whatever? I mean, what is it about this engine? Because everything seems like it's twice as difficult at least.
It is twice as difficult. You know, that's part of the challenge, right? And you know, there's a lot of different versions of the FE engine, but the SOHC is really kind of the king of the hill there.
Yeah.
And you know, the engine room appeal is unbelievable, right? I mean, you pop the hood and people go crazy. That's kind of cool.
Well, thank you. I mean, we've got some great drag week history, and there's some great history under the hood. One of the most exotic engines you'll probably ever see, and especially in this form where he's, you know, changed a lot of things, and he's looking for performance, and it's very consistent performance. So Jay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tom. All right, get out of here and get on to the next track.
Sounds good.
Tell me your name and what you brought to Drag Week.
My name's Kyle.
Beaumont, the 2000 Trans Am in blue.
Hopefully we'll run on all 8 this week and be competitive, unlike last year. We ran on 7 cylinders for 2 days straight, so as long as that goes smooth, then we should be okay. Hashtag for Instagram is not _dipped. The first question everybody asks, nice dip job, or is that Plassy dip? And yeah, the car's nickname's kind of not dip now. So hopefully on a cool day like this, hopefully the pass we're gonna make should be right around 860.
Firebird goes 850, 7.6 at 160. Wow. He came across, or he came past Foster right at the stripe.
Tell me your name and what you brought to Drag Week.
Rick Callahan. Brought a 69 Roadrunner, a stock fast racing car that I've modified a little bit for drag week.
What engine's in it?
426 Hemi. It's not my first drag week. I love this event. I've been coming for 10 years.
And Callahan is back with that 69 Roadrunner, bone stock looking car outside of the roll cage and the slicks.
Hoping to get around.
Tell me your name and what you brought to Drag Week.
I'm Matt Davis. I brought my 1957 Chevy pickup.
What class are you going to be running?
I'm going to run the small block naturally aspirated class. I changed classes.
Oh yeah, what did you sign up as?
I signed up for Street Machine Eliminator.
Have you run the truck before?
Oh yeah, run it all the time, drive it all the time.
Have you done Drag Week before?
No, first time.
Davis and Kenny get to the top end.
Runs 1180s.
I'm George Gallimore.
And where are you from?
Memphis, Tennessee. A 555 big block Chevrolet. We've got bigger turbochargers and a bigger intercooler on it this year is the main difference. Plus we took 100 pounds of weight off the front. Now it's a wheel standard, so we're fighting that.
Okay, so what does it weigh now?
It still weighs over 4,000 pounds. Our first goal is to finish, and we'd like to pick it up a tenth or two from last year, where we were last year.
Which was a?
We gave it with a 770 average. Our quickest was a 762. The motor's basically the same. We just freshened it up.
I believe it was you that told us that vinyl roofs are the key, right?
Well, it makes it easy to put your computer on top of it.
Yeah, you don't scratch anything, it doesn't slide.
It's a work surface.
There you go. Very cool.
And we're back. So we are back here at US 131 Motorsports Park here in Martin, Michigan. We are at the tail end of day number 3, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2016. The staging lanes are closed. That's it. No more customers allowed in the staging lanes. What you see in the lanes is what you're going to get for the rest of the afternoon. The staging lanes are closed. And what is in the lanes? Well, in the lanes is Jeff Lutz. In the lanes is Rick Prospero. In the lanes is Mike Javanis. In the lanes is John Ferrone, amongst others. Shane McClellan's in there. Jeffrey Lutz is in there. It is the All-Star cast of thousands getting ready to run off to the end of the afternoon. And unfortunately, just getting the cut sign there that apparently Bill Fowler's car is toasted. Oh, and he is behind me. Bill, step right up. Don't be shy. Bill Fowler here this week doing 2 things, racing and representing Bear Brakes. We'll get to the brakes thing in a second. We'll get to the broke thing right now. What happened to your race car?
We have no first or second gear in our Power Glide. So
oh, you don't have first or second in the Power Glide?
I hate to break it to you, but there's no third either.
Yeah, this I found out going down the track. I was pushing the buttons and holding the things, and it just wouldn't go. So
Came off. I mean, did you make one run in the earlier? No, was that the first run where the thing went to the moon and that was that?
No, that was the second run where it went to the moon, and then the third run it went to the moon more, so it was telling us things that we should have been paying attention to.
Dang. That motor is a very healthy piece in the front of that car, and it is chewed up its fair share of transmissions.
Yes, it has. It's very good at that. So we'll build a new, bigger, better one.
I like that. Let's talk about Bear Brakes for a second, because you're here representing Bear as one of the product sponsors for Drag Week. What's Bear got going on, and what you been doing this week?
Well, the biggest thing we've been doing is letting people know that we actually make brakes for drag cars, because everybody says, oh, I know about your road race brakes, or I know about your pro touring stuff. And it's like, yeah, but you guys don't do drag race stuff. And well, it turns out, yes, we do. So SS4s are on cars like Mike Giovannis's. A lot of guys who run True Street, and now a lot more guys who run Drag Week, are running the SS4 brake, because not only can you stop the car well from 172 miles an hour, but it'll also get you down the road safely like the solid disc ones won't.
Cool. Now, are you going to continue to follow the play? What's your program for the rest of the week?
Our program for the rest of the week is find a way to get to the truck and trailer back in Columbus and get that here, because we're doing the wimpy thing with the car and trailer, so it gets a little more complicated. You can't just put it on the back of a flatbed and send it on down. So we got to go get truck and trailer and then see what we do to catch up with everybody.
Cool. Well, we look forward to seeing you once you get your logistical stuff figured out. We'll keep beating the drum for Bear this week, and sorry to hear about the transmission, but glad that otherwise you're okay and everything is going to be cool.
Nope, we're all alive. We didn't crash it, so that's the good news. And we look forward to seeing everybody at the end, knock wood. And thank you very much. But we are looking for an announcement. If anybody happens to be going back to Columbus in the next little bit, let us know. And as always, you can find us with the big hats.
So that's right. So if you're heading back to Columbus for whatever reason, find Bill Fowler. He'll be by his Mustang. He and Rich have the giant hats on, so you can find them and get yourself sorted out. Thank you very much, Bill, one of the guys that was here on that Friday in 2005 at the very first Drag Week.
And I think it was 2006, we got one of these photos, I remember. We went through a small town, and there was like a drive-in that was called Fowler. We got a picture of him with his Mustang parked underneath this giant sign with his last name on it, which was super cool.
Well, the tractors are virtually all off the racetrack. The only thing we got out there is a rotator. So I'm thinking we need to get drivers in cars. We need drivers in cars. Let's get ready to come around the corner and roll. Lonnie just gave me the thumbs up because he's got a giant thumb. I saw it all the way up here. We need drivers in race cars, please. Drivers in cars. It is time for the final flurry of punches to come on this day 3 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2016, presented by Gear Vendors.
And the stress now is that Lonnie has closed the lanes.
Yes.
He didn't want a situation we had yesterday where we were just empty. Many people have run out. We've got 20 cars left here in the lanes. They're closed. We will run out everybody who is in the lanes, but that means that Lutz and Prospero and McClelland, some of these heavy hitters only have one chance to stay in competition and to stay at top of their class here today at US 131.
Your powers of instantaneous estimation are very good. There are actually 18 cars in there, so well done with a guess of 20.
Don't question me, bro.
I will question you on the directions every day. I will question you on many things, but I will stop questioning you on that. So what's their deal now?
There's metal in the pan. We're dropping the pan to see if it's left over from the last run or if it's fresh metal.
Okay.
And I just got that.
Just getting a little news here.
And 3 trays of every paper.
So there are multiple grades of emery paper over there. Brian, an update on Bryant Goldstone. He made a run, ran in the 6s. That's good. The downside is they found more metal in the oil. They're not sure if it's just old metal that got flushed around or if it's new stuff. They let the car cool off. They're pulling the oil pan off it. They get all the emery paper and paper towels they need, and they're going to go after it and do what they got to do. I can guarantee you there is not a lot of quitting those guys. If there's a way they can figure it out, they'll make it happen.
Well, especially when they're looking at the Lutz situation right now, which I think might affect their decision once they see that pass, because there is a possibility that Goldstone in the Javelin could kick up into the #1 spot if he can stay on the road and get there by tomorrow.
Absolutely.
All sorts of possibilities. You never know. Just keeps on going right to the very last pass.
Drivers are in cars. The cars are running, and it's going to be a Gebhardt and a Scott going down the racetrack, a pair of Mopars. Scott, of course, going to be coming around the corner in the Roadrunner that he has raced here for years on end. Has not made any alterations to the paint situation there. It got to the primer stage, and it stayed there. Looks really cool. Oh, we get the Model T going to run first. George of the Jungle.
This used to be our lap king. The car just going over and over and over and over.
On mud tires, right?
Yes, that's right, which we no longer allow. He's got to be down there on some sort of drag tire. Looks like a remarkable amount of tread on those, actually. George running down the track there, indicating which way he's going to exit the track at the top end.
Safety first. I'm just going to go ahead and be making a right-hand turn down at the end there.
After running 15:02 at 85.88 miles an hour. Yeah, this Roadrunner certainly hasn't gotten any prettier over the years, but a solid player who did win our bracket race one year, and now he's just out pretty much having fun. He would rather pour money into a new stroker big block than he would in painting the thing, which seems like a wise decision.
I'm not sure the air grabber hood has ever closed in the years I've seen that car either. I think it is in the permanent lockup position.
The rain grabber?
It is the rain grabber, yes. $11,904 at 120 miles an hour for Scott Abbott and Darren Gebhardt. Goes through a 12:25 at 109.54. Brian Goldstone saying we're good.
Goldstone here with a smile on his face, giving me a thumbs up, indicating that he's probably good to go.
It's weird because normally people are smiling, they're throwing another finger at you. It's really a smile, and that center tall one is flying like a ship mast. Jason Tapscott and Tony Karamitsos coming up right now. Karamitsos. Camaro that fogged us out of mosquitoes earlier. Jason Tapscott trying to make one last run. Remember, folks, these are the last runs of the day. The one thing you want to do before you leave here today is walk down to the pits, because there are racers, I can guarantee you right now, working their fingers to the bone trying to figure out how they're going to fix their stuff and get to Indy. The drama doesn't end when the racing does. Tony Karamitsos misses the tree by a little bit, but might have been the second red light we've had all week. Karamitsos goes 865.4 at 162, as Jason Tapscott goes 949 at 141.
You have to admit, drag week racers do look at the green light as sort of a leisurely sort of suggestion.
Right. It is, it is not any sort of alarm.
Urgency.
It is not an urgency, no. Nope. It's like leave, and they're like, I'm leaving. What's the hurry? Matt Rogers and Jeff Floyd come off the starting line. Floyd working his way down the racetrack in the 1966 Chevelle. 12:03.6 at 109 miles an hour, as Jeff Floyd goes 11:38.7 at 116. This is a big run here from Mike Javanis. A car that was in contention in his class has not made even close to a representative run so far today. Talked to Mike Galimi, who was working or is riding with Mike Javanis. They were working last night with the engineers at Haltech on the phone in Australia, trying to get the boost control situation figured out, and as of yet, it ain't figured out.
Using the time change to his advantage.
Yeah.
Working at midnight.
And Jeff Lutz Jr., Jeffrey, driving the 1989 Honda Civic. Parachute pack in the back of the Civic, the body kit. It is fast, but we will see how furious. Here we go. Oh, it looks like Mike Javanis got himself a program here. A little smoke at the 8th mile, but Mike Javanis goes through the lights. 8:10 with a 1 at 172 miles an hour. Jeff Lutz Jr. goes 8:64 with a 5 at 150. That was such an impressive run. Mike Galimi ran. Mike Galimi just ran like 5 steps.
No.
I have not seen that. It's like watching an elephant gallop.
We'll have to revoke his journalist card.
An awkward gallop that it was. So it is Rick Prospero coming up right now. One and only shot for Rick Prospero. Rewind the clock just 24 hours. Rick Prospero did not have a normal day of show up, make a hit, and leave. Prospero tried multiple times to get down the racetrack before he finally got one that he wanted. He only has one opportunity today. This is it. Does he have the mojo working right here to get a good swing at it on the one and only pitch he'll see today? Very safe tune-up in that car. That's the decision you have to make if it's your only shot. Prospero feeds the power, goes 795.4 at 186 miles an hour. So Prospero playing his cards, in my opinion, the right way to get the car down with a representative pass, even if it does slow his average a little.
Oh, not just a little. I mean, he ran 776 on day one, and a pass like that, couple tenths down, could hurt you overall on the math. As awesome as that is, it's going to hurt him in his class.
So I was confused. That's Daryl Yost's car coming off the starting line. 10.28.0 for Yost. The other Chevelle that had the Power Glide in it, certainly not that car. 146.01 miles an hour for Yost. 10.28 at, again, 146. Now we have a Gebhardt coming up. Third-gen Camaro, unfortunately, being pushed out of the lanes. That's a tough break. So Gebhardt going to come up on a solo. Billy is like the stat guy for Drag Week. This guy has an archive of information that is really unbelievable. Like every pass ever documented. The guy's, I think pretty much every pass ever made at the event he has documented. And Billy Gebhardt goes 966.4 at 136.32. So the Holley high rim intake manifold under the hood of the pickup truck. Cody Medissis and Keith Vandenberg will be going side by side. Vandenberg, again, it has been an uphill struggle for the team this week to get anything going on. Now the car, I believe, is refusing to do a burnout down there.
Is this the one that did the lurch?
So Medissis backs up, and again, an LS combination under the hood for Medissis in the S10 truck. You can see the human boom cam we have down there. Nice. Good look down into the engine bay on the live feed. So we are down to just about 5 cars in the lanes. Medissis comes out wheels up, goes past the 330, passes Vandenberg with impunity out there at the 8th mile at 124. He goes 869.6 in the pickup truck at a speed of 150.80 miles an hour. So John Ferrone climbing into his race car down in the staging lanes. He's going to slap the helmet on and get ready to run. Jeff Lutz is inside his car already. As the 1926 Ford Model T will make one more pass down as Shane McClellan gets ready to light the wick on the Crusty Nova. And George Browning on a very George Browning-like run. He goes 1490 at 86.19 miles per hour. And away we go, the 1972 Valiant Charger of Australia's John Ferrone coming around the corner. And Shane McClellan in the Crusty Nova will be in the other lane.
There's a big drama here. One, Shane McClelland having pulled a big wheel stand and then not put together a pass after that. And in the right-hand lane, John Ferroni has been awake all night long. They blew a head gasket yesterday, torched a cylinder head in spectacular fashion. They got another head together, had to make some changes to it, had to cut down some bolts, pull some magic, drive all night long. They finally got here. We're going to see what he can put down.
We showed the viewers of the live feed the hole that was burned in the cylinder head of Ferroni's engine. The hole in his cylinder head was big enough to pass a small block Chevy head through. There was major league damage, but they thrashed and they worked and they pulled in here as early as they could. They got here with, again, as you're going to see, enough time to make only one pass. The small tire, Crusty Nova. The big tire, right-hand drive, 1972 Aussie Valiant Charger of John Ferroni sits on the Napa Know-How side of the drag strip. It is all or nothing for both of these racers, and away they go. Ferroni going to take it easily down the Napa Know-How side of the racetrack. Shane McClelland is driving down the VP Racing Fuel side, 132 in the 8th, 9:53 at 166 for McClelland. And John Ferroni takes it down the Napa Know-How side. An incredible study and perseverance to even make it this far. Goes 16:33.7 at 73 miles an hour.
That is a never say die situation right there. He just stayed in competition, and he knows that, you know, he's way down right now, but he is going to get everything he's got. I predict we see him at the track tomorrow. And here comes Jeff Lutz.
Boy, oh boy, if we haven't got the big-time hitters here stacked up at the end of the day, let's review. Why is Jeff Lutz making his only run of the day minutes before we close the curtain on this event?
Because this morning he spun a wheel bearing which snapped the snout off of the spindle, ended up having to get a completely different strut and brake, got it all together, and finally he's here making his one run of the day. This pass will determine if he stays in the lead of Drag Week 2016 or not.
The amount of work that has gone into this thing just today. You see his son Jeffrey peeking in the driver's side window, giving Dad the thumbs up.
This car has run 619 and then 625. He's got to be down in that neighborhood right now.
The car has gone very deep sixes. Jeff did say he ran a 98 at this racetrack a few weeks ago.
Oh, if he puts down that 5 right now, people are going to tear the grandstands down,
and
man.
it would be, I mean, it goes against every ounce of logic in my body to feel like that may happen because with only one chance, it doesn't seem like you'd be willing to get that aggressive unless you're that confident in the tune-up you have in the car because you've been here within the last couple of weeks. They call the car Mad Max, and this entire place is absolutely glued to every inch this Camaro moves. Looks like we're having a seance. Everyone's sitting here with their hands up. It's everyone's making video with their phone. He's going to give it the beans. 106.60 foot time. 193 in the 8th. 610 with a 6 at 243 miles an hour. Let him hear it, folks. Wow, 6:10.6 at 243.51. The quickest pass in the history of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week.
Man, literal chills up the back of my head,
Wow.
man. He just pulled that off.
Wow.
Unbelievable. He is going to make his way to the next track. This is going to be one of the most dramatic things that we have seen. Even though he's the one guy running that fast,
Wow.
the tension is still there. How did he make that happen after having the car completely apart right down here on US 131 next to our hotel just a few hours ago?
We got a couple cars left to run in the lanes, but Jeff Lutz is going to return to the pit area like a conquering hero. Is he going to come up through the return road? Unbelievable. Lutz was 409, 193 miles an hour to the 8th. He goes 6:10.6 at 243.5 miles per hour. The quickest elapsed time in the history of this event. Unbelievable. Absolutely nuts. I honest to God, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, maybe he goes a 20, 30, something just to try to get it down. But they showed up with the guns loaded. And I can only imagine if they have a clean night, getting to Indy, you can't tell me that there may not be a 5 lurking around the corner.
And everybody remember that car has driven 500 miles. And Jeff Lutz is now the holder of the quickest ET ever at Drag Week and the fastest mile an hour. Not on this pass, but earlier. Years past.
Here we got a replay coming up, and the live feed replay there is coming down the racetrack. Man alive. What a nice run. The car had very little movement left to right, and you can see the feed is just going mental on the live video right now. It is going nuts. Guys saying, I'm eating my words. Wow, everyone's just freaking out watching this thing. The same sentiment that you all had in the grandstands, they are having in real time on the feed. We're watching our feed up here. Here comes the replay. And we're watching this thing come off the starting line. 106 short time. And he made a little move to the left, and he just gently corrected it to the center, right about 330 feet. And Jeff Lutz, like a bullet on the back half of the racetrack, that 540-inch twin-turbocharged Chevy, putting in work.
409, 193 at the 8th.
Don't close the screen yet. Yeah, he's going to be the last car. So, thank you, sir. Okay. Oh, wow. Thanks, man. And so we have one last car, I believe, that is going to run down the racetrack. And it is a moment that certainly a kind of a tough one here, as Jake Branner's Malibu is going to head down the racetrack. And Jake Branner will be with the car for the last time. Jake lost his life a few months ago in a tragic situation that just was completely senseless. And this car was among his prides and joys, his family, his wife, his daughter, his true pride and joy. But this race car was certainly something he took a lot of pride in. Jake Branner had a lot of friends, and he had a lot of friends because he was a craftsman who did incredible work. He was a funny guy who drew graphic photos or graphic pictures on anything he could get a hold of. He had a very wisecracking sense of humor, and his network of friends and folks that respected his work ranged across the country. So Jake Branner, his wife is present here. The car is going to be driven down the racetrack, and Jake will take one final ride with his own race car. The ProCharge motor in the Malibu fired up and going to be headed down now. Kind of both a solemn moment and a moment that brings home a little bit about what this event means to the people that participate in it. When Jake's family considered where they wanted him to be celebrated, it was here. And in a way that I think a lot of people that love the sport of drag racing will certainly appreciate. This is the Jake Branner Memorial Pass coming up right now, and his ashes are in the parachute to be released at the top end of the racetrack. So we should all be so lucky to have friends and family that would want to support us in everything that we do, as Jake's family did, as Jake's friends did. And so many of them here this week telling stories about the guy that they certainly miss very much, sharing their stories with his family, wife and daughter watching from the starting line. A lot of Jake shirts on, a lot of people this week, and for good reason. So Jake Branner's Malibu going to head down the racetrack here, and it's kind of a good testament to this event. You have the highest of the highs. You have Jeff Lutz going down, setting a record, and you have an emotional moment like this. So Jake's car will go down the racetrack, and we will observe that by being quiet up here in the timing tower. There's a lot of people that are going to miss that guy, but we know that he's in a better place, and what a way to celebrate Jake's life out here. So, to Jake Branner's family, his wife and daughter down in the starting line, we know you missed the guy, and we certainly miss him along with you. Thanks for allowing us to be a part of that. So, we're going to finish off the afternoon here at Martin, Michigan, at US 131 Motorsports Park. Thank you all so much for coming out today. Thank you all for being part of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors, and we look forward to seeing so many of you at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. So, on behalf of myself, Brian Loans, on behalf of David Freiberger, that was a tough way to finish the day.
I cannot go through our normal sermon. That was special.
Yeah. So we're done for the afternoon here. We're going to hit the road with the rest of the competitors to Indy. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors, our fans that came out, and we will see you all tomorrow morning at Lucas Oil Raceway at Indianapolis. We wish our competitors the best of luck. We hope everybody makes the trip, and we'll see you over there at Indy in the morning. We out.
I've always kind of been a hands-on type of person, working with my grandpa more than anybody as far as hands-on, and I just kind of got from small trinket stuff, and then it kind of developed into cars. It's kind of all been history from there. Hot rodding to me means taking something, making it your own, making it killer, different than anybody else, and going out and just kind of raising hell. I'm Ross Nichols, I'm 25 years old, and I'm the future of hot rodding.